Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. You are watching the Verizon Ultra Cup. I'm Lee Fex, and we got some friends alongside me. We got a 30-minute pre-show to get ourselves hyped up for the spring split here. Gibbs, of course, is joining me as always, and to make up for his appearance, he's brought on some lovely friends, Wavepunk and Turtle. Thanks, Gibbs, for bringing some gifts.
Yes, I brought some talented folks because I'm not one of them, and it's going to be fun. Spring split, here we go, everyone. Begins anew. The road to London begins now. Obviously, we've seen some teams go home on day one, including NRG, which we'll talk about later, but for the most part, teams are hopeful right now, and that'll all change after probably 2 weeks. Then we'll get black profile pictures, and it won't matter anymore.
The dream
I
will crash and burn.
I just want to just gloss over the fact that NRG didn't qualify for
we'll
day
talk
two
about
right
it
now.
later.
That's the whole point of us being here. Well, no, right now, what I got to talk about is something that some people may have forgotten about because we're so just ready for more Rocket League. And the past few years, time has just flown by. I got to point out it's a special day today. Happy birthday to the RLCS. 6 years ago.
Woo!
The first RLCS went live 6 years ago, guys. That is forever. Here, I got a party. Can I? Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right.
This is a very lonely party.
That was the lamest party I've ever seen.
One thing I did notice, I went back and watched the very first segment. It was me, James, and Golden Boy as the host. And I noticed in Twitch chat, there was a man named Turbo Posa. He said, "Notice me, Gibbs." And yes, I think I've noticed you over these years with 4 world championships, but I thought that was pretty interesting. But 6 years, long time to be doing a gig. Like Turtle was in diapers back then, so it's like it's been a while.
I needed help going to the bathroom. It was a struggle, bro. I couldn't make it, but now I've grown up a little bit. Okay, I've been around some beautiful people. And I was a kid. I'm still a child, okay, at heart.
You
now,
couldn't drive a car,
literally,
and now you own a house. So I don't. So much has changed.
It's a condo. It's not really as nice as a house yet.
Close enough.
Better, I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? That reminds me of thinking just a little bit of reminiscing here is I remember thinking back to those days. And at one point, I think it was before a show was about to happen. We were in the venue, and little Turtle here came up to me and just started talking to me just about life. We're looking from the balcony down. He just started going like, "Oh man, I don't know what I'm doing." And
what was I stressed about? Like when I was gonna eat for lunch the next day, I don't know what I was worried about. To be honest with you, like
it was a little bit of everything about just life in general. But look at you now, man. The most talented musician I've ever heard in my life. By the way,
why did we turn this on me? This is about Rocket League.
It's about RLCS.
No, happy birthday,
squirm.
Turtle. Happy birthday, man.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
My birthday.
And Wavefunk, happy birthday to you as well.
It's actually crazy because RLCS's birthday is always the day after mine. It's my birthday was yesterday, and it was crazy sitting there on the actual day though. That very first broadcast, sitting like I casted the first match, and then like just adrenaline, just do the thing, and then sitting and watching the next match get cast. I think Leaf and Lawler were casting the next one, and sitting there and being like, we made it. We got to this point. There's 20,000 people watching. We're in a studio in Los Angeles. This is crazy. And then like having the next thought of like, who would have ever thought that the game that would have gotten us here was cars hitting soccer balls with rocket engines attached to the back of them. This is nuts.
And then all of us thought like, all right, it's going to be a fun year. We're going to do this for a year, and that's about it. And we're going to enjoy it. But no, we're here 6 years later.
It has not stopped, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. And speaking of, it got really big recently in that last split. We just came off of a major. I wasn't there, so I need you guys to take me back. Let me reminisce. Let's relive that. This was a huge one. Spoiler alert, if you weren't watching the Winter Major, G2 took that one. That was their first RLCS LAN win ever, and their first LAN win in almost like 5 years. This was absolutely huge wave, I think, for G2 and G2 fans specifically that have been holding on for so long.
It was, they finally can hold an RLCS win, a huge win in front of a crowd like that. So close to winning that world championship back in season 7, but now here on obviously it's not a championship, but they'll take it at this point. And it was quite the battle against, again, one of the top teams in Europe here. I mean, Turtle, I feel like right now G2, they're at the top. They're never gonna fall. This is great.
I'm gonna get this all the time, dude. This is rough. But on top of it, okay, we had the Queso lower bracket run. It wasn't just, the top team in Europe, against Queso, who just barely made it there in the upper bracket. They fought all the way back from lower round 1. They beat and knocked out NRG, made it all the way to the grand finals, and got the bracket reset. It was one of the best events that we've ever had in Rocket League.
Yes, but it was very important, though, all in all, because North America did incredibly well. And we talk about world spots later on. Like, it's a big deal that North America, they came into that winter major, and now they've secured very likely 3 spots with a chance for 1 more spot as well. So North America looked fantastic. They want to continue that when they go to London. But for now, they're looking pretty, Leaf.
Yeah, no, I not just the teams though. I also want to live in the hype of just this event to give us stuff to look forward to, because we have a lot more of these big events coming to sports. Of course, with London, of course, with Dallas coming up. So let's bring me into the energy of this event too, since you guys were there. Wave, being with the you were filling in for me there. You were making sure these guys were behaving. You felt the energy of the crowd though. You guys were out in the sun. Actually, look at me. I've not been out in the sun. Tell me about the energy of this land and how exciting it was to be back like that.
Are you just taunting the NRG fans right now? You said energy.
Yeah,
like
he
5
said it
times
like
in a row.
because
they also didn't make that to play in front of the crowd. I'm sorry, I'm just on one about energy right now, folks. There was new merch, Leaf, so like that put everything. Like you can get this. I think it's like bentomerch.gg or something like that. Like right now, you can go buy these. There was a booth for that. There was a line of food trucks. There was a Lamborghini. We were outside. We were inside. It was a very, very special welcome back to the crowd here, Gibbs. I had such a great time, and I know I have heard nothing but glowing reports from everyone who went.
Yeah, 5,000 plus fans just having the time of their lives, just watching great Rocket League. And we got a bracket reset, so the players entertained as well. It was just a blast.
Absolutely fantastic, but that means we have to figure out where that puts us right now. Before we hit that off season, some points started to wrap up as we get closer and closer, Gibbs, to Worlds.
So the World Championship spots are flexible. So we know coming into the season, North America would be guaranteed 3 spots in the wild card. Then it comes down to major performances, and if you're in the top 8, you get more spots on top of that. So right now, North America is about 95% guaranteed. They'll get 3 more spots, and then probably about like 75% guaranteed that they'll get a 4th. So 3 plus 4, top 7 has a chance to go to the World Championships. And some of those spots will be a race to get a bye into the World Championships. So that is looking at top 3, maybe top 4. So G2, Energy, and FaZe are looking very pretty to go straight to the World Championship part of that event and skip the wild card because of that 500-point lead they have right now over Space Station at the bare minimum with FaZe there. But it could be a 4th spot. So there's going to be a battle for that 4th spot, very, very likely. And then Team Envy sitting on the bubble right now. But we've seen other teams make some moves. We've seen Rogue looking good, Ghost, maybe Oxygen as well. So there's still a race. There's still a race for those World Championship spots. Again, you want to be in the top so you can just bypass the wild card event. So that's top 3, maybe top 4. But at the end of the day, you just want to go. You just want to go. And right now, Team Envy looking like they'll have that last spot. But if that did happen, they would have to wait and watch in London to see if they get it based on North America's performance there. So you don't want to be numbered like down where Envy is. You want to be where Complexity is, so you're more likely to go. So a lot up in the air right now, and we're going to be focusing on this maybe more when we go to London. But for now, spring split, everyone's at 0 points. Top 5 go to London from there. So that's what we'll be focusing on from here on out through Regional 1 through 3.
Leave it to Gibbs to make the most complicated and confusing world system possible.
Hey, but then it allows, but then it allows for other regions, if they do look fantastic, to get more spots. Like, what if OCE was the top 2 teams in the world? They would get more spots because of it.
I also think it's really important to point out for viewers who have been kind of casually following at home, right? There's kind of always been one more thing before, like when it comes to Worlds. This is the final split. After London, our points are going to be locked in. We're going to know what's happening at World Championship. There's no more Rocket League to be played after that. So if you've been waiting to start paying attention to Gibbs's spiels in the pre-show, this is the split to start doing it, because this is when it's going to start to really matter.
Well, there is something that he mentioned there that I do want to drive into a little bit more. Was Team Envy at the bottom there. They're making some moves right now. The Machine in North America, we've had casters and fans be hype on them for so long. To see them suddenly have some struggles as of recent, the big piece of news with this team is they're trying to make those moves to get back to the top. And that big move right now is benching the 4-time. Turbo Pulsa has been moved to substitute. Illusion taking his place. This is huge. This is absolutely huge wave because we always talk about, I mean, this is the GOAT. This is the legend that has cemented himself in Rocket League history.
Yeah, I mean, when they picked up, and when Envy picked up Turbo back, like this was the beginning like of season X, I think. Yeah. I said, I put out a tweet saying like I'd like to congratulate Envy on their inevitable world championship win at this point, because this is what happens. Turbo Pulsa changes teams and then just goes on a tear and wins another one. Still technically possible, but things have not planned out exactly the same way I expected them to. This is also something we sort of, I think, anticipated, though, here, Turtle, given the last split, picking up Illusion in a coaching role, an active player moving into a coaching role. It was suspected that this was actually just to help get through the rules, pick up Illusion now with the intention of having him play in the spring.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of speculation with it, and people were questioning, what was Illusion going to actually add value to as the coach when he could play himself, and to see him now on the starting roster, Turbo Pulsa moved to the substitute spot. I think there's a lot of different opinions, a lot of mixed opinions, because you've got somebody like Turbo who has such a rich history of constantly winning and being successful online and at LAN. So now the question is, okay, how does Team Envy move on forward from this point? What do we see now from Turbo Pulsa? A lot of things are up in the air, but the one thing you need to notice and need to take note of here is that Envy, they're still alive in this regional. It's the first time we're seeing them with Alu as the starting roster, and so far, they're doing solid.
But Turbo, it really comes down to what happens next year at this point, because I think at this point, for North American teams at least, I don't think the top 5 are interested in a Turbo Pulsa. So does he try and build a team in North America, like take a bubble team and move them up? Or does he go back to EU and try and form teams there? Or maybe just retire? We really don't know.
Turbo, Fairy Peak, Mark by 8.
All right.
So
just saying.
So you're saying Turbo goes back to Europe? Okay.
I'm saying he goes back. I'm saying he forms a new region in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Turbo region.
And they get one world championship spot just automatically. Yeah, because it's Turbo. So yeah, sure.
It's Turbo. Yeah, he always carries one with him.
Living off prestige here, but it's not all about Turbo right now. We have to talk about who replaced him. It's Illusion. And before moving on, let's learn a little bit more about that player.
After a bad winter split, as a team, I think we knew that something needed to change. So we started running tryouts, but nothing really was clicking. So it just seemed logical to try me out and just see how it feels at the start of the split.
Here comes Illusion with a shot. Whoa, placed.
There it is.
I think from spectating scrims for several months and watching other players play, I think about the game slightly differently. And I think I understand teams a bit more now. So I think I could call out adjustments mid-series with my teammates, and hopefully that'll help out. I think we lacked a lot on the offensive side, mainly through demos or just creativity really. And because of that, players were trying to force more than normal, and we had a lot of instances where we were double committing and just getting each other's way, and we couldn't really link up properly. So I think that was our biggest issue. I think that the other players have a little chip on their shoulder because Drees and Mist, they're on such good teams in the fall, and then losing Atomic and seeing G2 succeed and Envy fall, I think they all have something to prove, and they're all really motivated.
Oxygen doing a great job, but Mist slow thing up and puts it right inside of Gimmick. Beautiful shot placement coming out from Mist.
I think Illusion is that player that a lot of people woke up to recently. There's always been people backing him, but people are waking up to how good the Illusion can be. So I'm glad to see him back on the field here and playing with Envy. And hopefully for that team, it does well for them. There were a ton of other moves as well. We wish we had all the time in the day to talk about them. One specifically we have to mention that is paying dividends, though, is Hawkser to Ghost. Oh, yeah. Ghost is looking solid in this regional number 1 here. for the spring split, Gibbs, especially when they went up against NRG.
The upper bracket team in Ghost, they're 12 seed coming into this tournament. The other teams that don't have a loss, 1, 2, and 3 seeds. But Ghost, they took on NRG to open up the day yesterday. And we thought this one had potential for an upset. But realistically, everyone's like, NRG is going to be just on fire because they had a disappointing major. No, it was the complete opposite. Hoxer looked fantastic. He put in 1.33 goals per game. That's number 2 in all throughout the entire tournament. And Ghost, they trailed in every game that they played yesterday, and they won them all. That if we look back in RLCSX, that's about a 30% win rate when you don't get the first goal. But instead for Ghost, they are undefeated. They went on to win through the upper bracket versus version 1, but then we got NRG in the lower bracket. And everyone wanted to see, could they bounce back? They played Rogue, they played Aqua, and he looked fantastic. And Rogue, sure, it's a bad bracket for them, but they showed up, and another 3-0 sweep versus NRG.
Wait,
it's your time. There were, bro,
NRG's here. Talk about them.
There were so many moments too where NRG put together the game against Rogue. They were able to like we've got it. We've got the goals. We got the lead. We're like, okay, cool. This is it. We're back to normal. Everything's fine. And then just collapsed in the back third. The retreating defense from NRG was the worst I've seen in years. They come flying back, trying to dive and pick up plays off the backboard. The backboard misses from a team this strong. Turtle. I don't know what to. I don't know what to do with this. And it genuinely makes me concerned looking forward.
I don't know. I don't think it's time to sound the alarms quite yet. I'm not convinced, really, because I think that everybody on NRG is such a mature player. Like, these guys are veterans in the game. Yes, they're used to winning. Yes, they're used to dominating throughout this region, but it's a small setback for me in my eyes. I don't see this being a huge flaw right now and a huge gap in their mechanics and their rotations. If anything, it's just going to fuel the fire because maybe this is what they needed. NRG are so used to winning everything. Now that they got smacked down a little bit, do we
How many times do they got to
new?
lose?
But where's that fire?
How many times do they have to lose?
Yeah,
the
where's
fires,
that fire
what do you mean,
from
where's the
Winter
fire?
Major? Where is it? They look terrible at Winter Major, and we're like, all right, now's the time to show up. Now it is NRG, obviously. They made history through the Winter Split, making every grand finals that's ever been done before, so we know they can do it. And we know that they're going to the World Championship. They haven't clinched technically, but they're going to be there. So with NRG, they don't have to worry about the split, but at the same time, we're going to the copper box. We need NRG there.
But
they need to be a top 5 team.
Think back to the Justin at copper box, okay? There was so much expectations, but it wasn't nearly on this scale. He's so used to winning everything. That Justin that we saw was hungry. I think we're going to get a little bit more of that same level of Justin where he's out here. He's really got a chip on his shoulder, something to prove. And this could be the difference and probably a blessing for NRG, in my opinion.
I'm not concerned actually really about Justin's mental at this point. We saw the twit longer he put out yesterday. I mean, he put so many rumors to bed so efficiently there. It was just like, okay, cool. Like we're team, we're humans. We've made mistakes. We got things to work on. We're moving forward. I'm not worried about his mental. I am concerned about him saying that the loss was due to a change in play style when the things that led to goals seemed like blatant mechanical failures and simple Rocket League fundamentals off in the back third. Like that, to me,
maybe that was the play style.
That doesn't the play style is let's just not be good in the back third and like we'll be fine. No, like I'm not gonna sit here and tell him he's wrong. He's the player on the team, but I need to see more. I need those back third adjustments need to be cleaned up very quickly.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried yet, but you definitely start asking the questions. I'm still on the side of we'll see them back. And I'm sure all the NRG fans are hoping that too. But there were some other matches yesterday. We got to talk about G2 coming off that major win. How are they looking now into this next regional, into the spring split here? Turtle, they looking good? It seems like it to me.
They look fantastic in my opinion. I think they had a tough series originally against Friends. They won in game 5, but then moving on, they fought off against Complexity, and they ended up taking this win, I'd say, very confidently. We had Chicago, 2 goals per game, absolute madman, shooting out of his mind. And you can see him there in the replays doing a lot of work on offense. Complexity, it seems like they're getting back into that old way, that old rhythm with those quick transitions, usually relying on Shad with some mechanics. A lot of solo plays out of Complexity, but with this G2 roster so focused on team plays and the passing moving forward, that solo play from Complexity, it didn't have a chance against G2.
Let's take a look where this puts us in the bracket now. We let you know it's a new split. That means it's a new format. We're looking at just a strict massive double elimination bracket here. Best of fives for the first part. We get best of sevens later on. But Gibbs, this is just so many teams with so many opportunities, but it's so exciting because you lose twice and you're out.
Yeah, we had 8 matches going on like at the beginning of the day, so it was chaos. And there was only really one big upset, and that was Ghost versus NRG. The other one was Complexity over Envy, but that was more of a coin flip 8-9 seed matchup. So not big upsets there. And then even in the upper bracket overall, not a lot of upsets except for Ghost. Once again, they take down V1 perfect on the day. So again, the 12th seed, they're still in the upper bracket with the 1, 2, and 3 seeds. But the lower bracket, that's where it gets messy, and that's where you have to just try and make it. And we saw Envy barely squeak by Oxygen in Game 5 to make it to today.
I also want to. I think we're so focused on Ghost taking down NRG, who clearly had a bad day, that we didn't point out the fact that they took down V1 as well.
Yeah.
V1 now in the lower bracket can have to face against a rallying Accru who just took down Complexity. So the old Vibrance roster now here, Accru, looking to make that lower bracket run.
It's time to dive in a little bit more and focus on the individual plays. From day one, it's time for our 7-Eleven top plays. We're going to look at all these sick plays, 7 of them specifically in chat. I missed you too, not just these guys. So let's get you involved. You're going to start spamming after we're done listing out the plays here. Which one is your favorite? You just type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 at the end of it, and I'll go over them again after and let us know which one you think was the best. We'll tally them up. We'll see what the analysts think as well. But now it's time for our 7 plays that took it to 11. Of course, starting off at number 1, we just talked about Hoxer. He's already making moves, and he's going to start us off on this list with a beautiful ground pinch off of a teammate right into the net.
So it's actually a different order. It's a different order.
You put him in the wrong order.
Hey, this was not me. This was not me. But now it's going to be a surprise on what plays what. Right here, we got the gyro dunk, the read on display. What a read by him. Garrett G's trying to make a play happen. Gyro's like, I want none of it. Puts it home easy.
That was crazy.
All right, number 3. All right,
number 3. It's a mystery. It's J-Bot. J-Bot with the redirect.
Okay.
Danger Taco on Twitter.
Look at the way he's starting this aerial too, all the way from the backboard. That was incredible. And then now we get the Hawks ground pitch. This is what we thought we were getting at first, but we just saved the best for the middle. All right, this is what we're waiting for.
A good goal explosion as well. Here, play from Rogue. Off the wall, pass to the teammate. Nah, not at all. Take it over. 2 defenders off the back
I didn't
wall.
see this one.
Look at him. Taroko. This was clean.
The kickoff goal in Game 1 versus NRG. And NRG's like, uh-oh, we have a series on our hands right away. And obviously Rogue easily cleaning it up. Here we go. Shad, aerial dribble play as well. Just nice and clean over the G2 defense. And Complexity, they fought hard, but they do go home in the lower bracket.
Always love to see those mechanics come through, though. And this one, finally, the AJG double fake opens up the lane for Shad to just clean that one up. Good G2.
And I love it because AJG didn't go for the shot as well because it would have took a little bit longer. So Shad comes in, cleans it up. Brilliant.
But how Complexity got 2 of the top 7 plays by a 7-Eleven here, and they're still not. And they're not.
That's complexity.
Like,
that's
that is
complexity. It's that we get the best highlights, and somehow they end up losing the series.
Come on, guys.
Hey, well, you guys saw the plays now. I have no idea what order they're in, so start spamming your favorite number. I hope you guys remembered, and I hope the analysts remembered. We're going to ask them real quick here. Which ones did you guys think was your favorite? Let's start with Gibbs. Go down the line.
7. AJG double fake.
Like 7.
I love it. I
like 7 as well. Double fakes are fun.
Oh, we're going for the double fakes. What about the Hoxer ground pitch, though? That one was what we were waiting for, and it was like a weird follow-up on the ground. I'm going Hoxer.
Okay. I'm going to leave you alone on that one, sir. I think that fake play was super sick. So I have to go with the chat. Is not agreeing with any of us here. They're going with number 5. That was Taroko with the kickoff goal.
Yeah,
okay.
Also amazing.
Kickoff goal.
This was to get it over 2 players and then hit this 0 degrees on the back.
Yeah,
that is as close to the back.
And how many touches did he get here? You can see he saved his flip. 1, 2,
4 million.
Yeah, literally maybe 4 or 5 consecutive touches in a row to keep the ball on top of his car. And you have to perfectly time it with the pre-flip off the wall. I mean, the control that this man is displaying in the air, it's on another level.
And that's hype, too, because Rogue's coming into that match like, oh, boy, we have to face NRG, and then he hits that. Fantastic.
Well, let's just quickly recap again, show you guys the bracket. Let's quick glance that up there, screenshot it, because we're going to take it down real quick in a second here. But lots of teams, some are already on their way out here. We got best of 5s at the beginning. Again, best of 7s as we advance on through this bracket with only 6 teams remaining here. You lose twice from that upper, you're out. You lose once from that lower, you're done. And if you got to know what order they're coming in, here you are, screenshot that one as well. As you can see, coming up first, it's going to be Envy versus Rogue. We just talked about these two teams. We just saw some great plays from Taroko. We see Envy bringing in Illusion. I think this is going to be an extremely exciting match, Gibbs, to see if Envy specifically is going to have that chemistry early on, if they're already going to be in the works, because Rogue has been playing together for a bit now.
And we talk about those world spots. Team Envy's right on that bubble. That's where everyone wants to catch up to. So Rogue, this is a big series for them. Like Aqua has looked fantastic throughout this whole season, but now his teammates are picking up the pace a little bit as well. But Team Envy, a lot of question marks. Like Illusion looked good. He led all goal scorers on Team Envy. Will that happen again? We'll have to see.
That's a good question, but chat just got involved. I want to get him involved again. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. You know what to do. It's hashtags in the chat, RGE or Envy. Do we feel like Rogue's going to have that momentum to carry through? Is Envy with Illusion going to bring back the machine that North America misses so dearly? Spam them away. We got to get the analyst thoughts on these two. Wave is thinking hard right now, so I'm going to leave him for a minute here. Gibbs, I'm going to let you kick this one off.
This is very easy because it's really Rogue only has to win 2 games because we added Aquadome into game 2. And you know what? We got Rogue and Aqua, and he is 3-0 right now on that map. Rogue has only given up 1 goal so far on that map. There's some home field bias there. We need to talk to the admins, and we need to fix this.
With this goatee, I'd like the dad jokes, but I don't.
But Rogue's going to take it because they already won game 2.
He's using a pun.
Free. I'm going Rogue.
I should have known.
Aqua and Aquadome is not a pun, for the record.
What do you mean?
It's just the same word.
You're just recontextualizing.
Leave my bits alone, Wave.
I like it. No. I'm defending you.
He's defending. I'm roasting you.
And you have convinced me. I will go Rogue as well. I was on the fence. Both teams.
It's close, and one.
That was 50-50. And Gibbs knows I like weird in-game stuff and maps. So, yes, Aqua here. I think I liked the performance we saw from Rogue yesterday, especially in the closed qualifiers. We saw them take a hard loss to Friends there and then bounce right back and qualify through. So, I think Rogue's looking strong right now. I do think it's pretty close, though.
Turtle, you have some sense?
I think that Rogue match the performance of like a top dog team like NRG, and they'll play up to their competition. But Envy, since they've been struggling a little bit and they're kind of middle of the pack, same with Rogue. I think Rogue are going to be the team that struggles the most here. That win against Oxygen for me, Team Envy, that proved a lot for them. Whenever they initially lost against Complexity in the upper bracket, I was scared, but they've been riding pretty smoothly here in the lower bracket. And I don't want to side with Gibbs, especially with the Aquadome pick. I think that's just disgusting. So I'm going to go with Team Envy. Okay, you know what? Even if you picked Rogue on this, it would have been fine as long as you didn't use Gibbs' excuse to pick Rogue, like Wave did. I am going to pick Rogue, not because of that, just because. What is this?
He's like, do you have any sense, Turtle? Okay, yeah. I don't.
I'm going Rogue still anyways. I think, I don't know. I think they're just looking faster on the field. I've seen Aquaman. Aqua, despite the map he's playing on, looks phenomenal on the field right now. We've seen it with teams bringing in players, even if they're experienced players. Sometimes it might take a little bit longer to get them involved in the mix of things. So, yeah, Rogue, nice. Leave it Turtle alone.
What happened to all the hope with Team Envy? Like, where did it all go?
I sold them all.
It went with Turbo. It went with Turbo, man.
We're gonna find out. We're going to find out if you're right in just a few moments here, because our match is coming up over in the Verizon Skybox. Shogun and Johnny waiting for our first elimination of day 2. Envy, with a refreshed roster, look to prove to their fans that it was the right move, while Rogue tries to further the woes of the machine. It's day 2. Let's get hyped.
On the day that celebrates the 6th-year anniversary of the RLCS, what better way to start it than with a high-pressure match for Team Envy? Virgin One almost have an entire tournament in hand when it comes to World Championship points, but Envy, with this roster move, looking to make some gains on that. Johnny, as we get into this, what chance do you think they've got? Because, well, the fans don't seem to believe in it, and the devs don't believe in it either.
This is a tough one. Very, very hard to predict when you've got a new player coming in for a roster like Envy. we've got to see the matches before we can really make those accurate predictions. But what we have seen so far this tournament is a resurging Rogue side who have shown up when it matters most. They didn't look too great in the qualifier, but in the main event, they went to Game 5 with FaZe. They've made that run through the lower bracket already, but this could be their toughest challenge yet. I really think Envy have got more to show us than what they did yesterday.
Well, a great way to start the 6th anniversary as well, as we just try and get all of the players into the lobby. But whilst we did lose one thing over on Envy in the film of Turbo Pulsar, and that is obviously a loss that we're going to talk about a lot, I do also want to bring some attention over to the fact that they did bring Illusion in, because it felt almost unfair in a bit of a way that he had his best performance that we've ever seen from him and then dropped immediately after that. So I'm so happy to see Illusion get not only that second chance, but also get a chance to maybe head his way over to these major tournaments if Envy can get the results.
Yeah, one thing to remember with Illusion, though, is that fall major performance was a big step up for him. He wasn't at the same level online, and that's something that I'm concerned about for Envy. You've got one player coming in who had that huge LAN performance, but you've got to get to the LAN before you can have big LAN performances, and that's not something they were able to do last split.
We've also seen a lot of players kick on after one of those big LAN performances and start to transition it online. A big break for Illusion. We don't know if that's still going to be there. Must win as well. Version 1, they're big rivals for those top 5 spots. And potentially beyond, given how North America has done at recent major tournaments, you can definitely imagine a fair heap of them going towards the World Championships. Very much in their own hands. Jaro can't find the redirect. Lucian, not as far as he would like it to go. Miss now of all of the space to aim for, puts it right down the middle. Aqua's still downfield as well. Lower boost here on Rogue, but they're happy to just keep going, especially with those bumps. Shot will be wide. Let's make sure of it.
I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Rogue, the aggression in the final third. They're lingering upfield, waiting for those passes. They're looking for the demos as well. It's going to be Envy's time to look for the counterattacks, because if the Rogue are leaving one man up front, that obviously leaves less in the midfield, less players recovering. So Envy have to look for those passes. They have to look for those countering plays. And Rogue have also been as threatening in the final third as to force Envy to really have to pay attention to the physical plays. It's going to be interesting to see how Envy deal with that. It's not infield threatened, but Alu shuts it down.
Oh, big opportunity, and Jaro took it away from Aqua. They'll be having words about that one after the game, but for now it's Illusion. Try to chase down. Toroko's got enough boost. And that one was not how you get yourself into a series like this.
That was just a big throw from Envy. They're going to be the team to score. They've got the demo and the goal. But wow, they really left a huge opening at the other end of the field moments ago, and Rogue were just unable to capitalize. First real chance to the game for Envy, and they do take it. Massive play at the back post there from Mist. He was actually not the player making the pass there. It's usually the centering player who will carry on with the demo, but all 3 players from Envy getting involved in that attack.
We've seen it a lot more as we've gone through the last few years. The full send mentality of a lot of these teams. They realize you're not going to 1v3. You're probably not going to 2v3 either. You need to get everybody involved. As we do see 2 players committed to make sure that that one stays out. 2 minutes down here in game number 1. Find a best of 5, at least for the time being. Not too far off, though, from getting into those best of 7s. Breeze takes his time. Great play there, considering how low on boost he was, but he needed a little bit more from Illusion. And despite the goal, we are seeing Rogue being the better team when it comes to territory gained. Illusion, though, looking to try and create another opportunity. Aqua just leaves it for a little while. Great realization of the space he had.
Yeah, what player Aqua has been since he joined RLCS in the most recent split, the winter split. That's when he was first old enough, just like Daniel, to play at this level. And he has really shone. I think obviously outshone by Daniel, and had it not been for the existence of that Space Station player, I think Aqua would be a lot more talked about, because he's having a great time in RLCS, and he's having a great time in the field at the moment. Envy are not having too great a time dealing with him, as Toroko and Gyro combine for the opening goal. Miss on the backboard leads to it, and it's right back in the game now for Rogue.
Oh, I wanted to look at Drees. I was hoping I could maybe give him the excuse of low boost, but he had plenty.
No. Yeah, he did. He had plenty.
Complete whiff. And
he should be hitting that.
Well, Rogue don't need to worry too much anymore about that opening botched play that they've got. They now can just focus up on a game that they've been pretty dominant in so far. 2 minutes left.
Uh-oh.
And the game pretty much decided by misplays. Good double demo, and Jaro cleans up.
Yeah, this is definitely a game where Rogue should be leading, but they're not, as Gyro now lets another one through. It looked like he had it covered, but It goes right into the top corner. And in the same way that Drees messed up at the other end, Gyro has just not positioned and boosted correctly as he tries to go for the overhead clear.
Catastrophic. Absolutely catastrophic. A miss straight in. Gonna compound the misery here for Rogue. Both teams will feel equally bad should they come out of this game with the loss. One team will definitely feel like they've come away with stealing one here. It's Aqua now. Sets up infield. Who's there first? 2 orange cards. Not even a chance there for Rogue to take advantage, but another whiff means Taroko's got an opportunity. Gyro off the bump, follows up 2 each.
You know, we talk about Aqua, but it's Gyro and Taroko who are combining for the goals. They've both assisted each other's goals now, and that is goal of the game. But the setup from Taroko is absolutely perfect. Chips it into the middle, and then knocks the defender clean out of the air. That's not something Mist was expecting. He didn't realize he was going to be called upon to defend as fast as he was.
Well, Gyro avoids getting dunked on, and Aqua, once again, can't find his way past, but Gyro fakes out, gets the setup. Aqua now drops it back down. Taroko doesn't want to dive in just yet. Just over a minute left here. Goal can come from anything. Neither team will really feel all that comfortable, not only with the way this game has gone, but also just might have a whiff from a teammate at any moment. Need that mental fortitude, need that confidence, and Mist certainly had plenty of it. Got there nice and quick.
Yeah, Mist has been called in the past the best defender in NA, and he needs to use all of that skill right now to stop this extremely dangerous Rogue roster from putting a third goal past him. It's been mostly Rogue sitting in the Envy half, but in terms of creating realistic chances, both teams have been pretty even. Envy have been efficient with their opportunities.
Yeah, Mist, the player so good at playing defense, he changed rosters once just to play less of it. Talk about being good at something that, well, you don't really want to see much of anymore. Is Drees back into the midfield, nobody around. Defensive posturing coming out from Envy. Lucian, will he get some support this time? No, Drees hasn't got it. Mist off the backboard. We know he scores these more often than not. But well played by Rogue just to make sure there wasn't the chance.
Oh, it's actually stayed up. They look like we're going to go to overtime.
Oh my goodness.
Not quite yet. Big 0-second play here. And it's Envy who were the aggressor for the majority of it. But here we go. Overtime game 1. Must win for Envy to get their confidence back up to the levels it's been to earlier in the season.
Off the backboard as well. Drees tried to respect the chance of a shot. Missed off the challenge. Does well. Who's got boost on his team? Nobody around. Can really interfere with the play. Aqua now one-on-one against Lucian. Lucian comes out of that very well. 0 boost yet again. Envy really struggling just to find any sort of boost when they get down to the other side of the field. It's all being used up just to defend. Breeze called off by Lucian. Not the best touch, but he does have Mist over in support. Gets it back over to Lucian. Looks for the backboard. Realizes it's open. Who's there first? It's Taroko, and it's a great clear by Taroko at that. Mist has to cover the 2v1.
Yeah, big defensive plays coming out of Taroko a couple times now. He's bought Rogue not just some time, but... Oh, here's Aqua. The other end double tap goes through. The defender couldn't get goal side. Aqua finishes off what his teammate started. 1 goal apiece for all 3 Rogue players. And it was Drees who just couldn't get in the way of that final touch on the ball. Rogue with a deserved win in game 1, but not an easy win, as they really made it hard for themselves in this game.
Yeah, I think both teams will be looking to settle down a little bit here. Get some comms going between them all and just start to realize, okay, our opponents, they've made some mistakes. We can take advantage of this, and this will be going for both sides. Lucian coming out, though, with 2 goals, so he's at least doing well here. It is the newcomer that has put his team into good spots. Now the rest of them just need to try and follow up. But we'll take a look at some of these highlights. Best goal, absolutely. But also I have to say here, Johnny, the standards of best goal weren't all that high.
Yeah, definitely some messy defending on both sides. We saw miscommunication coming out of Rogue. We saw some mechanical misplays coming out of Envy. In fact, a bit of both on either side, as the second goal for Envy was also, a mechanical misplay out of Gyro. Although it was a tricky one. Very well placed shot to that top corner. Envy are going to need to step it up, though. We're on to Aquadome. It's Aqua's home map, and he's undefeated on it, of course, trying to keep the streak going. Looking at the first game there, I wouldn't be surprised if we do keep that undefeated streak going. Rogue look like the better team. They look like the aggressor in this matchup, And I feel like it's a lot easier to fix those miscommunications than it is to fix the mechanical misplays that Envy have had in this matchup.
Rogue coming into this 400 RLCS points behind Envy. Definitely would not guess that from what we've seen so far. Big winners of this as well would be a team like Version 1 who are waiting. They're up next. Also looking to try and play for their tournament lives. More mistakes. They can't afford this right now, Team Envy. They're back under pressure. But even if it doesn't automatically result in a goal, it's the fact that this has been so easy for Rogue to find that transition to the other side of the field. Need to do better of it. Dries powers the ball down to the other side. And again, just handed straight back over to Rogue.
Yeah, Envy have got to simplify here. They're trying to be very precise with their touches at times. And when you're not playing at your absolute best, that can be a big risk to take. And you want to just, I think, keep things as simple as possible. Just go for route one, get some big hits on the ball, start to boom it, and see if you can even out the matchup in that way. So at the moment, Rogue look very comfortable.
It's definitely been a pace that Rogue enjoy. So good at getting that first touch and then following. This time around, though, Aqua a bit too heavy from him. Double commit needed to beat Dries. They've done exactly that. But Soroko's still quite far forward here. He's not going to be in the most comfortable position to play the ball. Chef almost getting bumped. At least some breathing room here. Gyro takes his time, takes too much of it. Dries straight back over. A quickening of the pace here by Team Envy. What can they get for it, though? Just Gyro takes back control. 2 players down that side of the field. Aqua needs to play this one well. Doing exactly that. Well played by Aqua. Did not fall under any of the pressure, but still made it a bit too easy on the follow-up touch.
Yeah, more key defensive touches from Taroko. That one buys his team a little bit of time, but they've got to get goal side of the ball. That's exactly what Aqua does. Now Gyro's just flipped right past it, though, and Dries was thought it in the bottom corner.
That is such a good play by Mist. Just made sure to put some pressure on. Got the jump out the player a little bit earlier than he wanted. And there we go, 1-0. And a much needed Envy 1-0 at that.
Once again, though, it comes off a Rogue misplay. You know, Rogue have been their own worst enemies here. And that's really why I think Envy just has to play simple Rocket League. When the opponents are making mistakes, don't try to be fancy. Just hit the ball on net. You never know what's going to go in. And that's what Ali's going to do here. An easy air dribble into the net. Didn't even need to get additional touches. Just lets it drop right through as Taroko, for once, making a defensive mistake.
Yeah, you can already see Erlu whilst we had him on the camera, just setting himself up, expecting to have to do a little bit more, and realized, oh, okay, I've done enough here. Let's use the ball, drop into the back of the net. Freeze over to the corner. That's a little bit, is that what you were alluding to, by the way, Johnny? Just put the ball somewhere that the opponents aren't and just make them uncomfortable as you step back up.
Yeah, you've got to just try and force those mistakes in modern Rocket League. And, you know, full credit to Envy. They have been utilizing the physical plays a bit more supplement to their game than Rogue, who have really gone for it in that final third. You have to do that these days. We've even seen NRG acknowledging the fact that they are trying to implement that into their own game. They realize it's just so effective right now. The game is at a pace that any kind of contact is going to do some damage. As a Dries goal goes into the near post, how on earth are these goals sneaking past so many defenders?
I'll have a look one more time, because I'm just as confused as you are, and Gyro's in a good... Oh, okay. Gyro.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, no. Well, Gyro's done a very simple thing here called go too far forwards. Anyone that's played the game knows exactly what that strategy looks like, and also knows that that one doesn't tend to work.
Yeah, it looks like he was expecting a touch out of his teammate, but you've got to be positioned for the fact that the touch might not happen.
Just wait a split second.
Yeah, you don't have to go a lot further back. Just a smidgen further back is going to give you all the time you need to react to any ball coming towards you there. A Gyro stepping forward and making a big mistake, putting Rogue in an even more devastating position. You know, looking back actually at that first goal, looks like he was bumped, so he's off the hook for that one, but that was definitely a misplay for the third goal.
Oh, looks to try and get the follow-up block. Not going to be anyone else there around though. Gyro on his way back. So Lucian is having a brilliant time right now with these air dribble plays. Getting the space for it, and that's 4-0. Anybody that wasn't a fan of the Aqua and Aquadome jokes, well, you're going to be the real winners here, because I don't think they're going to last much longer.
Yeah, it's gone. There's just no way that they're coming back from 4 down. There's just no way.
Gibbs is in a shambles right now.
The home field advantage not proven to be very effective here. Rogue being punished a lot more in this game. I think Envy have realized that Rogue do not look comfortable. I'm definitely expecting Rogue to improve as the game goes on here, but they've got to do it quickly because we've seen in the past that when they do make those mistakes, you know, Gyro's a very emotional player, can really get down on himself and make himself sometimes play worse in my opinion, but given that they were in control for so much of game one, I think they're still going to feel pretty good in this matchup. They've just got to put it right on the field. They've just got to make their plays, not really worry too much about what Envy are doing.
As for Envy, much improved.
Definitely.
Basic Rocket League, once again, we know how good their fundamentals are. Any person I've really seen pushing the envelope a little bit is just Lucian, and even then he's not really doing all too much for it. He's just air dribbling out of defense. Something that he does very well when you give him that much space. Rogue need to shut this down. That's not even like a mechanical thing. They're just not there to stop him.
Yeah, they've got a big step up in the second game, Envy. The mechanics are really on point all of a sudden. It just looks like they've gained their confidence as they don't waste any time. No hesitation jumping for fast aerials. Really a dominant display. Yes, a few mistakes from Rogue, but you take all those mistakes out of the picture and it's still an easy win for Envy in the second game.
Absolutely was. And as we tick down a clean sheet for Envy over in game number 2. I wanted to see what it would look like once the whole team started to show up. That is exactly what it looks like. And Envy have evened up the series. 1 each here. As for Rogue, I think this all sets up with the third man defense. For me, Johnny, just that player is so far forward at the moment that if the ball is even slightly in the air, they can't get to it because they're just in such a rough spot to try and turn around and get to it.
Yeah, we even saw it from Taroko in this game. He's usually that guy who knows how to position in defense to perfection every time he's called upon to defend. It's why so many players in the past have enjoyed playing with him, is because he really just backs up his teammates very well. But when you've got Taroko stepping a bit too far forward, letting an easy air dribble go over the top of him, that's a worrying sign for Rogue. We saw Gyro doing the same thing. Too far off the goal line, and a simple shot to the near post goes right over his head. So it's very much for Rogue about just keeping that third man in as reserved a position as they can. Make sure that they at least make life difficult for Envy, because Envy have stepped up here. They're not going to get any more free wins.
Absolutely not. So we do get ourselves into game number 3. Rogue looking to at least put some good pressure on to start. That's a fantastic place to get there, but who's that player? It's always the same one. Missed. Scrambles across just in time. We stay at 0-0 despite a very good start there for Rogue. Maybe not so much there from Drees as he puts his team under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, they looked great as a team as well. You know, we've got to remember, this is still a new team. Illusion, brand new in the Envy roster for this split. But that performance in the second game is much more like the unit that we want them to be, and the unit that we expect them to be. These are players who have proven themselves mechanically. They've proven themselves on different rosters. Drees on G2 previously, and Illusion on FaZe. Mist, of course, on this Envy roster. Now you put them all together, 3 players who have had success individually. Not always a guarantee that they're going to have success as a team, but at the moment, looking pretty good. Remember, this Rogue roster gave NRG a ton of problems yesterday. Envy have put in already 1 game past them.
As good as that result was against NRG, and it absolutely was, you would consider it a little bit disappointing to go ahead 3-0 NRG and then go out this early in the tournament. You expect to have that sort of accolade next to your name for a very big win in a very big tournament, which covers you a lot of points. Let's go ahead and grab themselves the goal here and the series from right there on after. As that's great positioning from Illusion, gets the second block, can now try and follow up. A couple of wall dashes. Wow. Closer in, and Illusion unchallenged for the longest time. No boost, no worries.
Yeah, phenomenal play from Illusion. And like you said, no boost, but he's able to get the ball all the way from one end of the field to the other and past, I think, 3 players in doing so. Really just buying his team a ton of time, getting the ball out of a dangerous position, even putting a bit of pressure on Rogue while doing so. It's all about being goal side, all about managing the 50-50s correctly.
Now Mist turn. Is he going to get the reset? No, just won't quite fall for him. Illusion daring Gyro to move in, almost set him up as well for the demo. stalemate so far as we head towards the halfway point here in game number 3. Aqua, good stuff up for him, goes for the backboard, and just doesn't drop down for him. I'm not entirely sure Gyro quite got the air roll in time, so his car just sort of bounced off the ball.
Yeah, he didn't get the first touch that he was looking for, and the air dribble had to use so much boost just to get back to the ball. And now the first touch goes very distant from him. Not quite able to get right on top of it. I love when Illusion's work in defense of this game. Just calm, composed, controlling the ball. No panic, even if the ball's right next to his goal. He just puts his car between the goal and wherever the ball is. Forces 50-50s. Here he is again, just going right past Sirocco like he's not even there. Sirocco having to dive back in demo. Really good chase there from Sirocco, making life easier for his third man.
Well, we wanted to know whether or not Illusion was going to be able to continue his run of form after more or less taking a split out. Absolutely. This has been the Illusion that we got used to seeing, that we wanted to continue seeing. And it's the Illusion that we have got. As now he looks towards his teammates. Mist off the corner, sets up. Illusion doesn't get the drop down passed over to Mist.
Illusion definitely
left here. Oh, this might be an opportunity actually for them. Aqua can't find the infield. Still good defensive play. Gyro almost finds the set and instead missed over to the corner.
Yeah, Rogue getting back into that pocket they were in the first game. They're keeping Envy pinned back. Look at Illusion's 50-50s. This guy just putting himself behind the ball and driving through everybody. It's only the physical play on the recoveries that's forced him to relinquish possession. Really proven to be a menace that Rogue haven't found an answer for yet. Gonna see a more aggressive version of Illusion, it seems, on this Envy roster. Pairing him up with Drees and Mist, who are a lot more willing to take that defensive duty than his former teammates.
Aqua back over to the corner, back and forth here in game number 3. Rogue definitely steadying the ship just a little bit after a pretty tragic game 2. Midfield, Drees doesn't run onto it, instead puts the ball up high, tests Sirocco. With 0 boost, does still get to it. Now it's Aqua's turn. First touch, tries to set himself up, wants to get over the top of Illusion, who had more eyes on Gyro than he did necessarily have the ball, and we now start to trek back to the other side of the field. Drees has options, chooses himself, a pretty good option at that. Has got Illusion on the midfield as well. He tried to scramble there just in time. Mist sets himself up, pops the ball over the top of one. Sirocco once again, last person back, gets there just in time as we trickle the last few seconds away. Huge overtime coming up. As Rogue don't find the floor. They might regret that, actually. Drees infield and nobody around.
Yeah, well kept up initially, but it's that final touch for Envy that's been lacking in the end of this game. It is not getting enough power on their shots. They're not getting enough power on their passes. Illusion, flip reset, fake, and the goal! Huge play by Envy's new player. And only 7 seconds into OT, he puts them 1 game ahead.
Whoever made the decision to bring Illusion up is fist pumping right now, because what a decision it's proving to be here in this game. Illusion stepping up massively, and it almost kind of blows my question away here, Johnny, because I'm going to say, because we've seen so much here from Illusion, these transition plays, he is walking it from his side of the field into the other one. This is what I want to put to you. Does it seem to you at all like Envy just almost don't expect it? Because we see Mist, we see Drees, they're struggling to get involved after those plays. And then, you know, we need to see whether or not they can figure out how to become the second man there and give that support. But if Illusion can play like that, does he even really need it?
No, he doesn't. I mean, Illusion just took over that lobby, full control. Every time that he needed to buy his teammates time to recover, buy his teammates time to get boost, he's just getting behind the ball and refusing to relinquish possession. He's just driving around with the ball glued to the front end of his car, and then he's the one to make the big solo play in overtime. Just by far the best player on the pitch there, the new player on the pitch as well for Envy. He's everything that they've wanted so far in this matchup.
Yep, and he is extremely calm under pressure, and it's a big pressure situation that we see Envy in. They're a team that want to keep chasing up all those top spots. Not really need to be going out this early in the tournament, especially with so many of their near championship rivals swimming around upper bracket, lower bracket, or make gains if they go out in this situation. That's a little bit of game 1 rearing its ugly head back around.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's Aquadome all over again. Sirocco too far forward, underestimating the hard hit from Mist. And that one went even further over his head with no contact. This is just, I think, a confirmation of the strategy that I really think Envy should be using. Just boom the ball every once in a while. They're catching Rogue out so often when they go for these hard hits. Speaking of, Drees is off his line now, but he reads the post fights exceptionally well. Oh my goodness, Shogun. They've got to just keep the third man further back, though. This shouldn't even be a threat.
No, it shouldn't, especially when things have been so comfortable and you're just kind of waiting to see what Rogue can do, because it is now all on Rogue. You don't need to be taking any sort of risks. Missed. A little bit more comfortable this time with the clear. Wants to get over to Drees. That's Gyro, but Lucian. Lucian's been the one making those plays. He knows how to defend them as well. He's not going to let it get started. Immediately cuts the play out at the source. Drees. That first touch from Drees just been a little bit lacking. It's not something that has come back to bite them. He has been a little bit all over the place. That's another one there. Tried to get ahead of the block. Now double commit. Drees, last one back. He's up against Aqua. Let's get to the opposite side of the ball, and Drees, good play this time around, does get in front of it and just gets his team back in time.
And he didn't have much boost to play with there. Had to pre-flip into the challenge, and he completely nailed it. Actually, Lucian is the one who's caught slightly far forward. Not last man, though.
Oh, but, no!
Oh,
what
it looks
is
like
that?
It will result in a goal for Envy. Big dunk from Taroko, followed up by the center ball, and there was nobody back to cover Gyro's shot. So many times in this series, we are just seeing third men, even just players getting caught slightly out of position for no reason. They don't need to be moving up on what's obviously going to be a hard clear. But both teams continue to make that mistake every once in a while.
Give credit to Taroko, though. Kept being in the right place 3 or 4 times in a row. Just landed on it, recovered, and made sure that he got the pass set up. Another double commit. Lucian, only the one tasked with trying to get rid of it. Good play, though, from Mist. 3 minutes left here. Drops down dangerously. Lucian gets enough on it. Aqua realizes he's got a bit of space, but not as much as he was really anticipating. Now Taroko off the backboard. The players are there. There's been no problem with getting a good touch. It's just having the players there that has been the problem for both these squads.
Yeah, passing hasn't really been a big part of this series. And, you know, I'm not really sure if offensive passing is a good thing to look for against teams who are sitting so defensively as we're seeing here. But definitely defensive passing would be nice to see, complementing the good 50-50 game, the good dribble game, especially that Envy have got. Just change the direction of the play, move it left to right, get everybody on the other team driving in the wrong direction briefly. You know, Lucian showing time and time again, he's quite happy to draw Rogue in. He wants them to move forward, create space behind them. As he waits in the back corner there. They're not feeling too threatened, even if Rogue are in the final third.
Oh, there was an option as well on the far right-hand side. Wasn't taken, and Rogue might be very thankful for that. Missed to Lucian, and Aqua covers the correct side of the ball. Did not try and play to try and get there first. Instead, made sure that the ball just ricocheted into his car. He's not a powerful clear, needs some help. Just about gets it. Taroko almost settled the ball back down for another teammate. Gyro over to Aqua. Once again, well played by Mist. 0 boost. And as it seems to be for Team Envy, 0 boost seems to be when they do their best work.
Yeah, that was a very awkward position for Mist, but he dealt well with it. Aqua actually just driving off the play here. Didn't want to go for that bump ahead of his teammate. Drees 1v1 to Taroko, and he makes the 1v1 stick. Drees putting his team in front, and Taroko can't really be blamed too much for this one. Aqua and Gyro absolutely gone, completely isolating him, and as soon as Taroko tried to slow down, hide behind the ball, maybe sneak a challenge in, that's the moment Drees decided to flick it. Perfect timing by Envy's player who's still trying to prove himself to this team.
You said perfect timing. I mean, we saw a slight turn inwards, and it was just exemplifies how good that timing was, because the moment the finger even hovered over the handbrake, the flick was already going over the defender's head. Now it's a minute left for Rogue to save their tournament lives. Got to get past what has been a much more resolute defense from Envy ever since game number 1. Spotted their problems and fixed them, and might very well be heading on to the next round. Lucian takes his time. Sees the boost go away. Taroko, good bump, might stop Aqua, and he's done it.
Whoa!
2 each.
Huge play out of Aqua. Rogue in desperate need of a big play, and he is the one to make it once again. Just beats the defender to the ball by a mile. And Envy could not survive the pressure as we got to the end of the game. It's the timing of the physical plays with that shot on target that's been so valuable for Rogue, both in game 1 and now in game 4.
Now Rogue need to find 1 extra to send us in to our Champions Field tiebreaker game. Aqua once again from the corner. And where's he got them back into this? Freeze invites the challenge, wins the challenge, has got Illusion up in support. Good flick over the top of 1, and unfortunately for him, missed, unable to react just about in time as we do get to overtime. Big goal here, might even decide it.
Envy will really feel like they should be the ones taking this. They've got all the momentum, 2 straight wins, had the lead until late in the game. Gyro is looking for the mind game here. They have to get the mind game past 2. That's a great pass. Drees to Mist. Gyro's done low boost, in fact, 0 boost as he deflects the ball into the corner. All it takes is that little pass in defense to suddenly have a goal scoring opportunity.
Drops down, Mist, looks to set himself up, almost got wiped out by Gyro, who was looking more for his card than he was the ball. Drees is on that far side, so maybe a good decision there from Aqua just to leave it alone as Gyro dances his way out. He's getting past everybody. And that's probably the only way you're going to stop him, is just to try and swipe away at that car. Now Mist off the backboard. We know he hits these every single time. He was in position for it. If there is ever a move that's been scouted, it's Mist off that backboard.
Gyro with a big dunk there. Drees didn't see him coming. Now Drees completely out of boost, but calmly puts the ball underneath the last man who was coming in for Rogue to take the game.
And Drees had to fight everything, just a hopeful jump, because that would have taken him out as well. Drees now. Again, that first touch just keeps taking it a bit too far away from him. The ideas are definitely there. Lucian back over to where Aqua resides. Oh, Taroko needs to get there. Doesn't quite do so. Gyro gonna try and find his own way out as almost Aqua gets taken out of the play entirely. Both these teams much more physical in this overtime.
Yeah, Drees is very close to giving Envy that game-winning opportunity, and now he's got one himself. Leaves it for Mist. Top corner finish. And that is game over for Rogue. They're out of the tournament. Envy with 3 straight game wins, advance to the next round.
What a call by Mist. Get Drees off it. You're the one that's got the opportunity. And Envy will move on. All pressure now on the other teams to try and keep up with those points. But my goodness, I mean, for those of you that are just tuning in and wanted to know where's Turbo, well, he was replaced by Illusion. And Illusion stepped up massively in this series, Johnny.
Yeah, what a return for Illusion to the main broadcast after being removed from that phase team that he played so well for in Sweden, helping them get a top 4 finish and then losing his spot to the stunning Typical pickup. But he's back and he's really brought Envy back in business. Top 6, how far can they go?
Yeah, that was so good, and I was very entertained. But Rogue, they'll be looking at this, and unfortunately it was one thing over and over and over again, that third man positioning. They just kept getting caught out. Need to get that sorted in the future tournaments.
Yeah, they were just out of position with a third man, and I think they need to really find a way to step up once something starts going wrong, because when that did go wrong, they just didn't get it fixed. It just kept on going wrong again and again. So lots of lessons to learn here from Rogue. But Envy, continue on. We'll see them later today.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see more from them, but it's only going to get more and more difficult over in that lower bracket. But for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is still elimination time in that lower bracket. Don't go anywhere.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver. We've all been here before.
Welcome back to the RLC. As we just watched Envy take down Rogue, not only did they take them down, Stumpy Goblin, they beat Aqua on Aquadome. Gibbs' theories to the side here. Oh my goodness, what is happening?
It's rude. It's just rude to do that. How do you break that streak? 3-0 he was on Aquadome, and yet there was nothing given to him. It was a really good series in the end. Envy, all of a sudden, looking a lot better now that they have dropped the 4 time. With Lucian coming in, he is looking much more electric. He looks fired up, and like that performance for his first time back on the mainstream after his hiatus from leaving FaZe, very, very big. I'm looking forward to seeing what Envy can do in the future.
Absolutely, a big improvement for them. They are now in the lower quarterfinals, waiting the results of some of the upper bracket matches we'll see later on today. But we can move on to talk about the rest of what is happening down here in the lower bracket. A crew. This is Vibrance from previous splits, picked up and given a new beautiful name. Another teal team here in Rocket League, going up against Version 1. Easily one of the best stories coming out of Los Angeles here. Version 1, one of the strongest teams in the region right now, fighting for survival here in our first split of spring.
Yeah, their performance over in LA was something that I think a lot of people didn't consider them to do, at least straight out of the gate, where we saw them in their incredibly hard group. They went right to the edge. They did just a fantastic job. I believe top in their group there with FaZe and Queso. And that was just something that I think a lot of people wanted to see happen, but then they didn't necessarily believe that it would happen. Managed to prove us right. Couldn't do it in front of the crowd, however, but did manage to finish up in the upper echelon of the teams over in LA. Yeah. I think it's going to be really hard for a crew to come back against a team that has what a lot of people will consider one of the best up-and-coming players in the world, Beast Mode. He is the target man, the person who we look at and say, that's the talent for the future.
It's funny that when I think this just speaks to the strength of Version 1, that when you were saying they have one of the strongest up-and-coming players, my brain went to Calm. That was the player that I thought of. And then you said Beast Mode, and I'm like, oh, right, yeah, Beast Mode too, for sure. But like, they're both so strong. Calm continues to make waves. And I honestly, at LAN in Los Angeles, Version 1 was like, hey, our team made it. We're going to host a watch party. We're going to give out t-shirts. We're going to get any Rocket League fan in the space to like come here, watch it especially for the first few days where there wasn't a place for fans to gather. And my brain went, they are caster cursing their team so bad right now. Version 1 is not going to be able to live up to the hype that their team's expecting out of them. And then they did. They absolutely delivered and made so many fans at that event. It's one of the hottest teams in North America right now.
And seeing everybody at LAN having purple t-shirts on, I still didn't get one. I'm still angry. They did send me, though, a very nice care package months and months ago when they became V1. Lovely, white and purple. Different colors. We like seeing the different colored teams in these events. Like you said, with the teal from a crew as well. Nice and multicolored. Version 1 coming out the gates incredibly hot. We're looking to see if they can carry it on. But a crew, a team that is going to be a lot newer to people, a team that you're not going to necessarily know too much about, but Astro, Oath, and Fifi.
I call him Fifi until he corrects me because that's fun.
Fifi is more fun. Yeah,
we'll see what they say. You can see the players preparing, and I love seeing the pre-game pep talks from them all. Discussing how are we going to play this game. They've got their jerseys already. I love seeing the players who are like even in their bedrooms willing to put on the jerseys for game day.
Yeah, it shows that they genuinely love and care about the org they're playing for. They are proud. They're wearing what I would describe as IRL decals. That's all it is. That's
all clothing is, chat. It's just an IRL decal.
It's an IRL decal. And Com, somebody that you were mentioning, Wavepunk, is somebody who getting up and getting loud was something that he took to the next level. He was screaming and shouting. And I heard, I think it was on Johnny Boy's show a few days ago, where apparently Com was getting up and being as loud as he could to take attention away from Beast Mode because he didn't want him to be nervous, which I loved. So big fan favorites over on V1.
Well, they're definitely were fan favorites at the event. Let's get the votes from the fans in chat right now with the Verizon fan vote here. Hashtag V1, hashtag AKRW if you want to vote for a crew. They did not make it easy for you to vote for a crew here, folks. Like you got to type 4 whole characters and they're nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Why is that not just AK? That seems harsh.
I don't think, improvements. We can iterate here. V1 though, definitely the fan favorites in our event at the moment. I'm definitely I would, if I had to make a prediction, I would definitely go with V1 in this situation. But that is strictly from the progress I've seen from that team versus still kind of an unknown. We don't get to see Vibrance now accrue this deep in a tournament this often.
That's the thing, and this is going to be new territory for them. On day one, they managed to, unfortunately, go down 0-3 versus SSG, who were playing an incredible game. They only managed to score 2 goals against them, in fact. Then they dropped to the lowers. They went 3-1 over Charlotte Phoenix, and then beat Complexity. So to get here, they've had to go through one of the top North American teams. Complexity went to 5, but Accrue won it out in the end. So version 1, will that be a step too far? Or is it just another stepping stone over in their tournament?
Let's find out. We've got Accrue in the blue, version 1 in the orange, a best of 5 to stay alive in this lower bracket. Torment picks up the ball off of kickoff. He gets challenged by Astro. Fifi out of the corner with Oath behind him. And Khan with a miss in the midfield. This opens up space for Oath to advance down the field. Torment in the back third will clear. Calm rotating out, half rotates in midfield, quickly turns on this Torment, gets a wonderful pinch. And Fifi out of goal will pick up control. Beast Mode will try to stop him, stall him out. Both teams with looks at the net for just a moment and have run into strong back third defenses both times.
Wow, Oath really just rocking the ugliest car I think I've ever seen in my life.
It is genuinely atrocious. It is cataclysmically ugly.
It's got the British teeth wheel, which I do appreciate and I do respect. Thank you for that. I paid a lot of money to make mine look good. So thankfully no longer like that. But yeah, truly just a horrendous creation that he has made.
It's somehow not even balanced out by Astro's Stocktane here. I'm rooting for V1 to win every game just so we don't have to look at that car in the victory screen at the end of the game. But either way, we'll see what happens here. He's going to prove you don't have to have a good-looking car to play good Rocket League here as he gets demolished off the middle of the field. And now back in front of the box, Fifi over 1, demolished again. V1 getting physical, and Calm looking for Oath. Calm leading the region in demos per game. Torment off the wall. Will try to carry this by himself. 2 players underneath. Got to pass one. Looks for the bump of the other. Fifi manages to dodge the bump and get a block.
Going for those physical plays. Version 1 just goes back exactly where they feel like they should be picking up from. Com at the major was an absolute menace throughout the entirety of Winter's Split. He was the one knocking on the door and destroying anybody that answered.
Torment challenging Fifi in the midfield. Now Astro up against Beast Mode into the corner. He's going to try and chase this one down. Can he find a teammate behind him? Calm will clear it off the back wall and a miss from Oath. Here's Calm up against Fifi. He's actually just going to go for the bump instead. Open it up off the crossbar. Follow from Torment, blocked by Astro. Love the play build there. The strategy from version 1. The accuracy, though, just too high.
The turnaround from Com to be able to go from missing the ball and then reimagining that play to reframe it as a deliberate bump attempt. I love that ingenuity from him. He's such an exciting player.
Yeah, thinking on the fly like that and actually being able to make it happen. I think all of us could possibly realize, oh, maybe a bump here would be good, but actually being able to reorient your vehicle there, and finally the 2v1 threat will work. Beast Mode going to score the first goal for version 1.
Going high from Com, just sees him bump Fifi into it, and then he targets Oath on the goal line. Doesn't need to be close to it because Beast Mode sinks it right in the top left corner. Dead on, half the game gone, and V1 ramping up that pressure early.
Managed to keep the scoring clean in the first half. Version 1 now holding on to the lead. Beast Mode now on the wall, looking for goal number 2 at the dismount. Only 20 boosts left to go, and Fifi takes it away from him. Torment in the back third. Trying to take it slow on second touch against Astro, but loses control. Oath now off the backboard. Beast Mode with a miss. Oath's not going to be able to turn on this one, and Fifi's too far out to close in on the defensive mistake. Small double commit in front of the box, and it's off the corner and in. Oath ties the game.
Oath with the greedy goal explosion gobbles up the first goal for Accrue. Beats out Beast Mode, attempting that clear and perfectly kisses the top left corner. Wonderfully placed.
And just like that, they bounce right back. A quiet first half of the game met by 2 goals as soon as we crossed the midway point. Oath now getting pressure on the back wall. Beast Mode takes this one slowly under 1. Astro with space in the midfield, pinches off the wall. Torment already positioned on the backboard. Carries it back down, pops it high, gets it over, then another challenge in the air, and Calm picks up control. Beast Mode down the midfield. Fifi's trying to bump him, and he'll be able to, in one fell move, a brilliant challenge there from Fifi. Oh, but Beast Mode piled up on top of Calm. They'll get the demo, but there's no one there to take the shot because of the double commit. Now Beast Mode turning back around against 2 goalies. He'll run into Astro first. Torment sizing this one back up with enough boost in the tank to do anything he wants, but Oath finds some space, clears to midfield. Calm now having a difficult trouble as Oath's breathing down his neck.
I love that chase from Oath, though, being able to keep any of his car in the way of the ball, challenging as close as he possibly can. But look down the other end as Astro returning to the back line, sees that he may well be needed. Fifi up to the skies, clearing to his teammate as well. Really good composure on defense.
I think Fifi actually did get bumped as he entered the air. Did not matter on his trajectory. Beast Mode, excellent challenge on a goal, and he'll receive the ball again, turn it into a dribble. The man's mechanics are gorgeous, and he's got taken a shot to the far side. Astro wasn't quite sized up, just barely got his wheels under him for the block. 40 seconds left, tie game.
The only thing stopping Beast Mode from a goal there was his lack of boost, and that man tried as much as he could. He went via the big boost on that left-hand side. He tried to go through as many pads that were already burned, but from Calm, trying to get the 1, 2, 3, and Oath in the middle, chomps down with those toothy wheels and gains the lead.
Man, the play is brilliantly drawn up from version 1. The only mistake, the shooter is a second late to the ball in the midfield, and 1 second's a long time in Rocket League. The opening was huge, and a crew lead late in game 1, 24 seconds left.
Yeah, it was a lazy pass coming in from V1 realistically, but just having that vision from Oath to be able to sink it is fantastic. The final 15 is going to see Oath trying to hold this lead with Calm pinching. This is Astro dive in front of the net. Final 10, but the push very much in V1's favor.
He fully thought Fifi was going to have that. 5 seconds left. Torment's got the ball in enemy territory. Onto the backboard. Got a bump on 1. Beast Mode's up for it. Got to keep it alive. Off the backboard. Missed the double tap. The defense able to fake him out, and the crew takes game number 1. Oh my goodness, that car is ugly.
God, by the skin of their rotten teeth, they held on to that game. And the crew, as you say, managing to hold out right at the death. Very impressive defense as well, because that was Beast Mode really pushing them as hard as hard as he could, trying to link up with his teammates. And yet, just threatening that you're going for that ball is sometimes enough. Great start from V1, but really good turnaround from the new kids on the block, a crew.
Yeah, Oath, we just saw it on the replay. The shot he hit to tie up the game off the top corner and in. And then the go-ahead, Oath scoring both goals for his team here. We'll see how V1 adjusts going into the next game here. But honestly, the difference to me felt like the accuracy. Like both teams got about the same amount of looks on net. It was 6-9 here. If I'm looking at the shots correctly here, V1 getting a few more shots, forcing a few more saves out. Astro did get a crazy diving save there in the final moments to keep that lead there. But man, V1, there's a few moments of like the play was drawn up, the shot was on target. Oh wait, no, it's actually out.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at them at that point to say you have the ideas down. You just have to have the execution now coming in place. Get that pass to be a bit faster, or don't go for it. Go for something solo instead. Read the game, see what a crew need. Because ultimately, sorry, a crew, V1 are the better team. And theoretically, they should be beating you here. If you can go against that grain, that is outstanding. And you're in the lowest, so you will be knocking V1 out of this competition. So far, this is a crew's best placement in any RLCS event so far for the 3 players. Previously, their best finish was 9th to 11th. They've already got themselves top 8. If they win, they get through to top 6, and those points just keep growing.
One thing I do want to watch from V1 is, do they adjust more to solo plays? We saw them attempting pass plays, but the moments that they almost looked the best was when Torment or Calm or Beast Mode, any of the players, was choosing to go for the dribble, solo touch, double commit, flagrant one. Beast won't miss here. That's the first goal for version 1.
Didn't realize I queued into a Champ 2 lobby. They were some pretty bad misses on the backboard. I'd see them very regularly at my rank. Not a good start from a crew. They absolutely know that they should be clearing that, at least one of them. It was one of those moments where you think, okay, my teammate's got it, so I'm just going to slow down. I don't need to worry. Or maybe a missed call. Instead, V1 taking full advantage and Beast Mode with first goal.
It's a simple mistake to make, but when a team's as good as version 1, there's no way they don't miss that punish. So a crew making their life hard, having to find a way to bounce back from that goal. You do not want to, against a team as good as version 1, give them ones for free like that. Here comes some more pressure. Fifi taking the bad shot from in front of the box. And he'll get a follow-up here. Torment, though, in the back third with space and time to read. Will clear it all the way back to the corner, followed up himself off the back wall. And Oath finds the touch in the box to clear it out. Torment now back down into the box. Calm trying to follow with this one, but having to react too much. A Crew's able to get ahead of it and push the ball back the other way.
Going for those high passes, I love seeing that. It's what we saw at the Major a few times as well. Give me vibes of Beast Mode coming out of absolutely nowhere and just sending it down the center for Torment to finish. If V1 can do that and find each other a little bit more often, a little bit more with deadly precision, then I fear that a Crew's number may well be up. But it's on them to make sure that doesn't happen.
Did you see the little pass down to Oath and then he just kind of like dumps it around the defender? If they'd had anybody there to pick it up again, I would have enjoyed talking about that play a little bit more. But either way, we see them on the other side. Oath with the backflip in net. What a reaction. He's got to find another one here. Finds the block again. Calm back passes to Torment, but Torment's got no boost. He's going to have to wait for this one. Is going to give a Crew the midfield for free. Gets it past one. Gives the pass to Beast Mode. And Oath on the outside will block Beast Mode's follow-up. Calm now in the corner past one. Up against Astro. Tries to wait for him. Astro doesn't fall for it. Finds a block. V1 holding on to the one free goal they've been given, but a Crew is seeming to really tighten things up on defense.
It's good clear, though, and it means that a Crew will not have a chance to get maybe a little look on goal. They've not managed to have too many just yet, just a singular shot coming in from Oath. With half the game gone, this is the same position they found themselves in last time, and they walked away with the win.
Oath taking it high. And getting tangled up with Calm on the backboard. That was like a rule 1/2. They were tangled up, but it was like the side of the cars, so it doesn't really count. Here's Calm out of the midfield. Fifi taking it. Oh, Oath in a cherry pick trying to drop it, but Beast Mode covers him up. Still 23 boost and just waits. The patience from Beast Mode, knowing that the Crew players were going to bite. Now here's Astro. Oh, fakes out one, but doesn't maintain control. Fifi now has to fall back.
Fifi did fall back, I think, a little bit too early. He could have come in and challenged that because any of the defenders were not in a good position to save it. But maybe he's just playing a bit more conservatively, know what V1 can do. And Astro, that man does not care what V1 can do because he can do it better.
Gets the setup from Oath, sees an empty backboard, and the rest is history. Down and in. Astro ties the game. 138 left to go. Brilliant stuff. Tie game.
Back behind the defender as well, who had to come in to dive. Knows that he has to use that momentum to continue forward through the net. Sends it out behind him. An impossible position to save from. Astro with sheer class.
Just like that. The bounce back. Version 1. Yet to lead late in the game against a Crew. And the lead they enjoyed in this game was unearned. Can they find an earned goal? Fifi to the outside. Beast Mode. A long touch. Oath to the outside. Torment's there. Reads this one, but loses the challenge. Version 1's challenge game has been pretty strong this series. Yet here, Astro versus Beast Mode. Falls back for space. Tries to pick up the ball. Now look for the pass, but gets bumped to the ceiling. Falls back down, using the jump to receive it. Gets another touch in front of the box. No one's up to take the shot. Torment puts it back in front, and Fifi places it high. Does he have the boost? No, he's completely out. Oath takes over. Beast Mode's got to find a block. Can't find him at all. Oath not going to make the touch on the wall, and Calm gets the clear, but what a close one.
Oh, I was so desperately hoping that Beast Mode could score that because it would have been one for the books. Time for Oath to double tap it though off the ceiling. That's open for Astro to shoot. And with his second, it's deja vu on Aquadome.
Beast Mode off the wall here. Oath puts it past one, and then Beast Mode, his touch off the back wall, okay, fine, but he loses control. He loses possession, isn't able to get back to the ball, and an open net basically, effectively is presented in front of a Crew. They now lead with 30 seconds left.
They held it previously, and my God, they're hoping they can do that again. Good bump from Torment is going to lead Oath to retaliate slightly, a bit pettily. If anything, didn't need to get that bump. Oath to go high towards that midfield. Fifi is lurking, can send it back towards Torment, just burning those seconds. The final 10 sees Torment with very little boost, but a demo at the back from Com.
Empty backfield.
Reveals are open for Oath. Oath, though, does respawn. Open for Com to shoot now.
Oh.
With the ball dropping low, it falls to nothing, and a Crew with game number 2.
They glue the ball to the ground, burn the time. and the crew will take the victory here. I'm starting to think, I'm realizing the broadcast is not seeing Oath's car on these winning screens here. I think it might be a like mental sabotage technique that if my car is hideous, it will gross out the other team just enough to throw them off their game, and it might be working.
Do you think he likes it? That's my question. Does he like? Does he?
There's no way, right?
Surely he doesn't look at that and think, "Yeah, I've nailed this design." Like he's the anti-heavy car bug placebo player. He's like, "No, I need my car to look as revolting as I humanly can, because then I play good." Like I don't.
He put on all of the slowest items and is currently beating version 1. What does that do if you're a version 1 player who's like, I got to put my Cristianos on? And it's like, wow, that guy is the opposite of Cristianos, and they're winning right now. So maybe it's working for them, but honestly, I do. The reason a crew is where they're at is because of the way they are playing, the choices they are making, not because of any decal HOs. Reminder, a crew gave version 1 a free goal in game 2, and still managed to win.
I mean, I just hope, that if Oath manages to win with his team and they go through this entire bracket and they take our first regional, that we see all the ranked warriors copy his car design.
Oh, please no. I don't want to. This is not the reality I want to live in.
Preset question mark?
No. He already put out the tweet of like, here's the preset in case anyone was wondering. Oath to the sky.
Iconic.
I didn't think it could get worse than Flakes and the cockroach, but never mind. I stand corrected. Here's Calm off the back wall to beast mode. And reminder, best of 5, version 1 up against the wall right now. They have to win 3 straight. Here's Calm looking for it. Oh, Oath gets in the way. A perfect block to the outside. Uses the rest of his boost to get it to midfield, but the damage is done. Torment, again, the third man for version 1, waiting for the scoop. And dumps it back out. Beast mode now to the sky. Astro waits, keep the ball pinned. Beast mode now back down to Calm. Can he find it? No, back to himself. Oh, it is to Calm! Through Oath off the ground. Version 1 score first again.
It just becomes a pattern for these guys to pop off for the first minute, and Beast mode with the double from the backboard to selflessly set up his teammate. Calm being able to send that to the back of the net. Why do you need to get that car? Going to the back of the net, getting that opening goal. But you have to think for V1, they've done this for every game so far, and they have won none of them.
They have. The scoring first has meant nothing in this series. Additionally, version 1 has never led by more than 1 goal. So goal 2 could be a difference maker here. At this point, I'm still confident a crew's going to win this game as they're looking for the tie game. Can they make it happen? Calm perfectly blocks, hovers behind the ball, and gives Oath no opening. Now Astro onto the back wall. Torment with a pinch. Regrounds and misses the ball, but maybe fakes Oath off the ball as well and leaves Calm space to beat another player. Fifi in the corner now. Up against Beast Mode, back across the box. No one expected him to get the challenge. Version 1 not in position to capitalize.
The push, though, really started to cement for V1 in that blue half, but unable to really maintain it as this defense just keeps going around. An error, though. Let's see Torment keep it in the midfield. Those errors have not been too influential so far. Astro faking underneath, and then Fifi pinching top right.
Look at the fakes. We were talking about the fakes from Complexity. Oh, sorry, Calm. Didn't mean to. Oh, sorry. No, at all. And he tries to recover, gets pinched off of instead. A crew ties it up, and they've got so much more time on the clock at this time, equalizing goal than they have in the previous 2 games.
That's 85 miles an hour as well. One of those pinches landing perfectly for a crew. But as you say, they've equalized much earlier. Will they find it harder to hold on, or were they just running out of time previously to score all their goals? Torment going for a bump on Oath, but going in for that in and out save. He can clear it away. Oath again intercepting, but come to that ball first. He's Fifi so awkwardly on the goal line, and just shoots wide.
Oh, man, and then Beast Mode puts an absolute yawner straight at the goalie. He has so much time to think about where he wants to put that clear. And now back on the other end of the field, a crew trying to dismantle him, sending Fifi for the shot. Astro now in the back third. Calm looking for the bump, but can't find it. Beast Mode clears it to the corner, and Astro's right where Calm put him. Now Torment through 1, but the ball onto the backboard. No one else home. Astro calls off his goalie. Beast Mode and Torment back here in their own third. Can they hold on to control at all? That bounce goes wide off the backboard, and Beast Mode has to sit and watch it.
I mean, for a lot of that defense this team is putting in, it was just demoing players down the other side of the pitch, but it works. I guess about 20 seconds later than he anticipated, Com can receive that pass from Torment. Oath may well have seen it coming, but Com was too quick to respond to.
I wonder if Fifi's positioning also makes it a little bit difficult for Oath to read. It looks like Fifi maybe is blocking the passing lane, but no, he's too far back. Depth perception always a thing here. And version 1, the first change in the pattern we've seen here, regaining the lead after the equalizer from Accru. 1:30 left to go. Oath to the outside, Accru advancing. Astro high in the sky. Didn't get a reset off of it. They'll pinch it off the wall. Past one defender, beast mode up for it. And now I think he bumped into Com in mid-air. Version 1 a little bit on top of themselves here in the midfield.
It's a chance, though, for V1 to just continue that push, and they find themselves actually on the opposite side of the situation where they are now 2-1 up. Can they hold it is the big question we're all asking. Com, though, on the open net, it was just slow players having to try and make very clever rock, paper, scissors-based decisions.
As Com takes it to the sky. Looking for a second touch, doesn't find anything. Now Oath off the wall. Picked up the midfield boost presented by Mobile 1 and Beast Mode now onto the edge. Over the top of Astro. There's Fifi. Blasted to the sky. Com somehow is up and adjusts for that midair. And then gets the bump on Fifi on the other side. Torment just trying to extend this lead. 40 seconds left. Beast Mode playing it up on the edge. Fifi picks it up. Astro's reaching for it, and that's a neutral challenge. Com will get the second touch as it falls. Fifi's going to have to try and recover here. Give it to Oath. Into the sky, up against Beast Mode. Neutral to the side, and Astro demolished on the far edge. The player who could have picked up that neutral challenge for Accru. Not going to be there. Now on the other side, another one challenge. Fifi trying to get it out of his half. They cannot get this ball to the back third, and Beast Mode's going to make them pay for it. 14 seconds left. 2-goal game.
Oath sitting on the goal line, knowing he can do nothing about this terror that is about to rain down on him. No jump, no wiggling, just sees it flying in. And Beast Mode certainly securing game number 3 and bringing us on to game number 4 as Accru lose their first game. And V1, you would have thought that right now this would be their third, we'd be done, we'd move on. But Accru have fought so strong at the start of the series, they need to bring it back to continue through. Otherwise, V1 with 4 goals, that may well be too much.
I do think at this point, this game is going to be over 2 goals, 2 seconds, 3 goals. Accru going to take a loss here in game number 3, but this is in the traditional 4-game series, the game that you would give up after being strong in the first 2 games. So how things adjust. Do we go to game 5? I mean, was there anything in particular you noticed that changed from games 2 to 3 to see the story go so dramatically different?
I think seeing V1 take more confident shots when they thought, when we looked at the start of game 1, they looked like the more confident team. And then they seemed to just be, punched down a little bit. The reality hit them and they lost 1. Then they lost 2. Oh, that's so cruel going for that demo. They lost a couple, right? It then falls to V1 to pick themselves back up to the level that we've seen them at. The level where we've seen them sharpshoot, have fun, and realize what they are there to do. They did so. They topped the table for the first time with Com, getting the most amount of points with 6 shots as well. A different series starting to emerge here with V1 being confident in how they play, and Accru need to shut that down before the ego grows too big.
They definitely were able to trap Accru significantly more in their own back third. I felt like the clear game was less strong, and more so that version 1's midfield presence had better responses for Beast Mode. There was one particular moment, I remember Fifi blasting a clear to the sky out of his corner, and Com already in the air just adjusts and goes to receive it and keep it in the back third. A very difficult play to make. And so, yeah, version 1 showing the mechanical prowess they have. Can they continue to string together these plays as we head over to Utopia?
You'd hope so for a V1 fan, for the team that is theoretically better than a crew that should not be in the lowers this early on, but they just ran into a Ghost Gaming team that was so on fire that G2 must be terrified of what is on the way. It's V1 has to continue their good name that they very much earned through the Winter Major, but it's a crew wanting to muddy that somewhat.
And doing an attempt here off of kickoff, blast the shot at the goal, and demo the third man. Hope you find an opening afterwards. Beast Mode and Com on the outside. Astro past 1. Following this up, a nice touch over Calm to the goal. Torment falls across and makes the save and somehow air dribbles at like ground level.
But from like a jump off the backboard, he then just cancels all momentum and just continues horizontally for what I really cannot express too much. No reason whatsoever.
And this cannot be understated.
It truly cannot. But it looked fun.
It looked amazing. It's like a helicopter move. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's Torment again. And he connects with Beast Mode to send it to the crew corner. Now getting hounded by 2 players. First challenge neutral. Fifi takes it slow under Calm, keeps it neutral, but Torment out of the backfield. Finds space for free. Fifi's going to be low on boost, but manages to refill at midfield. And now Astro up against Calm. Calm takes it from him. Uses all the boost to get back down to the ground, but it pitches to the goal. Beast Mode's going to fall across and make the stop. Do they get out of this one? Oh, wow. What a block in front of the box. Calm able to bail him out. Fifi was looking for the rebound.
Oath saw red and took down Torment as well. Top corner shot from Calm. Saved away again by Oath. The man is doing everything on each end, but Beast Mode with ball, no boost, sees the ball fall into possession of the blue side. Oath actually shied away from that ball. Definitely could have challenged Torment there and maybe falling to nerves a little bit, realizing that he is playing a very good team.
Oh, Beast Mode with the demolition, but so much more space given. Version 1 not going to capitalize immediately. They'll keep possession, though, and Oath manages to find a clear in a lot of traffic above his crossbar. Now Calm past 1. Beast Mode, a quick turn at midfield. Looking for this. Astro will clear it to the corner. 2v1 players waiting for the ball. Beast Mode now off the wall, full tank. Reset and flips it to the outside. Calm not ready for the pass. We'll quickly try to turn on this one, but Version 1, 2 players deep in enemy territory consistently through this first minute. Torment is happy to wait in the midfield and clean up whatever squeaks out.
Half time again approaching, and I believe the first time we've got to this point with no goals being scored, but Calm with Beast Mode is attempting to change that. Look at Calm's positioning. Whenever you see him, he almost certainly will either be on the blue half or retreating to orange just to get boost to then get back on the blue half as quick as he can.
Just as much offense as possible, please.
Yes.
Literally all gas, no brakes. Here's Beast Mode. But Astro covers him up. Now Calm onto the back wall. Fifi back to Oath. Torment out of the third. Just Calm on the outside with Astro chasing him down. Just went for the fake touch and then looked for demos. Doesn't find anything, but there's a demolition. Right. Open goal. Torment not gonna miss. Version 1 on top 4 games straight.
That's all it takes sometimes, just going for demo, and then the one that falls exactly as you need it to. Calm removing a player from the net, then has Torment receiving the pass from Beast Mode. Great teamwork from all players involved. As you say, V1 ahead yet again to start us off.
Version 1's been able to change the story in 2 of our 3 games. This time with less time to do so. Beast Mode pass 1, Oath. Oh, and Beast Mode dunks him. Fifi now to the corner. Astro, not really ready for that Beast Mode dunk. Feels like his rotation gets thrown off. Wasn't sure where he's supposed to be. Manages to find a clear here, and Beast Mode will reach for it, but Astro, expecting the touch, challenges off the ceiling, gets the ball back to midfield. And yet again, the Version 1 clears, just send it right back to the crew back third.
Seeing Astro and Beast Mode consider each other a novel and reading everything the other attempts, passing it back and forth with pre-jump after pre-jump. You learn that after a little while playing together, and it's amazing to me that a crew are doing that so early on. Managing to get those reads is so hard. The final 50 seconds, they do need a goal though. Calm to shoot, Astro to save.
Astro keeps their hopes alive. 44 seconds left. Oath down to the midfield. Calm just volleying it back, not allowing this ball to cross halfway. Here's Fifi with an attempt. Beast Mode makes the block, puts it high, and Torment again. Monster clear down the field, burning so much time out of a crew's pockets.
Fifi though had the opportunity to pass it to Astro, who was sitting in the midfield with no defender. If that went down, he could have had an absolute rip-roaring shot. Was not given the opportunity to though, and so V1 do remain in the lead in the final 15.
Torment versus Astro goes neutral. Calm with a miss and back passes behind Beast Mode. An opportunity possibly. A crew here. Fifi off the wall. He's got Astro and Oath in the midfield. He's going to pinch down. Oath's going to challenge in immediately. Astro waiting for the rebound. Here's the shot. It's good. He keeps it off overtime.
Unbelievable scenes as Oath just so powerfully off the side, luring Torment in, puts him in a terrible position to save that ball, and yet again, Astro shooting behind the defender on that right-hand side post. Our first overtime, and it's V1 needing another to stay alive.
A crew 1 goal away from knocking out version 1. Back in front of the box, Oath gets a block. Astro alone in net. He'll just take to the sky, takes the matter into his own hands. Up against Beast Mode, looks for the dunk, doesn't find it. Torment on the outside, picking up control, looking for the transition, looking for the shot himself, but no. Down the field, Oath, oh, so close. Astro now on the sky. Beast Mode on the wall. Astro looks for the bumps, doesn't find anything. Fifi off the back wall, gets it back out into the front of the third. Oath back into the box. Beast Mode will have some space. What does he do with it? Oh, wild pinch. What? Sends it on the ground.
What? Okay, I really felt like that was going to emerge into a goal then with the Beast Mode crazy pinch. The Torment somehow managed to read that it's Calm playing much more simply and with much more civility. Just takes it to the floor and does something normal.
Fifi with a miss in the midfield. Maybe intentionally calling himself off, realizing he wasn't going to be able to do much with that. Brothers get back to the ground. Here's Calm looking for the win. Beast Mode up for it and drops it through. We'll go to Game 5 as Beast Mode and version 1 are rallying.
Calm in the center camera shouting, yes, knows that is the one that keeps them going, keeps them trucking. And with Beast Mode shooting up in the skies, you have to prepare the ground troops. With version 1 taking us to Game 5, this sees them on the first chance to get their reverse sweep this season.
Version 1 has been reverse swept twice, or at least a few times here, but never have actually completed the reverse sweep themselves. Going to Champions Field, this will be their first opportunity. And I think a really important one just for the team's mental as well. I mean, a reminder, just in the final few moments here, that back pass, Calm to Beast Mode behind his players, giving so much space on the field for free to accrue and giving them multiple looks on net there was what ultimately led to that buzzer beater. So version 1 being able to get the win in overtime, neutralize the buzzer beater. It doesn't matter now. They keep their mental moving forward.
Being able to get into this Game 5 is massive for V1 because we've seen how they do under pressure. They love it. They really love pressure. They just do a phenomenal job of doing their game when they have got so much that theoretically could go wrong. It's when they have freedom where you kind of think, oh, is this going to be the chance where maybe they let it slip? A crew, they need to force them as hard as they can and make them have those small errors and really just nip them in the bud. Otherwise, Game 5 is going to be tough.
Game 5 will be here in just a moment as the players are they're working through a momentary pause here, a technical pause. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think this interesting to think about a pause right before the most intense moment of the series here. The players having to think about what they're going to do here. As we're right now, Game 5 presented by Verizon. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Can version 1 rectify the mistakes made in the first 2 games and get the win here in Game 5?
It's already a massive achievement for a crew to get to this point, but top 8 may well not be good enough for them. They will be looking at the top 6 and thinking, what could have been? Otherwise, they need to slog all the way back through. There's a chance for them to start off this game good and get the lead for the first time, I'm sure they're hoping.
Again, a good thing to point out here. Version 1 has scored first every game this series. A crew could significantly change the pacing of this match with a early goal. And it looks like we are having a technical issue from one of the players. I believe we're seeing a lag issue. So we'll let them pause, see if they can figure that one out here. Nothing's happened just yet here, 42 seconds into the game.
Yeah, the call came in from Oath. I'm sure he wants to change his car design. I hope he requires that car design. But no, we just want to make sure that everyone is good and happy in this wonderful lobby on Champions Field, brought to you by Verizon. And V1 having this time to talk to Fireburn, one of the greatest minds in Rocket League, and talk through what they need to do, figure out what their game plan's going to be. They've won 2 already. Is it continue the same? Is it expect a change up from a crew, because they're a new unknown factor, and that sometimes can be so much more dangerous than going up against a G2 and SSG, where you know how they're going to play. You know what Daniel theoretically is going to do. These players might look at Astro and think, I do not know what he is capable of. I just don't know. I can't comprehend that because I've played them once or twice historically. It's going to be hard for version 1 to be able to get into that mindset, but that's what you need to do as a competitor.
I do think I mentioned to look back on their record and see where how many times these two teams have played up against each other. Because for the first few splits, version 1 was in kind of the bubble crowd of teams that were having to play their way in to the Friday shows and having to play their way into the Saturday shows. They weren't auto qualifying, and that means that you were playing against the other bubble teams. Like, while a crew is kind of a new name, the team Vibrance has been around the entirety of the RLCS 21 and 22 split here. So there's a chance that version 1 has actually more experience playing against this roster than a G2 or an NRG.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, version 1, I suppose I'm thinking of them more as they've been at the top for a very long time, but they haven't. They've worked through this relatively recently, and they've done a very good job sitting at the top. It's going to be a big mental hurdle to get over, thinking we were on the edge of sweeping them 3-0. And now we are on number 5, and it is Champions Field, and I don't know how to feel about this. The crew, I hope they can hold it together, because you want to see every player playing at their best level, but they have been absolutely stomped offensively. When you just look purely at the shots, version 1 has had 36 to a crew's 17. That is 9 shots per game on average compared to 4.25. It is a real onslaught by version 1. And it's really hard to deal with, considering who you've got to come up against from those shots. The Octane that is hitting that is beast mode.
Yeah. It is very much we were just talking about the mental game for version 1. They let the buzzer beater in on a positional mistake, and then they managed to get the win in overtime, so it doesn't matter. Thinking about that from the other side of things, a crew, you score a buzzer beater against version 1, a team that you were hoping to sweep here after going up the first 2 games. Game 4, you're able to get the win, and then you're able to get the buzzer beater, and then you drop it in overtime, and now you have to play game 5. If this is the furthest you've ever been in a tournament, the pressure of this moment, also with this pause and this server remake they're having to do in game 5, like, you have so much more time to think about the stakes rather than just like keeping the game flow going. Just continue rolling, just continue to do your thing, and not think about the fact that you're on Champions Field against version 1, and if you lose, you're going home. Yeah,
it's a chance though to work through that and realize if you win it, hey, we just did that. That gives you so much more confidence going through then to the lower quarterfinals. We're about to start up again. Don't you worry, everybody. We just continued this series a little bit longer so we can get those percentages on your drops. You are welcome. That was an executive decision by myself and Wavepunk. So you're welcome. No,
just for you. For all you percentagers in chat.
Yeah. For anybody who right now thinks me, yeah, you person. Well done. This is all for you.
Does one of the... Okay, there's what looks like a plugged-in GameCube controller sitting on the desk there. I don't know the faces of the players just yet. I don't know if that's the coach or if that's one of the players who is playing. I have not been.
He looks like a coach to me.
I think it's the coach. So probably not a player. Probably not the player playing with the GameCube controller for the first time ever in RLCS, but man, can you imagine?
I would love that. I'd absolutely love that if we got some weird controllers, and when they get to LAN, they need to say, look, I need my GameCube controller adapter, otherwise it just doesn't work. I need to play with this. That'd be incredible. Also, what a horrible controller to pick out of everyone that you could have.
The dead zones are massive.
It's weird 3-spike, like octagon.
Especially on the triggers.
Is it? Like you've got like an octagon thing around it, so... Very strange. I bet it's Oath. If it was anybody, it'd be Oath. With that car and that controller, it just makes sense.
All right. They did brief pause the newly made lobby to reset the clock there. We will start at 4:21 into game 5 here. Beast Mode turning on the kickoff and makes the stop. But ultimately, a better competitive environment now. Can a crew change the story? Can they score first and throw V1 off their rhythm? Here in the most critical of games, Oath got turned around and is not able to regain his control there. Lucky for him, the pass is from version 1 went a bit high. Torment's up for this one. Both gets bumped. Torment makes the shot, and Fifi makes the block. Are you kidding me? What a stand on the goal line.
A miraculous stand from everybody involved. The shot was great, the bump was awesome, and the positioning from Fifi was nothing short of miraculous.
He makes the stand and keeps his team in this. 0-0, 3:30 left to go. Every goal has been worth its weight in gold in this series. Now Torment. Trying to kick out of the corner. Oath was there. He gets the pass back out to Fifi, but Beast Mode covers him up. Now Astro to the sky. A lot of space, but nobody to work with, and a defended backboard. It's going to make his options even less. And now the pass down. Oath going to sort of connect with Beast Mode, but Beast Mode trying to take up an interception there. Maybe mispositions himself. Now Oath demolished by Calm. Torment on the wall. Looking to take to the sky. Getting challenged already.
I like the idea from Torment there, just take it a little bit further back, but instead charge down as quick as you like by Astro. Fifi just wide, but the shot very much opened up. Really hard to work that around that final defender as well. So I don't think he'll be too annoyed that he's missed it, but instead it's Torment going for 1 and 2. Oath to block it. Astro diving in front of that ball time and time again and continues to keep a crew in this.
Both teams with monumental defensive stands. Version 1 actually on the last drive down gave a crew an opening on defense with a double commit of sorts. The shot from Fifi just high off the crossbar. We'll stay scoreless late into game 5. Astro to the outside now. Just past 1. Calm. Down the line, trying to connect with Torment. Oath covers him up. Waits for the touch. Beastman out of the corner. Oath to try and put pressure on him. Picks up the corner boost. Denying it from version 1. Now Fifi in the corner. Past 1. Keeps his wheels under him. Looks for the bump on Torment. Doesn't find anything. 1:45 left to go. Torment with the clear down the field. Astro to scoop it up.
There's so much ambition from every play we see a crew go on. They're not going for any easy shots because V1 are not giving them those opportunities. They were seeing them trying to go for as much as they can and working around the defender that they have to beat. Time for V1 though. Prove that maybe it is down to sheer force. Torment going for a fake versus Astro. Astro does keep it away though, as he is very much known to do in this series so far. Com sits pretty at the back and hands the ball off towards Torment. Fifi's slowing the game down with 50 boost and a player in the middle. He gets one bump, and Astro, chance to shoot, isn't able to get it on target though. Oath now to the backboard, can get the bump and the pass. Astro with a shot, it bounces nicely. Oath to shoot, goes low, but Beast Mode stays.
Oh my goodness, Fifi just hesitant. He didn't want to triple commit into the back third, so he hangs back, doesn't move in for the shot, but man, a crew earned so many looks at the net on that drive, and yet still no goal in this game. Here's version 1 on the other end. Astro places it right down in front of the box. Beast Mode looks for the shot, but off to the edge. Defended well, the rest of a crew able to pick up after the clear. Massive commit in the midfield. Calm now. Up against Astro. They send it to the back wall. Astro with a stop, but this one sets it up for Beast Mode. He reads the bounce, puts it through, and version 1 are up.
It was Com forcing that awkward position by Astro, who has to get something on it, otherwise it bounces central. But just sending it high, lurking in front of that top corner will not be enough. That is Beast Mode with 30 seconds remaining, securing the start of this game. Good fake kickoff though with a crew passing from Astro, but Beast Mode, he can just read it.
They are able to thwart any kickoff shenanigans and get it through. Two players. Can Beast Mode scoop this up? No. On the other side, 15 seconds left. A crew has been able to equalize every game, but they've never had this little time left. 9 seconds left. Version 1 looking for the reverse sweep. Com puts another one on target. Oath up for it. Fifi and Astro, neither one in position. They just got to kill the ball. The time is off the clock. Beast Mode's got control, puts it into the box, and it's down. Version 1, reverse sweep a crew to stay alive.
The first of the season, and I'm sure they're hoping the only one. They don't want to have to go through that yet again. And the pop-off on cameras from V1 shows how much this means. That will be a crew going home and version 1 moving on to our lower quarterfinals. But what a performance by a crew. They just couldn't shut it out.
A brilliant performance from them. Many excellent teams beat, and taking a team as solid as version 1 to game 5. Only a 1-goal game there. Every game so close. Fortunate in overtime as well. they can be proud of the performance they put up here. We'll get to see them again in the next regional event. But version 1, I will say I love to see the pop off from them on the win there, just to show that the success of the winter major has not gone to their heads. They still understand every game matters, and they should take every opponent seriously.
Yeah, especially in spring. You're seeing some of these goals come through in the Mobile 1 high performance replay, and that touch from Astro, it just wasn't it, Chief. He just wasn't able to get into a nice enough position and completely sniped on by Beast Mode. That is a top 8 finish, though, for a crew, and you have to feel so happy about that, I believe, where you go 2 up, you can't close it out, something to learn for next time.
You know they're going to be going back to that one moment where they were able to kind of stall the ball in front of the box, get like 3 good looks at the net, but just not able to put one on target here. A crew, though, plenty of footage for them to go back and look at over the week, and a new energy to take into the next regional for them. Version 1 advances to play the loser of one of the upper semifinals. We got those coming up next. G2 about to take on a Rallying Ghost. That's up next on the RLCS.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip your driver. We've all been here before.
Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you driver.
Yo, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the Verizon Ultra Cup. I'm Leafex, still with Gibbs alongside me, and Shogun and Johnny decided to join us on a desk to break down some Rocket League and talk about the Rocket League we're going to see going forward, because we got a lot more matches here on day 2 of this first regional. Let's just dive into it. Let's get it going. Let's start breaking down what we saw. We had 2 matches before this, starting off with Envy versus Rogue. Shogun, this was a big proving point, I think, for Envy and Illusion.
Yeah, massive proving point for Illusion, because he's definitely going to be coming into this with just so many question marks. Could he keep these performances up? He was coming off the best performance we've ever seen from Illusion. This is a player that we've been seeing for years now, and we didn't know he had that in him when we found out that Lanlution was a legit thing. And he came in, proved it yet again. Take a look at that for a goal. But for Rogue, they'll be disappointed with this because it was fixable. There were so many goals in this series that shouldn't have been going in against them. And unfortunately, it's why they ended up dropping it.
Yeah, he's online as well now. He's not just Lanlution. He's a versatile player. He's doing a lot for this team, a lot more than what he had to do for FaZe, doing a bit more up front, which is great to see.
Absolutely. But then we move on to version 1 versus Accru. Accru placing their best they've ever as a team and as individuals in the RLCS, Gibbs. This was a good showing for them, but of course, version 1 coming out on top.
So it was a good showing. They win 2 games, but it just felt like a matter of time. V1 putting up tons of shots per game. Their offense was going. They just couldn't find the back of the net until games 3, 4, and 5, where V1 started to take control. And you could see it out of Accru, like on their webcams, like slowly losing throughout this series. V1, they survived, but it was definitely a test.
Can we back up a little bit here? Just focus on how much the narrative of V1 has changed. A team that was known as the epitome of anti-clutch, and Gibbs referred to them as it felt like a matter of time. What a glow up this squad has had.
Beast mode. There you go.
Here.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone on version 1 nor their fans can complain about the results they're putting up. But they still have to climb through that lower bracket. Let's take a look at it now. See where that puts our teams as we do, unfortunately, start to eliminate more and more teams. But that's how it works in competition. Only one team can win by the end of it. We finish at our best of 5s and we move on to best of 7s. Now, as we hit the upper bracket, these teams still have their second life left, so they can lose here and drop. But try to avoid that if possible. And then just looking there at FaZe Clan Space Station, that'll be our second match coming there, Johnny. That is, in my opinion, a huge match.
Yeah, and a very tough one to predict after yesterday. FaZe going game 5 with Rogue, who we saw struggle today in the SSG, going to game 5 with Oxygen, who are also a team who are now eliminated. Very difficult to know how that one's going to go. But obviously, with G2 Ghost, we're, I think, going to be unanimously able to predict that one. Also, that's all I'll say for now.
Fair enough. We'll let the casters deal with it later because we got to talk about this other match that is coming up right away. Is G2 Esports versus Ghost Gaming. This is huge right now. Gibbs, Ghost Gaming. That move with Hoxer seems to be working out really well from them. They took down version 1 earlier 3-0, but G2 still coming off hot off their win from the major.
A perfect day 1 for Ghost, the 12 seed, just making upset after upset, but it's just one day. You need to see this roster in more elements, more days, and they're going to play G2, and G2 is incredibly happy with what Ghost has done because the 2 other teams that they were supposed to play was Energy or V1, and G2, their head-to-head record versus Energy is 3-5, 0-3 versus version 1. But G2 has never lost to Ghost. Now, it is a new Ghost roster, so G2 is probably pretty happy about how this bracket has unfolded. But after day 1 with Ghost, where they're perfect, who knows?
It's time to get chat involved again. Verizon fan vote is going up on the screen. Hashtag G2, hashtag GG in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to take this one. Again, the loser still stays alive in the bracket, but you lose your second life. Let's get the analysts' thoughts on this before this match is ready. We're going to start off on the other side. You pulled the hot seat, Johnny. Who you think is going to take this one between Ghost and G2?
I've got to say G2. I reckon, despite the fact that Ghost had the more impressive day yesterday, and if you took just those teams that played yesterday, put them against each other, yeah, maybe Ghost are taking it. It's a new day. G2 know how to level up. They've shown it recently in all of the 3 most recent events. So I've got to back him for this one.
Okay, that's fair. Shogi?
Gibbs said it well. It's a new team, but it's the same org, and it's the same org that's had the same goal ever since like season 3, break into top 4. And unfortunately, I don't see it happening today either. G2 are going to take this one, and Ghost are going to have a real fight for themselves in that lower bracket.
All right, Gibbs, you going to fall in line here?
Yeah, I think so. It's like when you get one of these underdog teams, like a low seed having a great day, I need to see it more in like 2 or 3 day spans to then begin to pick them. It was one day. It was a great day, but it was just one. Now they're going up against the major champions in G2. Have to go with them.
Well, I suppose I'm the one to curse them then, because G2 is going to be my pick as well. Ghost Gaming, I'm excited to see their push through the upper bracket, but I do feel like their journey will continue down through that lower bracket. I'm loving the success for the team. G2 still looking solid. They have something figured out. They have something solved here. And of course, the fans think it too, but not as heavy as maybe I thought it would be, in all honesty.
I mean, with that perfect day of Ghost, yeah, look, I could see some votes. I could see it.
It is. Well, the game is ready. So let's start watching some Rocket League. We're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox. Subi and Stumpy are waiting, where Ghost Gaming with Hoxer is turning heads, but G2 still feeling hot off their winter major win. Let's find out who keeps their second life in the upper bracket.
Thank you very much, wonderful, ever-Canadian Leafex. I'm Stumpy, joined by Subi, and we have got Ghost Gaming currently on a perfect streak. 3-0 versus NRG, 3-0 versus version 1 against the pride of North America. It is G2, and Subi, who you got?
Oh, this is such a tough one, Stumpy, because when you look back at history, it definitely favors G2. When you look at Shock and Hoxer combined, they are 0 for 18 going up against G2. That's in history. Years and years and years. They have never once taken down G2. The only one on this roster that has ever tasted victory is Lion Blaze. And even him, 1-8. So history not favoring Ghost Gaming right now, but they are on a tremendous run right now, looking to end that streak. But JNAB's ending the life right now of Ghosts.
Yeah, the pride of North America for a reason. They have done such an incredible job throughout the entirety of winter, going from their pretty, terrible performance at fall. They pick up Atomic and they turn it around. It is a brand new team. They feel just completely energized, taking down a Queso that a lot of people thought had a great chance. And they did it without going to 7 in the second as well. We all know how winter went. We're now in spring. Flowers are sprung, and it is time for Ghost to try and change what history may well say about them. Good push from Ghost is only shut down by Chicago, going low with Atomic, attempting to double tap it in. Lion Blaze with the best record so far, cuts it slow, but look at Chicago move in and shut him down before anything can transpire.
And so far, G2 doing a great job of limiting the amount of shots, and as I say that, Shock puts one on target, and that's really been the success for Ghost Gaming in this regional thus far, is the fact that they are just shooting the lights out. So many shots going on target, and they are leading the pack per game, and almost 1.5 shots more than all of their opponents.
That's what G2 is going to put up against as well. And these two teams are the highest scoring teams in North America through this split so far. It's the first regional event, sure, but they get nearly 3 goals per game each. It is ridiculous. Just under 2 goals per game they concede. So a lot may well fly in. Pretty conservative when you look at the numbers compared to what theoretically could be happening.
Yeah, and when you look over at G2 and you look at who they played in the grand finals of the Winter Major, Team Queso, offensive heavy team, as Chicago uses the back wall as an extra teammate, passes back to himself, and G2 up by 2.
I believe Hoxer actually ends up getting a touch on Chicago because he slows it down. Sorry, Shock actually taps that in towards the net. Chicago just has to finish it. No bump, but certainly an assist. And 2-0 for G2 in our first best of 7. It's going their way because just been informed that Ghost apparently did not score first in any of their 6 wins yesterday. And as our statistician says, Direct got them right where they want them.
Yeah, they're just playing mind games with them at this point. And another shot, and you see how hard that one is. Nice and low, forcing Atomic and Chicago both to go. A lot of respect coming out from G2. They realize Ghost Gaming, definitely their weekend, and they are looking to end this Cinderella story right here.
Yeah, what a turnaround it'd be for Ghost as well, where they get rid of Roldiz, they bring in instead Hoxer, and it just turns around entirely. It's something that you can only dream of happening when you change up a squad, I think.
Yeah, and North America has been finding that success with the roster moves. You look at G2, and yeah, that's the biggest one. Obviously, Winter Major champs bringing in Atomic, but so much success with the roster shuffles. And I've always been a fan of wanting to see rosters play out, but Ghost Gaming, they saw how that roster played out, and, you know, our good friend Roldiz decided to hang up the sticks. And, you know, Hawks are really making a case for himself right now that he's, you know, one of the top 10 players in North America.
Great chance, though, for Shock to be getting a shot on target with bumps coming in from Lion Blaze. It makes it scary, but the touch from the backboard can't quite receive the double from G2. Atomic takes to the skies versus Shock. Lands, but Lion Blaze awkwardly touches the back to his own half, and Chicago can shoot on the open net. Hoxer diving across, is able to keep it away with 30 boost, so he cannot continue. Misses that side boost. He would love it right now as Shock has to go solo in the air. 1 minute 30. Lion Blaze slowing down the game slightly. Hoxer wanting to get it central, but just a few car lengths away right now are Ghost Gaming from these passes. That was dead on that time, and then slightly behind. The synchronicity is so nearly there. It's just the occasional gear change is wrong.
Yeah, and I feel like that one, there was one too many touches. They had the right idea of the infield pass, but then trying to go back to the initial passer. I don't know if that's the right play, but that play right there of a demo from Lion Blaze on Atomic, right call there. And Ghost Gaming need to get a goal here if they want to be comfortable in this last minute remaining.
They do need to get 2 goals, though, as Ghost fans will be watching on with bated breath. Are they about to lose their first one? Atomic Shoots it wide, a half pass, a half shot towards JNaps. Instead, though, 40 seconds, certainly benefiting G2 right now as the pressure does not abate for them. JNaps with the mid boost as well, continues to push as much as they can. Ghost Gaming, not much going their way in game number 1.
Yeah, they need it on this push right here, and Shock forced to go back, but going to push this one forward to Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze up to Hawkster in Chicago. Takes away that passing lane, and Lion Blaze gets it. The miss from G2 puts Ghost Gaming within reach.
Wow. From 1 to 2, using Chicago as a passing man as well. It falls back to Lion Blaze, and he can send it where no man was waiting from the G2 roster. 20 seconds remaining. 1 goal separating these two teams now, and Ghost Gaming need 1 to secure overtime. With Shock getting pads and possession and the ball. That was such a good chance for Hoxer to shoot. Instead, it's saved away by JNaps. Chicago on that back wall. 0 boost, though. It's a good chance for Ghost to push. But an outstanding touch from Chicago leaves Lion Blaze ready for the full court carry.
Big flick is needed right here. Gets it, and JNaps saves it on the goal line. Hawkster needs the double, and Atomic slams it to the ground, giving G2 game number 1.
Opportunity there right at the death for Ghost Gaming to bring it back and see if they could get just 1 goal to take them to overtime to give themselves a chance. Instead, however, it is G2 managing to shut out game number 1 with that 2-1 scoreline. It's not really a shutout, you silly goblin. What are you up to?
Silly.
Silly me, eh? Words, what they like. Ghost look really good yesterday, but G2, they are, I think, a different caliber of team potentially, and Ghost certainly looking to not having to change too much about how they're playing, but just get to the same revs that G2 are definitely putting up, because they are the champions for a reason. NRG, they bowed out of the Winter Major very early on. Justin put out a fantastic tweet longer yesterday saying, look, we were trying new things. We have a lot of pressure. We need to figure it out. Full respect to him for saying things like that. It's something that we need to see more of, quite frankly. And I think when it comes down to looking at their win versus V1, they are still a fantastic team, but Ghost were just better on the day. Right now, it's them facing against a G2 that want to continue their run from Winter.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that they need to find success today going forward is just getting it started a little earlier, because in that second half, they looked fantastic, but unfortunately, G2 had already surmounted a lead at that point. So for them, they need to get going off the initial kickoff. Sure, I get that they want to try and lull the teams asleep, as our statistician was referring to, but when you're going up against the Winter Major champions, you cannot afford to give them any amount of space.
But it's game number 2. We're on Aquadome. There's a chance for Ghost to show us what they're made of. Chicago, they're starting this early push. And JNaps sending him, not to the moon because we're underwater, sending him to the surface.
Oh my goodness. I love this play from JNaps and Lion Blaze. Right idea, trying to jump over him, but JNaps had all momentum behind him, and like you said, sent him bubbling back up to the surface, and G2 with the early lead yet again.
That right boost crowded by G2 players, and 40 boost sees Jazz going for 1 and 2 back beneath. With Lion Blaze coming off the sidewall, he can save it away. Immediate high-octane gameplay in the first 30 seconds on such a beautiful map now in the rotation. With JNaps going high with the ball, he only has 40. Has to take it midfield. Lion Blaze with a quick turn, quick shot. Slow enough that Atomic can pass it to Chicago for a clear.
Oh, and big flick there from Chicago. Lots of the space as well. And gets the pass down, but JNaps not ready for it, as it was a little too hot to handle. And Ghost Gaming looking to push this one forward. And look at the aggression coming right out. Lion Blaze and Shock almost hand in hand pushing that ball forward, but leaves Hawkster kind of alone on an island and allows JNaps to clear this ball downfield.
Lion Blaze in that position, he double jumped when he should have single jumped. I'm sure Gregan, who is such a big fan of talking about that mechanic in particular, must be screaming at his screen. He had the chance, and Chicago, he takes his on the other side.
And already, less than a minute and a half into game number 2, G2 Esports just making easy work of Ghost Gaming. And it's all rested on the shoulders of Atomic. Every single assist on all 4 goals for G2.
Certainly looking like the best pickup we've seen for quite a while. With a lot of teams wanting to emulate that from every corner of the globe in our fantastically global esport. With Hoxer going high with 50 boost. He has 50 and 90. He does so. It actually slows down. What a remarkably perfect shot he has placed. Becomes a pass for Shock.
Look at this. 50 from Hoxer on the goal line. Absolutely ruining JNAPS and leaves his teammates scrambling. Great push there from Hoxer and Shock to cut this lead in half. And now Ghost Gaming, I'd like to see them get some offense going. We saw those initial passes, those infield plays starting to develop in game number 1. And I'd really like to see what they look like here on Aquadome.
It was a fantastic position from Shock as well. To be that close to the play, it meant that there were not many opportunities where that ball could go that he wouldn't be able to attack it. Near perfect from him. Atomic goes low with that ball after initially going high. Pops it over the top as well. Shock though to catch and can pass it off. Does so to Hoxer. And the open net. That is perfect.
And Shock turns himself into a T right here. Hoxer pulls out the driver and sends it straight down the fairway and in. And just like that, Ghost Gaming takes them 30 seconds and that lead from G2 is erased.
Yeah, straight back into it. Ghost Gaming fighting back stronger than they managed to in game number 1. Certainly ramping up like an engine. They just need a couple of false starts and then they can carry on with Shock. High onto that ball. Does see Lion Blaze is waiting and lurking. Surprisingly not demoed considering how still he ended up being. Lion Blaze prioritizing that boost instead of the ball, and it does work out nicely. As now he can be on the right-hand side. Does get beaten by Chicago, though, so the speed was not there. JLabs to shoot on, and Shock has to turn away from the boost and instead return back to net. He's able to get the save away. Chicago passing over to Atomic. Ends up flying high with Hoxer. Gets bumped in the air, but nobody from G2 able to challenge.
I don't blame him. I didn't think Atomic had a chance in the world at getting a bump there, but somehow uses his insane mechanics to find the defender. Looking for bumps there again is Lion Blaze back to Hoxer. And I love the small ball that we're seeing from Ghost Gaming. It's always keeping G2 on their feet, realizing, okay, they have the potential to launch that ball downfield, which we just saw from that goal from Ghost Gaming, but they also have the ability to unselfishly hand the ball off to a teammate to get the ball all the way downfield.
Oh, that's such a nice play from Atomic. Nearly got it central. Very good chance for GT to be able to get a goal. Instead, now it's falls to Chicago to 50 with Hoxer in the air. Thought Atomic might go for that, and Atomic makes him burn boost for the pleasure of getting first touch, but it does fall to nothing. 90 seconds remains. Lion Blaze, a 0 boost and a dream, but JNAPS turns out to be his nightmare.
Oh, and a nice boost steal there from Hoxer. Going to leave G2 a little limited on resources, but that big challenge from Chicago going to help out. And he was looking for Lion Blaze as well, as we're nearing the final minute and both teams continue to go back and forth. Hoxer has boost in the tank. Can't get it over JNAPS, but does get Chicago to go. G2 a little chaotic on the back end, but able to get the clear.
And chaotic doesn't matter too much when everybody's got a little bit of boost to play with, which G2 very much did in that circumstance. The right-hand wall is Lion Blaze removing JNAPS, but the push from G2 will be continuing. Shock to the ceiling, and Hox goes immediately high. Maybe could have taken it low, because then you just have multiple players that can challenge you. Take it low, and then they won't want to cut in on their defending teammate. It makes it a little bit easier to work it through the back line. Final 40 seconds, shot on an open net. Atomic says tip it around, isn't quite able to get that perfect touch. However, it will be saved away. JNAPS high over towards Atomic from the ceiling, up for one, down for the second.
Oh!
And Chicago securing the lead.
Gets the hat trick in game number 2, but yet again, it all rests from the creativity that we continue to see from Atomic. He is just a man with a plan and gets a playmaker less than 30 seconds into game 2.
Atomic on this map just painting with watercolors, making something beautiful out of every single opportunity that presents himself. 20 seconds remain. With Hoxer in the back, a goal is needed, a goal is required, and Shock is maybe the man to do it to the backboard. Look at GT just wait at the back. They know that the Ghosts have to aggress in that situation, and they're happy to let it come.
Big play here, and Hawks are going to let that one go and push this one through the air. And Atomic just trying to follow it up. Great play, and JNAP spikes it to the ground in G2. Up 2-0 in this series, sitting pretty in a best of 7. And for Ghost Gaming, not what you want to see on the opposite side of the field, especially given the fact that so far this season, G2, after they win game number 1, are 30-2. Absolutely unstoppable if you give them game one, and it looks to be no different here.
A 94% series win rate after taking game number one is truly revolting. And Ghost, they are in their timeout attempting to figure out how they batter down that door and become part of the very lucrative 6% club versus G2 in this situation.
Sheesh.
With Ghost looking like they are still playing with as much ambition as they had yesterday, but it's just not quite working. It's just not quite coming out and landing how they would like it to. It seems as if they are waiting for G2 to make those errors, but we see in the final 20 seconds of that game, G2 just sit back. They're happy for Ghost to shoot. They know that their shots are going to be decent, but not always life-threatening.
And not only that, but Ghost Gaming, like I was alluding to earlier, they're so close to each other. And yeah, that's great when the small ball is working, but when you're playing a team like G2, who is being that comfortable on defense, all it's doing is putting yourself out of position when those long clears come out from G2 and you're left to race back on defense. But for Ghost Gaming, you've got to do something to shake up G2, because after the confidence gain that they got after the winter major, there's nothing that Ghost Gaming is doing right now to put G2 on edge, and they've got to do something to make G2 uncomfortable.
Yeah, and a reminder to everybody where we are in the tournament right now. We are in the upper semi-finals with G2 versus Ghost. On the other side of that bracket is FaZe Clan versus Space Station. That's coming after this one. But because we have got the beauty of a new format here in the spring split, this is a double elimination. Whoever loses here, they are not going home. We're still in the uppers. Every team has 2 lives. Whoever loses will be going down, and I believe facing off versus Team Envy. So
Correct.
That is going to be a harsh series to go up against, with them looking a little bit new form, having Illusion in instead of Turbo, and looking brilliant versus Rogue earlier. Whoever wins, they go through into the upper bracket final, and they secure themselves a top 3 spot, which is huge.
Absolutely. And for Ghost Gaming, it's an unfortunate situation right now, being down 2 games against G2, but it is best case scenario because it is best of 7. And how many times have we seen a team go down 2 games and then get the full swing and win 4 in a row? So not out of the realm of possibility. But again, I'm going to bring up the fact that it is so imperative for Ghost Gaming to get a lead early here against G2 and not give them that right now.
Yeah, they ride that momentum to the moon. And you do not want them to be boarding that spaceship. Not in this series, not in any series. In a best of 7, they need 2 more. They'll be going through into the upper bracket final. But Ghost Gaming start off this game on the defensive yet again, with Chicago pushing with 40 boost. Is able to not quite get that next touch. And so Hoxer is able to steal that ball away from him. Sent high and Shock with Lion Blaze, both committing to that ball, not knowing who was meant to be going in that situation. Look at JNAPS just float like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Wait, yeah, that's the one. I thought I said it the other way around for a second then, and I got terrified.
I would argue that Atomic stung like a bee here off of the pass from Chicago. And I love the catch and carry to get it around the first defender, and that pinch off the back wall to get around Lion Blaze. Disgusting.
It's that positioning from Atomic where he's so aggressive when he needs to be, or can set up. You said previously that he was setting up his teammates time and time again, and this time being the spearhead of that attack. But another early lead for G2 as it's flicked high from JNAV. Chicago to receive. The Lion Blaze in this back right corner, so back left corner rather. It's that boost grabs as well. G2 controlling it in every option. In every situation that they're able to. With a good pass over, Chicago seemingly out of nowhere, shutting down the best chance Ghost have had for a little while.
Yeah, and somehow Chicago, acting like a parent there, has eyes in the back of his head, somehow saw that pass coming and saw Lion Blaze on the receiving end and cut the shooting angle away as Atomic flashing signs of that bracket reset right there when he went for the fake and didn't go for the ball, but no harm, no foul, as Atomic gets a foul on Hoxer, takes him off the pitch, and JNAPS keeps the ball alive for G2.
Ghost held to just a 1-0 defeat so far by the fact that ball just rolled down the side, and Hoxer will return on the opposition with Lion Blaze passing off that backboard, the miss coming in from Atomic, and Hoxer sending it in a terrible position for JNAPS to get a good touch on.
Yeah, and that just boils down to Atomic missing that ball off the back wall there. Puts JNAPS in between a rock and a hard place, and you can't fault him for missing that as an awkward kickoff comes out in favor of Ghost Gaming, and Hawkster can't do much off the ceiling there, just comes tumbling towards the earth.
Lion Blaze removed from the pitch will make it slightly easier on G2 to be getting a goal, but he has respawned well in time by now, and Lion Blaze takes to the skies with not much booster. He cannot carry on, and Atomic can just wait. There was no follow-up on the backboard pass. He was able to take it, carry, and it goes right back to that blue side.
You can't just be handing the ball over as Atomic comes in. Perfect time for that rotation to come through, get the clear, and not too worried about that follow-up as he realized Chicago was still back regardless of how much boost he had. He had that goal line covered up. And Shock can't find the target. You gotta be able to hit those ones.
Fully open. That may well be the difference maker later on in this game. But right now, you've got to move past it with 2 minutes remaining. Those chances may well come time and time again. Those cracks genuinely starting to show in G2 with another miss. And Shock shooting high yet again.
Oh, no. Oh, the accuracy starting to rear its ugly head for Ghost Gaming. Lion Blaze gets flip reset, still can't find it. And G2 seemingly running out of lives on the back end.
So far, we are seeing, hang on, oh my gosh, 8, 10. 10 shots come out from Ghost compared to the 4 that G2 have had, and yet they are even. It is the opposite to how you would expect, and yet the score does not reflect any of it.
And I'm giggling because it's like a comedy of errors. It's just like, how many times are you going to have the same issues come back and back and back, and Lion Blaze can't find the double there. But that was a tough one. Tough angle to get that one on target.
These opportunities opening up, though, and Ghost need to really take them as much as they can. See them as a positive, that these moments are emerging, that they do have chances. They just need to tidy it up. If this continues for another 50 seconds, I fully expect a goal to go in from Ghost on an error from G2. There's a chance for them to show why they are champions. Over the top with the dunk. No one on that left-hand side to shoot. Atomic, though, finds the backboard again. Hawkster to receive. 40 boost takes it below another player. Sees an open there, or sees Shock in the middle, gets the flip into the flip reset. Chances emerging again for Ghost, but just no goal coming. And
there
Shock
it is.
Finally able to secure one.
I love the poaching we see from Shock here, just refusing to rotate out. Was going to go for a bump and then said, you know what, I've got a good angle on this ball, and just lines it up on target. And nothing fancy, nothing tricky about that shot. Just make sure it finds the back of the net.
Plain old beating the defender finally comes in handy. Atomic sending it long with G2 on the brink of losing their first game in this series. Shock wants to put this ball to the ground when 10 seconds elapse. This is good for Ghost right now. They can keep it close with Lion Blaze with boost as well. It's Atomic challenging Hawkster, and Hawkster is the benefactor of it. Lion Blaze shoots, JNAP's forced to save, sends it to the floor, and Ghost win game number 3.
And objectively, great use of that timeout. They couldn't have used it at a better time. They come back out, and sure, they allowed an early goal to G2, but it wasn't like games 1 and 2 where it was 15 seconds or less. Yeah, it took a minute, but regardless of that, they got it right back another minute later. And Ghost Gaming doing a great job of keeping the pressure on G2. We didn't see a lot of mistakes from G2. We didn't see a lot of panic from G2. But eventually, that pressure starts to build up. And once it starts to surmount that much, eventually you're going to just crack.
It was 16 shots to 4 in the end as well. It was just a huge onslaught from Ghost. Hey, their percentage looks absolutely atrocious at the end of that. I'm not going to try and work it out, but it was not very good whatsoever. And it turns out that just having that pressure does form cracks in the G2 Samurai armor. And if they can just keep forcing them to happen, Ghosts have got a very good chance of taking them down to the lower bracket. But as we find ourselves on Utopia, it is currently 2-1 in favor of G2.
What would that be, like 12% shooting? 2 for 16?
You just read the chat and saw that it was 12.5%.
I don't have... You think I have chat up when I am in here?
No, Discord
Absolutely
chat.
not.
Discord chat.
Oh,
not the other chat.
Oh, no, I didn't
Drop
read
chat.
that. No, I didn't actually. That was... Scout's honor, I pinky promise you right now.
I take it back. I apologize. It's just EU math that couldn't ever have worked that one out. Atomic in the back half, trying to continue this push because they could not manage to get too many from that previous game. Only managing to get one versus Ghost in the end. We're shooting at least at 25% anyway, so that's not too bad. Boxer.
Oh, right,
goes-
yeah.
Yeah, see? Yeah, right, wasn't it? Right, so 4 shots, 1 goal, it counts. And Chalk, he gets another one. And that counts just as much as any of them.
Well, and they're doing their best G2 impression here with an early goal as Shock just takes advantage of that ball squeezing out into the corner. And now G2 with their backs up against the wall.
It squoze out from the double commit as well from G2 that you do not expect to see from them at the moment when they've been such a cohesive machine. What a passing play and what a lackluster shot from Chicago. He somehow takes all the power off it and rolls it towards that blue net. That's not what you need when it has just been so pixel perfect with the positioning, with JNABs to the skies, with Atomic waiting the double commit. Chance to shoot instead though. Shock is the first man to it. And the defense
I don't know.
holding strong.
Hold on. Chicago can't get the pass there. And that last shot, I think it was one of those, I'm not sure if he wanted to pass or shoot, so it kind of got stuck somewhere in the middle as Chicago and Atomic again linking up midfield. That one's going to roll down, and he gets the pass, but Lion Blaze patiently waiting on that back wall, and Chicago not done yet. And Hawks are just saying, okay, I'll just wait here in net, no problem.
The most ambitious dish attempt I've seen in my life from Chicago. JNAB shooting high. It's open currently, but shot to the corner. Straight to Chicago, though. Off the crossbar. Can he squeeze it in? No! It goes about a third in, but instead G2 no pressure to force it.
Oh, mama. They had the open net, but unfortunately, 2 teammates had rotated out. They needed a little bit of boost, but like I've always said, just because you're boostless doesn't mean you're useless. You can still get that shot on target, especially when there's no one home.
Really good chance for G2 to score, but starting to be plagued by those slight inaccuracies that Ghost managed to work their way past. JNAP's onto the left-hand side. With Atomic waiting and Hawks are on the ceiling, just taps it down. And that will go straight to Shock, but with JNAP's lurking, he can receive the ball. Chicago, look at that positioning. Working Lion Blaze into a flick. Who maintains possession of the ball. I thought he was outclassed. He is not by any means, but JNABs, he's just got a slightly longer Fennec than anybody else.
And he dealt with the bump from Shock also. I don't know how JNAPS was able to maintain positioning there, and he somehow squeaks it inside of the post. JNAPS doing everything for G2 in game number 4.
Look at Atomic just getting that clear away in the perfect position, and Ghost Gaming need to throw bodies at that ball just to try and keep it away. Really, really good play from G2 to keep that pressure up, something that we've seen Ghost lack a couple of times. But that's only the equalizer, and a pass, no! That is what you expect from G2.
Oh, Pewee. Atomic, you don't expect the pass to come out, and it does. And Chicago, picture perfect placement away from everybody on Ghost Gaming. And just like that, the lead from Ghost Gaming has evaporated.
That was every bit as perfect as you would want for a pass to beat coming from your teammate. Ghost Gaming might want to try and emulate that one, read from that playbook. JNAPS to the right wall with Chicago. Chicago goes to the bump on Lion Blaze, forgoes the ball entirely. With Atomic, he has an open net to shoot on, and Shock was none the wiser.
Ghost Gaming, calling Ghost Gaming, where are they on the back end? Lion Blaze just pushes that ball towards midfield, and Shock was late to rotate back. And Ghost falling apart on defense in the last 15 seconds.
Again?
Oh, no!
From the kickoff. Ghost Gaming not having that ice they need to continue fighting back in this game in particular, doing so well previously, taking one from G2 as well. But G2, they just stay firm, they stay stoic, and they continue the push, and it proves to be utterly deadly. 3 goals, all of a sudden finding their way, bulging that blue net.
I don't know how that happens, but you have to... Oh, no way. No way. You have to credit G2 recognizing that Ghost Gaming slightly on tilt and making just full tilt right now. Absolutely impressive.
I mean, Lion Blaze, pushing when he just didn't need to there. If he got the touch on it, it was still falling to the G2 defender at the back. Instead, he just decides he fancies it. It goes falling apart, and this game in their heads must not matter. It cannot matter for their own good. But G2 wants to continue the press. Will get a couple more goals out of it if everything goes their way. Just not what you want to be seeing coming into game number 3. Flying very nicely as well for the G2 attack. It's the G2 that we saw at the major. They get push, they see an error that another team makes, and they just take full advantage. And look how free Chicago looks. That movement around the pitch like butter.
Yeah, and on the inverse, you got to look at Ghost Gaming and say they need to stop playing this I'll get it back type mentality. They need to just play, okay, regardless of what that scoreline says, we need to treat it as if it's tied. Beautiful shot turned away by Chicago, but they keep saying, okay, we'll get that one back. And it causes them to be overly aggressive. G2's recognizing this and just playing them like a fiddle.
It was just 20 seconds where like 3 goals came in. Like all of a sudden, it was such a good 1-1, and then G2 just got 1, 2, 3 goals. It's like, oh, and now Ghosts are just out of this entirely. They are completely shook. That fall apart does not look good on them.
I always hate to correct my coworkers, but it was 4 goals in 30 seconds. 4 goals in 30 seconds that G2 scored.
Yeah, Ghost cannot let that happen at any other point. They may well get another for security. Doesn't matter. Of course, it's 5-1. That was game number 4 wrapped up. And G2 taking their 3rd. One more, and they move on to the upper bracket final. And they have got, by the way, a chance to clinch Worlds today. There is a scenario where G2 can secure Worlds today in one way or another. Either they make the finals, which obviously they can't do today. That's fine. They don't need to win. It's just the finals. Or they finish above Space Station Gaming in any spot. So theoretically, if G2 win this and Space Station lose to FaZe and then lose to version 1, that is G2 making Worlds. Massive implications for winning this series. I have no idea if the boys know that, how many people are aware, but there is a world where G2 have a very, very good tweet to put out later on today.
You know, after G2 won the grand finals, and I asked JNaps, what's the motivation? How do you continue to be this good? And it's like you're always getting better. What are they going to do after a winter major win and when they make Worlds? Like, how good is this team going to get? Where is the ceiling? Because right now, they're looking like they're unstoppable. And this is with JNaps kind of playing uninvolved. I'm not saying he's not doing anything, because he's doing stuff absolutely critical to their success. But when you look at the offensive numbers, it's Chicago and Atomic all day long. So what are other teams going to do to stop G2 Esports?
North America, that is your big question, because we've had that in Europe with BDS, where we've had to think, how the hell do we take them down? Because they're super good at Rocket League. There is now that chance for you in North America to enjoy that little ditty. But here on Wasteland is a chance for Ghost Gaming to win yet another game, and hopefully they can take it through in not just being over in 5. Chicago, though, putting on that big press, and Atomic working alongside him as they have been through this entire series so far, linking up so wonderfully over and over again.
And so far, 40 seconds come and gone, and hey, look at that, no goals scored. So Ghost Gaming definitely playing a little bit further back, trying to be a little bit more patient. They realize 1 goal could be the difference between us staying and us going down to the lower bracket.
Worth considering as well that G2 do still have their timeout if they so request it. Say if Ghost win this one or the next one, whatever it ends up being, they still have the opportunity. Ghost do not. Ghost have burned theirs. They won a game off the back of it. They used it perfectly as far as we're both concerned. Just comes down to who can use it a little bit later on. Lion Blaze didn't quite need to be able to make a contact on that ball because it does just fly wide. But the bump was coming in from Chicago regardless. JNaps to the skies with Chicago out to support, and now falls to Lion Blaze. Face off against the final defender, and JNaps like a dog just chasing on that back line with 0 boost.
Yeah, but Lion Blaze did get that boost, so gonna slow down G2 just a little bit. Shot gonna boost up there as well, and had the full length of the field, but able to maintain possession and force JNAPS and Chicago to both go on that big play here. And no one there for the follow-up for Ghost Gaming, as Shock's a little slow to the rotations and handles that ball well and going to go ahead and rotate through, but nothing coming for Ghost Gaming on that offensive surge.
Time for Lion Blaze to try and change that history, though. Does bump just beneath the one defender, but there is yet another just waiting behind for him with JNAPS taking full control of this ball. Low on boost, does see him tackled by Hox. The Lion Blaze to send it high. Shock to receive, and that interception from the G2 defender. Miraculous.
And again, JNAPS low on boost, but decides to push that ball forward and give them a little bit of time to get back on defense. As first half come and gone here in game number 5. Still all knotted up. Ghost Gaming trying to hold on and prevent themselves from falling down to the lower bracket as Atomic up off the ceiling and off of the crossbar, trying to make the clips, trying to make the 7 of 11 for tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a world where that goes in, and we're all very happy for him. Atomic coming off the ceiling is a very scary sight. JNAPS to shoot, but does end up flying wide with it. So Lion Blaze instead wants to show what he is made of. Chicago can wait at the back quite happily. JNAPS, the right wall, and with a bit of boost, pass to Chicago. The 1-2 between the two men who have been through it all together.
Oh, just so unselfish here from JNAPS. Had the ability to put a shot on target, but probably easily saved by Hoxer. Just elects to allow Chicago the higher likelihood, higher probability shot. And it goes in. G2 just striking and allowing their venom to flow through the veins of Ghost Gaming. We're nearing 1.5 minute to go here in game number 5. Ghost Gaming chasing 1.
I can confirm that it is 1.5 minutes remaining. You corrected me earlier. It's only fair.
Yeah,
only
that
fair.
is fair. Yeah.
G2 trying to get their second goal. With Atomic, it's a very good chance to do so, but a great interception by Shock does now see Hoxer able to challenge, and he's 16 booster. He's going to be slow to return, and so G2 in that time can put on their press. Iron Blaze 50ing alongside Chicago. Hoxer to the ceiling, 70 boost central, but look at Atomic, just wait, catch, go to the ceiling, get the flip reset, and burn. 5 seconds off the clock, a minute remains. Chance for Lion Blaze. I feel like I'm saying that time and time again, and yet it never comes off.
Well, that's because G2, their positioning is so picture perfect. They always have someone there to capitalize on if you are going to... Oh, boy! Almost disaster, but somehow that ball rolls up and out, and Ghost Gaming still within 1.
Final 30 seconds for Ghost Gaming before they get sent to that lower bracket to face off versus Team Envy, a new, renewed Team Envy, one that is hungry to get yet more points. Ghost pushing again, but just tripping up at the final hurdle. 15 seconds. Good push from G2 will be shutting Ghost down. They can see the upper finals waiting for them, and Shock passing to Hox, only 14 boost, who does get caught out by Chicago. 5 to count down. Good pinch, does go far. Has to be yet again another full court carry. The boost steal from JNAPS. Atomic can shoot. Atomic can score. Rubbing salt in the wound. G2 Esports progress to our upper bracket final, and Ghost are to the lowers.
Oh, G2 playing with their food at the end there. And that's what it takes, is the big brains from JNAPS to say, you know what? If you don't have any boost, you're not going to be able to carry this ball downfield, and rips it away from Lion Blaze and sends them screaming down to the lower bracket.
You know what? I absolutely love that we can just go to their cameras and see them laughing. They're having fun. They're like, yeah, something you just scored like that final. You scored that final goal. That was just a bit of a laugh. It's great to see. Their mentality is brilliant at the moment. They look new and renewed. And Ghost Gaming a little bit more, a little bit quieter, a little bit more down to earth. Not quite wanting to be laughing in this situation, but they are still in the competition. This is a Ghost Gaming that, bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday went 6-0 versus NRG and then version 1. This is a blip as far as they're concerned.
Well, and for Ghost Gaming, they've exceeded all expectations that anyone has had for them. I mean, you're coming in, brand new roster, and domination across the board when you're looking at who they had to go up against. Okay, V1, massive throughout the winter major. NRG, not so good, but took advantage of that. So got to keep your heads high if you're Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. But they do have another chance. You'll have to wait to see that one, though, however, because whilst we have wrapped up one of our upper semi-finals, there is yet another, you lucky, lucky viewers. FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming is here after the break.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. But if I'm But if I'm Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of try but can't.
Welcome back to the Verizon Ultra Cup. We just got done watching G2 make quick work of Ghost and advance in the upper bracket. I'm Wayfeng, joined by Turtle. I mean, we saw the desk predict this in favor of G2.
Yep.
We saw Ghost make a crazy run yesterday, ultimately running into the reigning major champions.
Yeah, I think it was a respectable performance, absolutely, from Ghost Gaming. At the end of the day, it seemed like the speed and the mechanics, the creativity as well from G2, it was just in every department just a step ahead of Ghost Gaming, but it was a close one, and I'm definitely excited to see how Ghost Gaming can fare down in the lower bracket.
We will see them again later on tomorrow. They're not done for there. Maybe later on today. I'm not quite sure about what the last two matches are going to be. You guys will see there. It'll be a lot of fun. Let's talk, though, about the match that we have coming up here to complete our upper bracket semi-finals. Space Station Gaming taking on FaZe. This is a highlight marquee match if North America has one.
Yep. This is the one I was waiting for, and I'm honored that I get to cast it because this is going to be hopefully a game 7. That's all I can ask for out of these two teams. Something that we get a pop off potentially from everybody. And if we're going to look at the history of these teams, they've been battling back and forth, each one taking wins in their own respective. And it's been back and forth Waypunk throughout the whole season. FaZe taking a win, then SSG takes a win, then it goes back to FaZe. And it's been that pattern throughout the whole season. So hopefully we continue that here, and Space Station Gaming can look to take the win because I like the rivalry that is progressing between the two teams.
For sure. And looking across the field, you have Arsenal, Daniel, Reddles, First Killer, AJ, Sipical. I mean, is there a weak link? Is there a player that is like the player to watch, the one who might be the X factor in this dynamic? I don't know, Turtle. I feel like you could literally make an argument for every
Absolutely. Well, and they all have their own X factor or their own skill that they bring to the game and bring to the table, and it's different from each other player. For instance, you've got somebody like First Killer. I think that's the go-to name now if you're going to look at the lobby of players and pick one specifically to highlight here. It's going to be First Killer, but then you've got Arsenal. If we look back to his winter major performance, Arsenal was killing it on the field. He's, in my opinion, the reason why SSG were able to make such a deep run. So anybody can pop off in this lobby.
Anybody can. Let's get the thoughts from chat on what they think is going to happen here with the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag SSG, hashtag FaZe. I mean, if I had to make a prediction, I don't have to, but if I had to,
let's hear it. What are you going?
I don't know. This is really, really hard. Maybe FaZe. I don't know.
Okay, you're feeling FaZe.
How do you pick? FaZe? How do you pick? Who would you pick? Are you?
I don't know, man. I think Space Station Gaming, they've convinced me. And they've obviously convinced chat too. Okay, that's a little bit one-sided. That does not make sense in my brain, but I guess they're the supreme overlords. Okay, they know how Rocket League works.
They certainly do, and Space Station has been looking strong. How could you possibly doubt Daniel And especially when he's got typical Reynolds alongside of him here. So let's get into it. FaZe versus Space Station. This is a best of 7, win 4. You advance to the winners finals. Lose 4, and you still got hope alive. You drop to the lower bracket. So we will see how this one goes. Blue versus orange. I'm so excited for the players to get onto the pitch. This one should be a dynamite match.
And they both made it here off of Game 5 wins. FaZe Clan beating Rogue, Space Station Gaming beating Oxygen. They earned their spot here. Now we'll see who can prove themselves to go up against G2. It's going to be tough, but certainly capable is everybody on this field right now with Punk.
First killer off the backboard. We've got FaZe in the orange, Space Station in the blue. Arsenal off the ceiling, a little bit of a flop there, and AJ will try to go underneath him. Arsenal blocking him. The Mustang Mach-E becoming more and more popular in the pro scene here. It's a fast vehicle. There's Reynolds with a nice shot. Oh, so close, nearly hitting the 0 degrees. Now it's typical front. Arsenal getting in the way, and first killer down. Typical up for this one to try and drive it back down. The first killer blocked at the point of contact and cleared out of the box.
We got some good action here within the first minute. A big clear downfield from FaZe Clan. That's something you have to be cautious of if you're Space Station Gaming, how quickly FaZe Clan can explode out of their own half. These players so mechanical, so quick, especially AJ right now leading the charge, getting a nice challenge, but it doesn't go his way. Space Station Gaming looking down the field. We've got Daniel up in the air, maybe a double tap to tap. He connected on the double tap, but it was blocked by a member of FaZe.
First killer reads the double tap and blocks the top corner of the goal, blocking the majority of shots available to the offense. And now Reynolds through the sky, looking for another one, but gets challenged immediately high in the sky. Arsenal off of his own backboard, doesn't set it up everywhere. First go over to AJ. Oh, they don't connect on the pass. Follow-up is good. Arsenal makes the save. What a stop.
And he had no boost as well going in for that save. And he still managed to get a touch. We've got Space Station Gaming. Their backs against the wall, but that demo from Reynolds going to alleviate a lot of pressure and allow, of course, Arsenal to get a booming clear downfield. A huge stance there from Space Station Gaming to keep it tied up.
Demos galore on the pitch here. His first killer comes out of his corner and looking for the bump on Reynolds. Reynolds will hit the brakes on him. Now Daniel into the corner. Typical with the clear over 1. Reynolds will be back in time and he'll get the stop. Typical. I can be able to double tap that one off the ceiling. Out of boost as he rotates back into his half.
And we're getting big clears from Space Station Gaming, but nobody's downfield. However, that dunk from Arsenal could lead to something. Fortunately for them, it does not. And we're back the other way. FaZe Clan still mounting an attack. They've been stuck on offense, and it's been ideal for first killer as he looks to go off the backboard. Maybe set up a teammate, doesn't connect, but they're still going.
Typical. Losing control of the ball, trying to get back to it. Arsenal gets in his way. Now first killer. Off the ceiling, now bump on Reynolds, opens it up, but Daniel in the air quickly. What a recognition from Daniel, seeing Reynolds get bumped, realizing it's now on him.
Yeah, and it's been a physical game so far, Wavepunk, so for him to take note of that and understand that his teammates might end up getting knocked out the way, having that safe rotation a little bit wider, able to get back on defense as AJ still finds the save. Things have switched a little bit here, and momentum shifting in favor of Space Station Gaming.
First killer trying to dribble it across the middle of the field, flicks one. Daniel in the backfield, taking his time, picking up control here. And now Typical through another. AJ sends it to the goal. Daniel off the backboard with a clear, and Typical now back on the backboard again. Reynolds struggling to reach this ball in time and gives an opening. First killer scores first.
And it felt like we were just waiting for this opportunity out of FaZe Clan. Here's Typical off the backboard. Reynolds can't get the read. He was up so early for it, but I don't think he expected that bounce. He projected for it to go a little bit down, but unfortunately for him, didn't happen. We've got the first goal going in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, you only saw Arsenal's like realizing Reynolds is not going to have this. I have to jump for this, but it's too little, too late. Now AJ with a flip reset, looking for goal number 2. Goes for the fake underneath, and he can't flip it in. The ball's right in front of the goal, and it'll just roll away.
Maybe he thought a teammate was crashing the net with him. I'm not sure. He just let that one go right in front.
Yeah, that one was that's so close. Could reach out and touch the goal line, but still not in. 1-0. FaZe will have to settle for that scoreline for now. Now here's AJ in the midfield getting challenged. Arsenal keeps it neutral. Now off the ceiling. He'll get called off by Reynolds. Into the corner, looking for the double tap over 1. Now Typical out of the corner. A bit of space given here by Space Station.
I do think it's because there was a demo opportunity for First Killer. First Killer has literally just been chasing a couple players. Like he'll get a boost and then straight up use all his rotations just to hunt down a player from Space Station Gaming. As they're still stuck on defense, Reynolds does get the save this time. He does connect. Arsenal's up in the air looking for the dunk on first killer, but not met. In Space Station Gaming, they've got under a minute to tie things up. Otherwise, first game going in favor of FaZe.
Here's typical. Down the side, Reynolds keeps it high. Arsenal's already airborne. Oh my goodness, he got so close.
Oh, he had his pre-flip. He saved it. He didn't have any boost, and it's maybe the third or fourth time I'm on Arsenal's camera with no boost. But this time he's got boost weight, Punk.
Is he just sitting in the box? He's like, I'm just waiting.
Oh, yep.
This
He's
hit,
looking for bumps.
And nope, sorry, first killer. You're not going to get to touch this one. To the side, tie game. What a play.
That was literally the first time I've seen Arsenal in the past maybe 2-3 minutes go for the ball, and he's had boost in the tank, and it was so ideal for him. Right in front of the net, super fast in the air, able to beat out the opponent, and we're all tied up.
Arsenal out here like, thanks, Mobile One. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Giving me that boost. I mean, here's the thing. Like, if that's all it takes is Arsenal having boost in the tank, FaZe are screwed.
Well, I mean, it's weird, though, because he's so aggressive using all that boost to go for demos, even extended rotation here to take some corner boost. So, and you can see him now going for some demos, being aggressive. But if you waste all your boost, you might not get an opportunity.
First killer missed off the backboard. I thought that was really been opening. Reynolds will get one last look at it here in regulation. Overtime glistening, and yes, we'll go to overtime in game number 1. 1 goal apiece.
Another play. Arsenal was taking out the third man. So it created such an awkward bounce where nobody was there up for the challenge. As we go into overtime, what are we going to see from FaZe Clan? Things have shifted in favor of Space Station Gaming. Their defense has been tested much more, and they're forced to deal with this ball in the corner. Not a good challenge there. And the last man was forward. Daniel Kemp on the shot, and that's a big miss.
Off the wall, it's bounced close, and Reynolds will punish. Man, the defense gave him just a slight opening. What happened here?
Yeah, and they've got another opportunity with 2 players on the backboard. AJ can't get up there in time, and typical. You can tell with his positioning, he completely expected and trusted AJ to get a touchdown.
Absolutely, yeah. He's ready to roll out of goal as soon as AJ wins that challenge. Instead, he's having to hit the brakes, hit reverse, and back up. His momentum's going the wrong direction to get a proper block at that point. So, Space Station gonna sneak away with game number 1.
That was a good one.
A last-second goal, and then winning it in overtime as well. Here, way to come from behind.
And that last mistake from Sypical, I think, is an indicator for the mentality of FaZe Clan. They have to go so fast out of their own end. And Sypical, he's eager to get out of his net because he's worried that somebody from Space Station is going to come demo him. If you stand still on this field for more than maybe 3 seconds, Wakepunk, you're going to get deleted. It's that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the demo game has been strong. I mean, Space Station, one of the strongest teams in that area. Here's Arsenal, though. What a play from him. He gets the goal and the key assist to set up that overtime goal there. So Arsenal having quite the game number 1. We'll head on to Aquadome. FaZe looking in the rearview mirror now, having to start to look forward, try to see if they can bounce back from game 1.
And it's very awkward because at the beginning of that game, you thought that FaZe Clan were going to take the win. You thought that FaZe Clan had all of the possession, which they did, winning 50-50s. That aggression from Space Station Gaming, they couldn't deal with it, and therefore we've got more possession and more offense from Space Station Gaming. Now, will game 2 be the same style from Space Station with the aggression, with some demos, or does FaZe Clan have something else up their sleeve?
This is a fascinating kickoff here. The ball stayed so neutral, every player just kind of like moving into position slowly to see if they can win a very, low mile-per-hour challenge. But here now, he was pace picking back up. AJ Elm in front. He gave the ball to it. First
my
a diving save follow from Arsenal. Blocked by First Killer again. AJ was also on that ball there, but First Killer doing work in goal.
You can see that save crucial to the defense of FaZe Clan to get back in rotation. And now you can see more demos coming out from not Arsenal, but Daniel instead. And it's Arsenal behind the ball. He went for the flick, but it got a little bit out of control. Couldn't get a solid shot on net. And for him, hitting the post, it's going to be a big miss.
First Killer only has 1 registered save, but in my book, he has a hat trick in the first minute here, or a savior medal in the first minute here. 3 massive stops, and now a breakout to a chance down the end of the field.
Oh my word!
First Killer trying to answer the challenge Arsenal set in game 1.
Yeah, and you've got to look at how aggressive everybody from Space Station Gaming was, trying to move forward, make sure they can keep possession out of their own end, and with 1 clean dribble, 1 clean flick forward, it's going to be FaZe Clan scoring first.
3:57 left to go. First minute. They give the lead to FaZe again. They scored first in game number 1. And now again here in game number 2, looking for the tap. Pass one player, first killer off the backboard. Set up for a typical.
Oh, that's gotta be in.
Follow up from AJ, not there. That was the 1-2-3.
Yep.
You wanted to see it go in.
That shot, you've got to at least put more power on it so it can bounce off the backboard to your teammates a bit easier. Just not the best touch for Typical. But there's some bumps coming out from Reddles, Space Station Gaming. They've got space. What is Daniel going to do with it? Not too much boost. Wins the 50-50, but it's given away immediately to first killer.
That was such a good clear. He gets so much power on that just single
my
bumper
word.
touch. And now Arsenal's in the Reddles. The fake!
Oh,
and
my
Reddles
goodness.
puts it in. Everybody's reading Arsenal. Reddles was the threat.
Wait, you were talking about good clears for first killer, but look at that one from Reddles. An immediate laser beam downfield to Arsenal, who hits it at the perfect spot on the corner, and it's right in front of the net. That was the most, I'd say, flawless counterattack we've seen today.
And his follow through, Arsenal's follow through, he's still a threat. He could try to go for the double tap, but first killer says, "Stop talking about Arsenal. My team's winning, and I'm doing all the scoring."
And this is what I wanted. When you've got Space Station Gaming up against Space Clan, you don't know who's going to pop off. We said most people would mention first killer, and of course you can see his name lighting up on screen, getting the flip reset, and taking the lead for FaZe Clan.
My goodness. What a game. What a series. Here's Reynolds looking for a kickoff goal. First killer gets in his way. And Daniel with a follow-up, though. The defense not able to rally back after kickoff. We're tied back up.
Who was this? Who was being aggressive? Was it Reddles? Yep, Reddles wins the 50-50. And instead of going for his own boost, he's going to take out the player, which is much more effective.
How is first killer constantly in this situation to need to make back-to-back saves, though?
Yeah.
Like, it's kickoff, so things are a little bit different in that particular situation from the other moments we saw at the beginning of the game. But first killer, he's got to make one stop and then has to dodge a demo from Reddles to make a second stop here. And now he's trying to score on the other end. He's done both. He scored both the goals for FaZe as well.
And it's almost expected because his teammates are forced to extend the rotation out as that one gets blocked here from Space Station Gaming. But you've seen players like Arsenal, Daniel, who are being aggressive. They're taking the corner boost. And because of that, as a result, you've got players from FaZe Clan forcing themselves to go for the midfield boost, and they're slower to get back on defense, leaving first killer alone in those dire situations, Waypunk.
Arsenal trying to connect with Reddles again out of the corner. Cross halftime. Tie game 2. First killer through the sky. Got two players underneath to deal with, and Daniel and Arsenal both still reading the play. Arsenal will emerge with control, and look at the transition game again. Onto the backboard here, trying to win a challenge, but cannot get it through the defense. Daniel now out of the corner, out, no boost in his tank. Gonna have to fall back here as the corner's not there as well either. He has to rotate back to midfield.
Oh my goodness.
A miss, and Arsenal will make them pay for it.
And I want to look at this replay because I'm almost positive Reddles got a piece of the goalkeeper right here on Typical. It looked like he bumped him out of the way. More physical plays coming through for Space Station Gaming. It's their bread and butter.
He hits typical. AJ's. I wonder if AJ felt the pressure of Reddles coming in, and it kind of made him break for just a moment. Seen the mistake. His first killer. Reaching across, not going to find a touch. Not going to find a good touch anyways. Here's typical now falling back. Can he receive the back pass? Not going to make it to him as AJ cuts him off. Now it's typical to this guy.
Okay.
First kill underneath. So we got room to work with, but no boost. 3-1, and Arsenal has plenty of space. It's played in the corner. AJ and first killer on top of each other right now. It's going to create another opening for Space Station to push through. See if they can extend that one-goal lead. FaZe going to survive.
And judging by the rotations of FaZe Clan, they look a bit upset. You'll notice that AJ and first killer, within the past 30 seconds, maybe a minute, they've decided to go for more physical plays themselves. And they're trying to fight fire with fire. Difficult moment here. Reddles going slower off the backboard past two players. Arsenal, the speed, so close to beating out that last goalkeeper, but still in the lead by 1 goal. Space Station Gaming just got to hold on for the final minute.
And the only reason it was that close was because Daniel got the bump on first killer, and first killer then has to drive back into the goal to make a last-second at point of contact save. The bump game from Space Station continuing to be frustrating, even when it's not Reddles on the bumper. Here's AJ. Brought Reddles up, typical alone in the backfield, having to retreat here, and this just barely, the own goal.
Thought we had another Kronovi situation, but no, we're good.
Bad. Here's typical. Reynolds now. Arsenal underneath. Blocked. AJ trying to tight pass interception. But Daniel trying through the sky. 26 seconds left. FaZe trailing by 1. An opportunity to get the bumps. It's in front of the goal, but nobody crashed in. maybe too safe. The tight angle from Typical not there. AJ again stopped it. They're winning all the challenges in front of the goal. They just cannot find a clean look at the net. First killer pass one.
Here we go. Here we go.
Players
This
in
is
the
it.
back. Can he get
First
past
killer.
the Wolf? Out of the corner.
Taking the
looking for
boost.
read. Oh, he looked for the doink. Oh, but it's not going to be there. 5 seconds left. Reynolds now. No, AJ gets in the way and no one else home. It'll go into the
Oh, my
ground.
word.
Space Station win game 2.
And it seemed like First Killer couldn't make up his mind in that corner, whether or not to go for the doink, like you said, or take the corner boost and allow the second man in rotation to get the shot. Instead, he kind of had this weird middle ground, missed the doink, and also didn't take the boost. So very unfortunate situation for First Killer and one that you'd want to capitalize on. But we do have a timeout for FaZe Clan as they sit down and try to regroup themselves because Waypong, it has not been clean from them.
No, I think you made some good points about especially First Killer and AJ and the aggression they were going for in the end of that game, trying to react to the aggression we were seeing from Space Station, was leading them to kind of pile up on top of each other in rotation. They were leaving some big openings, and they didn't get scored on. This was I noticed this anyways after Space Station had taken the lead, but still, it's not what you're looking for from a team of this caliber. That sort of mistake will get punished given a full 5-minute period.
And we're going to sound like broken records here because when you have a team like Space Station Gaming who absolutely loves to get physical on the field, it's almost like every single play involves a demo or involves somebody being super aggressive and taking corner boosts, extending their rotation. So that's what the game plan has been for Space Station Gaming. And interestingly enough, Wavepunk, previous to this event, it was Space Station Gaming first in demos, FaZe Clan second. However, throughout this event, FaZe Clan have been 15th in demos and Space Station Gaming have been first in demos per game. So it seems as though FaZe Clan aren't able or aren't even going for demos nearly as much, and it definitely caught them off guard at the beginning of the series.
The thing is with Space Station versus FaZe 2, regardless of what happens with the stats, you do have to beat Space Station on the field. You can't beat them in the mental game. This is a team that has reverse swept so many times, has been reverse swept too, and then come back to win events. That this is a team that the mental is so strong with Space Station that FaZe, the only option for them is to outpace them on the pitch, just in bare mechanics to bare mechanics. There's no extra gameplay here. And having dropped the first 2 games, man, the FaZe has their work cut out for them in the first 7.
And I'm sorry. I get so excited whenever I was looking at that the replay. You could see Arsenal on those clears, the clear game for Space Station Gaming, especially when I talk about demos, the huge clears, and it seems like they always have somebody downfield to respond. It's not the same on the other side for FaZe.
Well, let's get into game number 3. Space Station up 2 games in the series. A win here would put them on match point and force FaZe to reverse sweep in a best of 7.
There's no way we get a sweep out of Space Station, right? I just can't see that happening.
I don't know. Anything can happen at this point with how clean they have looked, and with it's just a matter of does that timeout make a difference for FaZe? Are they able to kind of mentally reset, given the way things seem to be falling apart there at the end,
or maybe cool down Space Station Gaming with that extra minute? I mean, who knows? But that's what they're hoping for, at least, as Arsenal goes for the 50-50 in the midfield boost in favor of Typical. He's going to go slower on the sidewall, and because of it, Daniel able to get a fake in here for Arsenal to clean up. Space Station Gaming all over the place, but they're on offense.
AJ and First Killer both kind of in the in-out save rotation there in goal. Again, I don't know. It didn't really matter, but just seeing them kind of having the same thoughts and following in each other's footsteps right there, it doesn't bode well for the rotational mistakes we were seeing at the end of game 2. We'll see if that continues here. Typical now into the corner. Over 1 and then chasing this down himself. He's got AJ and First Killer behind him. First Killer will pick up control, but no boost to the tank.
Got 9 boosts. Here we go.
Drop it to AJ. And man, if he had more boost there, maybe he'd be able to pick up the pass again. But
yeah. It seems like that's the issue so far for FaZe. It's just a lot of the boost consumption too. You know, they're going out for midfield boost, they're not getting it. They're looking for pads. Even then, they're getting demoed here for a Space Station Game. That's not the best touch from Daniel, but he makes it work and gets around 1 defender. And now we've got Space Station Gaming with the upper hand. It looks like FaZe Clan are going to be the one scoring.
The Space Station forcing FaZe to dive for saves again. AJ and First Killer on top of each other in the midfield. Typical with a block. Daniel with an open net to shoot out here. If he can just find the touch, goes for the double tap instead, drops it down, but First Killer will get it off the backboard and then pass another player. Here comes First Killer. Midfield boost taken away by Arsenal. Typical having to fall back.
I swear there's so many moments where like you could screenshot Arsenal's positioning on the field and just ask yourself, what are you doing, Arsenal? Where are you going? But it ends up working out for him. This man's so aggressive. I can't believe how fast he can get back into rotation after taking the biggest risk on the field.
There is a certain degree of disrespect from Arsenal's positioning here. You even saw in that last push forward. He just sits there and watches the FaZe players dive for the ball on the wall as if he's expecting them to miss, and he gets a free goal out of it. So I think Arsenal is very confident in his ability. And honestly, it is expressing not just a confidence in his ability, but a lack of confidence in FaZe after games 1 and 2.
They can answer for that. Unfortunately, they have Daniels clear to deal with. First killer, a good touch here, and he gets over one defender, but Arsenal did find a touch. This could be things heating up for FaZe Clan.
Oh,
now that one might not even roll in. It's almost in as AJ couldn't get the follow-up. I can't believe it right now for FaZe Clan. They have so many opportunities. They're getting so close, but they can't find the execution wave.
I really thought that counter clear was just straight in. I thought that was just going to burn the whole field. But instead, Arsenal managing to make a stop in his goal. 1:48 left to go. I think this is the longest we've seen either of these teams go without scoring in this series. AJ up for it, and Arsenal with a block into an empty backfield. Red's going to try and put the pressure on, but typical first killer both there now. Arsenal as Reynolds goes for the bump in goal. Arsenal trying to set up Daniel. Daniel's looking for it, but typical gets in the way, and now Daniel through the sky into the corner. Finds a dunk, finds another touch, dismounts it from the wall, but nobody in position. Now FaZe. Bit more boost in the tank, trying to come the other way. Daniel gets in the way, high in the sky.
Oh, a nice win from Reynolds. First killer's back there alone on defense, which is pretty routine for him. He's probably used to it and all the pressure, but he does get around one player and then finds the follow-up. But Daniel recovered just in time. And I know you wanted to see that one on the replay, but we don't get it, Wave.
This one not gonna. I saw that as first killer, and I think it was typical blocking first killer's shot.
Yeah.
If he's not there, it's just in. Oh man! Again, I've been pointing out first killer and AJ kind of being on top of each other. That time it was first killer and Typical. FK struggling to get out of the, struggling to deal with his teammate right now. What is happening?
FaZe Clan, they can't catch a break. So many shots on target, but it's barely missing.
I'm not. There's been some kind of scuffed Grand Plat moments in this game. Not another one there.
Oh, not the Grand Plat moment.
First killer loses the challenge to Daniel. Arsenal bumped off the ball. Daniel has to cover this up and gets it out in front of the box. Reynolds there as well. Awkward positioning from Space Station, forced by FaZe's bumps. And yet they're still able to get the ball across midfield. 11 seconds left. No goals in yet. Daniel with a block. FaZe could steal one here with a last-second push. To the outside. Daniel around two.
Oh, he's got boost. He's got boost.
Not good. Over first killer. Bouncing back down to no one's there. It'll go into the ground.
Oh,
no, Typical's trying to clear it the whole way. AJ's there to put it in. They do steal it the whole way down. FaZe wins.
FaZe Clan knocking on the door for the entire 5 minutes. And finally, they get an answer, and it's going to be AJ downfield. He had to keep it up, had to keep that ball alive, and they did just that.
What a goofy game. This from beginning to end, so many what is happening moments here, and yet you see Daniel with half a tank of boost at midfield at pace, careening towards the FaZe net, and you're like, this one's over. And yet on the other end of the field, we see the full carry from Typical. Arsenal demolished, not able to get back off the demo respawn. You'll see him spawn in the corner there and just try to fly across, but no, not going to make it this time. Space Station, do not get the sweep on FaZe. You were right.
I think this series is like representing the beauty of the game and the esport, quite literally, because you could be a fan of either team, and there's so many moments where you're like, oh, this is it. This is it. Yeah. Finally, we're going to score. Just like that last second play with Daniel. You're thinking Space Station Gaming, this is our chance. And then, nope, of course, somehow, some way, FaZe Clan bury themselves out of that hole, and they keep the ball alive, and they're the ones to go away with that win.
And the buzzer beater, too. Like, literally, the definition of it. This game's been so even, and then there's the last moment, the kind of panicking, falling action, able to slip one in there. Well done. FaZe gets it through, and
no more
big win too as well. Yeah, no, and they don't have to. We can forget the word sweep for this series. It won't be a sweeping no matter how it ends.
And I was taking note, of FaZe Clan and their ability to not overextend and get too desperate here whenever they were on offense. With how many shots they had that missed by maybe a few centimeters, you have to get a bit complacent, a bit frustrated, right? Keep pushing forward, but no, that didn't happen for FaZe Clan. They kept their wits about them, and they're very smart with the rotations, making sure not to get over each other and step on each other's toes.
Here's Arsenal in the midfield. Picking up control. Double commit there from FaZe, but they'll win the challenge cleanly. No punish. Now first killer up, beaten by Arsenal. Typical. Alone in the backfield as AJ's flying back to give him support. AJ and Typical up again together in the corner. First killer now just completely marooned in goal. Daniel gets it over one. AJ manages to get back in time. And right now, Space Station is giving FaZe some real openings here.
Oh, and Reynolds. You can see what Reynolds was going for in that situation. He wanted to pop it up off the backboard, but Daniel wasn't close enough to get the follow-up. A solo play would have been much more preferred here if Reynolds was aware, but unfortunately for him, doesn't work out. Good recovery from AJ, back and forth between the two, but Daniel had it red.
Out of this corner. AJ, nice extension down the field, and Typical's there. Daniel to get in the way, and then they're tangled up with each other. First of all, trying to pass it back to AJ, but he's too far forward. Thinks about going for demos, but he doesn't have the boost to even pick up speed to get the demos. So he's going to drops it out. Arsenal with the save, and the block. Arsenal is a brick wall. How do you get anything past this man?
And the main question I have is, why was there so much time on that ball dropping down? Arsenal had to pre-jump, get the save, and fall down. He had enough time to recover and get a follow-up challenge. Where was the quick 1-2 from FaZe Clan, the quick shot to put it in? Unanswered. And that gave Arsenal all the time in the world to get back on the ground.
So close. Arsenal keeps pulling these goals back from the clutches, and props to FaZe for getting it as close as it was there. You're going to have to do more, though, when he's in net. Now, first killer. Wall over one. Typical nice extension over Arsenal. Daniel up on the backboard. Gains control. Struggling to hold on to it, though. Now over the top of Typical. And AJ punts it to the other side of the field. Reynolds with a response. Up to Arsenal. Typical covers him up. First kill with an opportunity. A good look off the wall, though. Not able to put it in on the first touch.
Yeah, and that first touch wasn't ideal. Could have been a little bit higher on the backboard. A close attempt for first killer. And nice back pass there from Typical, or from first killer to get it over to Typical, excuse me. And FaZe Clan moving out of the defense. Smart plays overall. Daniel, a nice touch. Can't get the follow-up, but does win the 50-50. And a demo from Arsenal. This is a good look for Space Station. Maybe another one, but Typical dodges it and just wastes enough time for FaZe Clan to rotate in.
FaZe doing an excellent job navigating the demo-heavy drive.
Yeah.
Getting around two players and then managing to get the clear as well. But Arsenal, another demolition. This one in the front. The back line will get strengthened because of that demo, but can they sort out the rotations? Typical with a miss. First killer will now try to connect with Typical. He will be off field. AJ over one. Here's Reynolds. Launches it to the sky. Typical airborne already. Keeps it on the outside. And then wins a challenge against Arsenal, giving the ball to AJ. AJ versus Daniel. Daniel will have space. And clearing it back around. Reynolds tried. Typical again getting in the way. More demolitions, though. First killer taken off the field for a moment. Typical hit. Missed the ball. AJ then flips past. Oh, my goodness.
Man. What is this? It's so sloppy on the field because of these demos. It's like we're watching FaZe Clan just look for air, look for any form of life here because they can't get any boost. They can't stay alive. First killer used all his boost to get that clear, but it's going right back to the Space Station Gaming.
I don't know if FaZe has that touch from Typical there was the first purely offensive ball touch from FaZe in like a minute and a half. Space Station had them on the back foot, just trying to not fall over the whole time. And honestly, props to FaZe. Or maybe what is happening with Space Station that they weren't able to score with that amount of control.
It feels like they're so focused on being aggressive that they don't have that follow-up shot plan. They're going for demos, they're going for bumps, they're taking the boost, and it's all succeeding, right? But when that ball slowly rotates in front of the net or there's a chance, everybody's so focused on taking boost and getting aggressive that nobody can go in for that shot quick enough to really capitalize and punish on the work that you've been putting in.
Another 0-second opportunity. We've been here before. Daniel driving it down the field. This time it's going to hit the ground. We'll go to overtime for the second time in the series. Space Station, a goal, puts them on match point.
Let's see. What do we have now? Do things reset for FaZe Clan?
Oh, no!
AJ off the miss from Daniel, and it's saved from Reynolds. And Daniel pre-jumps again. Can't find the save. It's FaZe Clan taking a second win in a row.
They get 3 shots out of this because the save's just not quite there. Reynolds, what an effort to make that first stop. He's doing his best just to get the save, but you had to find a clear 2 at the position of FaZe Clan right off the kickoff. We got a series now, 2 apiece.
And it was a beautiful kickoff right into the hands of AJ. That ball slid right across, went up the wall, and you've got a booming shot from AJ. And if one person misses, which is exactly what happens for Space Station, everybody's right there ready to fire at the net of SSG. And we'll take another look at the Mobile One high performance replays. Look at how close things were here for Space Station Gaming on the goal line. And this is the aggression I was talking about. There are so many chances, so many opportunities, I'd say, for Space Station Gaming. Maybe if you dial it back a little bit, you could have that third man or that second man be in position for a shot.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, but will they get the opportunities? Will they, without the demos,
that's
like
the
the
question.
space, it is so wild to see Space Station creating so much space for themselves and not be able to use it.
Right.
Like, it could be what you're saying though, like it feels like everybody is going for the bump game versus maybe picking their spots a little bit better, knowing when Reynolds is in the first man, he's going to be going for the bumps. The rest of us should move up to try and use that space. I don't know what the right answer is for them there, but man, it's wild to see how effective they're being and yet seeing no goals. Shut out now for 10 minutes straight.
Well, it's really difficult to control chaos in this game, Wavefunk, because you're not really sure exactly what decisions the other team is going to make. But FaZe Clan, they're prioritizing getting back into the net. So what will the adjustments be here for Space Station Gaming? We've got a demo from AJ to start things out, and a nice return here from FaZe Clan down to the side of Space Station Gaming.
First killer winning some key challenges on the wall. Now AJ over the top of 1. Typical's there to pick it up and runs into Reynolds. Ball screams down the left-hand wall. This one back to Arsenal with space. He's got no boost. And the best he can do is just crank a ball at the goal and force players to pile up.
Yeah, I think that was the first time, too, I've seen Arsenal not go for a demo on the back line. He actually went straight for the boost and rotated quicker. And now we get a shot opportunity, but it's saved from AJ.
He just dives down, jackhammer, see you later. Oh, and
Another
Reynolds,
one.
more pressure. First kill against the stop. And Reynolds finally, there's no way he misses that one. Space Station finally on the board.
But at least we get to see the save again, Wavepunk. Look at this, look at this save from first killer. What you can't deny the effort that he put in to get that shot saved from his own goal line, but nobody else was rotating in time. There was too much pressure from Space Station Gaming.
He forces Reynolds to make another shot. Reynolds does exactly that, and someone go slow-mo that for me. I want to know just how far into the goal that was.
Yeah.
It comes off the wall. Arsenal wins a challenge. Up against FK here. Daniel now through 2. Looks for the bumps instead of looking for the pass. Typical keeps on the outside.
Oh, good touch.
Oh, wow! And it's in! AJ into double coverage. It's just too fast.
Look at this touch from Typical. A nice little lob there into the midfield. AJ, early shot from the midfield. This one should have been saved, but I think Daniel anticipated a touch earlier from Reynolds, and it was too late when he realized he himself needed to get that save.
AJ forced the defense to stay honest with how blisteringly fast his shot was.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're absolutely right. Daniel was expecting it from Reynolds. Almost looked like Reynolds maybe even like traps the ball in on the touch that Daniel made. And this one now, oh my goodness. Topsy-turvy, Typical trying. First killer now on the wall.
Got full
Picks up
boost.
control. Off the wall, had the reset, got blocked.
AJ, a nice slow touch in the midfield again. Look at the passing from FaZe Clan. Much more midfield centered. And Typical able to follow it up and get the demos, allowing AJ to have an easier shot.
Typical takes to the sky up, and then Daniel, oh man. So this Space Station kind of falling all over themselves there as FaZe is able to take the lead with 3:13 left to go here in game 5. Now that we're at 2 apiece, the winner of this game will be on match point.
It looks like the trust from Space Station Gaming has faded a bit, Wavepunk. You can tell, not anticipating their teammates to get the proper touch anymore. Maybe that initial mistake from Reynolds kind of shattered that confidence in each other.
They come down the outside, Typical. Oh, gets played by Arsenal. Now Arsenal versus
Arsenal.
AJ. Gonna go all slow underneath him. First kill gets the block, but Daniel's got an open look at the net, and AJ dives back across. What a stop. FaZe standing strong on the goal line, and now first killer looking for the double tap. Oh, he's never missing. 3-1. FK puts him up.
FaZe Clan showing that they can do it all on defense and on offense. First, it was the save from AJ, and then the transition double tap from first killer. They get the security, and it's just been all FaZe Clan within the first half.
FaZe building momentum in a series where they dropped the first 2 games.
That was ridiculous. I mean, both sides. Oh my.
Yeah. So much, yeah. From the defense straight down to the shot. I mean, like lining up a double tap at midfield. Just blasted the backboard, falls through, recognizing there's no one on the backboard from that far away, and then nailing the empty part of the corner. It was an unsavable shot given space.
Oh, the
position.
dunk!
And this was in! They dunk it in! First killer, an absolute menace.
First killer, I think he had 1 pad. No, he had 0 boost. Absolutely nothing in the tank going for this dunk. But he egos them anyway and just goes up for it, getting the dunk successful. And that one slips in.
Incredible stuff as FaZe solidly sits down in the driver's seat of this match and just puts their foot on the gas pedal. We're still trying to block one. Arsenal again out of boost. Looks for the corner, but AJ stole it from him, and now first killer trying to beat Reddles. He'll win the challenge. Arsenal falling back, just looking for the pass to Reddles. Reddles looking for the bump on AJ as Arsenal takes over control, using all of his boost just to get the ball down the field. Looks for the pass out, and it's good. Just sticks with Reddles. Way to evolve a play as they move down the field.
Yeah, and there's a sign of life now for Space Station Gaming. 150-50 win. And pre-jump from Reddles. What a shot there. Knowing exactly where Arsenal's going to bring it across the net.
Incredible coordination there. Recognizing Arsenal's out of boost. I need to make this shot. Just give me the ball. We'll get it past this last defender. Keeping this game within reach. 147 left to go. Only 2-goal differential.
And that was better awareness from Reddles to not be super aggressive. I feel like previously we talked about a Wavepunk. Reddles in that situation might have gone for a demo, might have gone for something a bit too aggressive, but there he was more patient and knew that a pass was eventually going to come across.
I mean, oh man, for a player that is known for his emotion, we've seen such a maturity and development out of Reddles as these seasons have gone on. A willingness to play as a team and keeping in mind what is most important. How do we actually get to the win?
Oh, that's it.
Oh, so close. Arsenal couldn't put it inwards. It was down, just not in. And now FK looking down the other end of the field. First, trying to make this goal go back. Get back to a 3-goal lead. Oh, this is an opening and a bump. First of all, looking for the bump on Arsenal. Just lets the ball roll the entire length of the field. What awareness.
And he tried to call the bluff here of first killer. You'll notice Arsenal didn't even jump, didn't even try to dodge it because he assumed first killer was going to jump way earlier and fly across. But first killer able to position himself in like the perfect spot, a little bit above ground. So just in case Arsenal does jump, you get a piece of him. And even if Arsenal doesn't jump, you still get some contact.
It's his only hope, too. If he jumps there, his momentum is going to... recovering from the jump means that he can't get back to the ball in time. It's rolling just fast enough there. So I think he made the one play and just hoped that FK would make the mistake. FK also knew the situation, keeps his wheels glued to the ground, makes the block. Back to a 3-goal game. FaZe, 30 seconds left. Looking to have match point going into game 6. That's first killer up for another one. AJ on the outside.
3v1. Oh my goodness.
Daniel, man. Well done. Arsenal on the outside. Typical. Putting pressure on. First killer tried to take a shot, but gets defended again. And just like that, first killer down here. 2 goals, 4 saves, 3 shots. That's a playmaker from the rest of the team. What a group effort here from FaZe.
Yeah. I mean, just to put it in perspective, I mean, FaZe just successfully completed a reverse sweep in a best of 5. I mean, that alone is so difficult. So just giving everybody a little bit of understanding of what we've been witnessing and what a turnaround it has been for FaZe Clan to win 3 games now in a row against the Space Station Gaming. That was hot right out the gates. They were prepared and ready to take on FaZe Clan, but they've flipped the switch and now things are in their control.
The highest personal score on Space Station here, 454 from Reddles. Lowest on FaZe, 518 from AJ. Completely top to bottom to being more effective on the field. FaZe now, with all the momentum and all of the weight here. This is, I was talking earlier about the mental from Space Station. We were talking earlier about the maturity from Reddles, a player who could tilt his team if his attitude went too far in one direction. We've seen that maturity develop. This is where that has to come through. They have to play together as a team to force Game 7.
And we're not on match point, or excuse me, we are on match point. That's what I was trying to say. And we haven't had an a timeout. Words are hard, Wavepunk. Still, no timeout out of Space Station Gaming. Even when we're on match point for FaZe Clan, they are ready to get back into it.
They're trusting that they've got it all figured out, that they don't need to discuss it, they just need to perform. We see teams like NRG in the past.
Yeah.
They've never taken timeouts except for when they need to use the restroom or something like that. They never just to talk about what can we do differently here. I think Space Station's starting to adopt that mentality as well. Arsenal to the outside, looking for the tap, puts it wide, and First Killer has to make a dangerous touch across his net, but he will survive it. AJ up her on the outside. Past another. Blocks Daniel. Arsenal's there. It's wide of the goal again. Space Station struggling now in the shooting department, despite having a few good looks.
Reddles now in his own half. And what worked so well for FaZe Clan in the previous game, Wavepunk, were those early shots from midfield, catching everybody from Space Station Gaming off guard, who didn't expect those quick 1-2 passes in the midfield, and then a shot all the way back from that midfield line to even get put on target. Maybe FaZe Clan continue that up. First Killer, a nice touch into his own possession as he keeps looking forward for a shot. FaZe Clan, they're not taking the boost, but they're winning challenge.
Oh, he got an opportunity. Arsenal, oh, and he's not going to be able to make it just quite work. Typical dives across, makes the save. Daniel created a beautiful scoring opportunity for Space Station, and FaZe thwarts them at the goal line. Now Daniel and Reddles trying to connect on the other end. Here's Arsenal back up for it onto the back wall. He's got Reddles there as well. Lots of options available to him, but it's wide. That's the third shot we've seen from Arsenal. That, again, difficult shots, but a player as good as him, and for the way he was playing at the beginning of the series, we'd expect him to make those goals. At this point, I'm looking to Daniel and Reddles to make the difference and get Space Station to game 7.
My goodness.
AJ, other ideas in the box, scores first.
And that's so tilting. You have to question now what the mental game is like for Arsenal. He just missed that double tap, which would have been huge for his teammates, and then can't get the save and the clutch moment here on defense. While it was a tough situation, those are the plays that you need to come up successfully in Wavepunk if you want to take down a FaZe Clan that looks to be unbeatable.
Man, we talk about the change of momentum around a timeout. Again, it was that timeout that came between games 2 and 3. Since then, FaZe undefeated. Oh, so close. And yes, we have not seen Space Station use the timeout.
Which, I mean, if you look at the personalities, I'd say from Space Station, you know, like Arsenal, I don't think he's the type of player who just want to sit there. Like, he wants to get back into the action, but maybe a break, a breather would be great for that mental game.
Just the mental reset, wash your face, do some jumping jacks, something. Here's Daniel. At this point, the option of a timeout, not going to work. Space Station, yeah, they have to survive these 5 minutes and find a way into the goal. Daniel threw one. What? That was the wildest, like, upside down rule one. I don't know, stacking cars. That was crazy.
Oh my goodness. Talk about rotating on top of each other, quite literally. Space Station Gaming. They don't know what's going on.
They didn't get punished for that moment of downtime. There's First Killer, over one. Now down. Here's Reynolds looking for the pass. Oh, but I think Arsenal, there, falling back instead of receiving. AJ and First Killer going to try to move together.
And 3 minutes have already passed in this game. I'm literally wondering, where did all the time go? This game flew by. Match point for FaZe Clan. They have been on it with shots now. Reddles can't get the follow-up. That's a big clear for Space Station, but nobody's downfield. And a demo from First Killer. You're alleviating all the pressure. And boom, an immediate counterattack off the backboard. FaZe Clan. They are so clean in every department.
We saw in the first few games FaZe get trapped on their own third Space Station and just build these sieges at the midfield line. Now Space Station is doing well to kind of get one good look at the net. Another bump on Arsenal. Daniel has to pick this one up. So Arsenal gets over another one, struggling to keep boost in the tank. AJ will just bully the rest of the boost out of his tank. First killer. Oh, he tried for the full reset.
I think he got it. He's going for like a ground pitch maybe, and then another follow-up shot. It was saved from Daniel, and First Killer's there for the recovery. But hold on a second. Here comes Space Station.
AJ's got to play perfect here. Go by a little bit of space. Reynolds now off the ceiling. Goes for the pass into Daniel. Back onto the wall. Reynolds not able to find a shot. Arsenal's up for it, but has to get it past First Killer, and AJ now has space. Gives it back to Sipical. Plays it past Daniel, and Reynolds has to make a diving save. 3 touches from FaZe, from defense to shooting. So close.
Some immaculate passing there on the defensive side from FaZe Clan. They're not even panicking with 30 seconds left. It would have been safer to go for a big booming clear, but instead AJ, he wants to keep it within his own possession. And here comes First Killer to make it 2-0, adding another goal to their list. And First Killer, look at the shot from that corner. He's still being aggressive after the challenge.
This has been such a turnaround from First Killer and the FaZe group. They have played so well. And they're going to get a kickoff as well.
That's it.
You just can't stop this man.
That's got to be him. I mean, 3 goals, 21 seconds. It's a kickoff one for First Killer. That is nothing but pain. Nothing but pain, Waypunk.
This guy has been incredible from beginning to end. And obviously the little gimme goals, it just adds insult to injury here for Space Station. With 17 seconds left, down by 2. This is a very frustrating.
I believe Waypunk right here.
Let's go right now.
It's gonna happen.
Come on, Daniel.
And now it's over. Wait. No, it's over.
I like from the corner, like you gotta score right now, and then like they push it towards the goal. You're like, wait, never mind.
Yeah,
It's out.
no.
FaZe Clan rally back
Oh my.
and win this one cleanly. Drop the first 2 games, then didn't look over their shoulder.
And that's so weird. How often do you see a best of 7 where one team wins 2 games and then swept by the opposition in 4 games? That is unbelievable. And there was no timeout from Space Station Gaming, which worked so well for FaZe Clan. That timeout, you mentioned it, Waypunk. That is what shifted the whole game for FaZe Clan. We didn't see that from Space Station Gaming. They wanted to get right back into it, and it seemed like that was their own demise.
Oh, man, it was crazy. But honestly, we talked about like the players who were going to pop off here, the players who were going to step up. You highlighted First Killer at the beginning of the day, 61% goal participation from this man, especially in the back here.
Yeah.
This final game, 100% getting the goals and 1 assist. So First Killer put his team on his back. The rest of them were there to support him. FaZe are able to get the win. Space Station Gaming, though, their tournament not over here. They will be dropping to the lower bracket. So FaZe getting that benefit of keeping 2 lives alive here. But man, what a series from beginning to end.
Yeah, man. FaZe Clan, I think I had my doubts about them initially. And when you talk about a team that can bring things back, I think we started out this series saying, oh, even if FaZe Clan starts smacking SSG around Space Station, they can bring it back. They've got that mental fortitude and get reverse sweeps. But it was FaZe Clan who were able to do just that. And I think that gives a lot more confidence into this FaZe roster moving into the future. Even if things don't look great for them, that timeout, they can recollect themselves and get back into the series.
We're going to see FaZe play again tomorrow, possibly for the title of regional champion here. But in the meantime, we got some lower bracket matches to get through. Ghost trying to keep the dream alive against an Envy who are turning question marks into exclamation points. We'll see that and more after the break.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Day 2 of the Verizon Ultra Cup continues on here at the Rocket League Championship Series. Welcome back. I'm glad you decided to keep hanging out with us. I'm Leaf X, alongside me, Gibbs, Shogun, and Johnny Boy to break down those last matches we saw and kind of get you prepped and prepared for the last 2 matches of day number 2. Let's jump into those recaps. Let's get things on the roll here. G2 versus Ghost started us off earlier. Shogun, let's break that match down.
Yeah, I mean, G2 proving exactly why they're the major champions. They have got just something about them at the moment that makes them look invincible in games like this one. And although they were forced to fight against it, they certainly did exactly what was expected of them. G2 marching on and securing themselves at least a top 3 spot.
And their offense is looking great. Shooting percentage 37% to Ghost's 14%. So when you're the underdog, you got to do high-quality shots, high-quality chances, but G2 looks so good throughout that series.
And then, Johnny, we went over to Space Station versus FaZe Clan. Space Station taking the crowd favorites here, but it didn't turn out that way for them in the actual results.
Yeah, Space Station, a popular team these days, but unfortunately today, FaZe were just too much for them. It did look really good for Space Station at the beginning of the series. They had a good system going. Arsenal was looking phenomenal, but as the series went on, FaZe they got rolling. And I mean, first killer, what a monster. He's
He's unstoppable. And once FaZe started firing on all cylinders, they just look like they're that level above. And they've always been talked about this as the most mechanical team in NA, the team with the highest potential maybe in NA. Obviously, with G2's recent success, that's up for debate, but FaZe look pretty good.
I'm sure FaZe's #1 fan. You know him, Stumpy Goblin. There's loads of photos of him doing the hand thing. You know he's their biggest fan. He must be loving it right now. I heard some cheers, so he'll be very, very pleased.
Let's take a look at the bracket just to keep you guys updated. It's a big bracket. There's a lot to look at here, but of course we're narrowing in. We're focusing in on those final teams as we start to eliminate them. We'll have some more eliminations coming in. One of those matchups is going to be Space Station versus Version 1 Gibbs. One of those teams moves on, the other doesn't. That's how it works. You know?
That is how it works. The winter major upper bracket match that we saw where both teams vibing off the crowd. Now they're playing at home, and it's kind of, you just have to get back into the swing of things. Both those teams, a big match because, again, a lot of implications for London. We'll talk more about that in Regional 3, but it could matter right here, right now, Space Station versus V1 for a lot of points.
But the match coming up right away is Ghost Gaming versus Team Envy. This is huge again. Both teams. There's a lot of fun talking points here. A lot of things to get to between Ghost and Envy. Illusion, again, the biggest talking point for Team Envy here. But then on the other side, Ghost Gaming with Hoxer jumping into the roster. Both teams trying to prove that these were the right moves, Gibbs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought Envy, when they played Rogue, I think Rogue was kind of giving them some free goals here or there. Like, I didn't think that was a high-quality series. On the other side, though, we saw Ghost versus G2, and honestly, Ghost really didn't show up, but that's more because of who they played. So this one's kind of up in the air because Ghost, obviously, a fantastic day one, that they went undefeated. Then they play against a powerhouse like G2, and then they show that they're not ready for that yet. But I think they are ready for Envy.
Well, get your hashtags in the chat. Verizon Fan Vote is on its way here. We want to know what you're thinking. Hashtag GG, hashtag NV. Both teams trying to prove their rosters are the right move. Only one team gets to do so. The other team will get eliminated and they'll have to try again in the future. Analysts, I want your thoughts on this matchup. I think this is going to be a fun one to predict. Honestly, I feel like it could be down the line. Maybe I could be wrong here. Shogun, you get to start us off this time because the other two had to take the hot seat before. Who do you think?
See, this feels like there's a bit of a trap going on here because whenever we get these matches, you got one team that we've already seen today. Go ahead, win, beat a solid team like Rogue. Illusion looks fantastic, and we've only seen necessarily the worst from Ghost because, well, they had to lose in order to get here. But I'm also really good at falling into those sort of traps. So I'm going to go G2. I'm not G2. G2 did so much damage. It's going to hurt on this one as well. Envy have got this, and Illusion continues to look fantastic.
Bold prediction.
Envy, just to...
Yes, and 100% Envy.
G2.
Not G2. There is a G there, but only one of them.
Okay. Let's go to like Gibbs. Give me what you got.
I'm going to go Ghost. And I don't really have anything to back this up because I don't think they looked that great against G2, but I thought the Envy Rogue series was not great. So I think Ghost can bounce back and find a win here.
Ghost. Okay, we're going to one for each on the board here. Johnny, I'll let you see which way you go. Influence me. Tell me what I got.
This stuff. I mean, usually in double elimination formats, I'll always go with the team who have just won in the lower bracket over the team who've just lost in the upper bracket, especially if it's the same day. I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to say Ghost. I think throughout this weekend, they've been more impressive to me than Envy, even though, like Gibbs said, they were not too good against G2. I'd put that more down to how well G2 were playing. Envy made to look a little bit better than they really are, I think, because Rogue did not show up today.
I said how close this one could be, and I think this might prove it here. I honestly am coin flip on this one. I think either pick is an appropriate one, but I'll make a split. I'm going Team Envy on this one. I'll sit with Shogun.
Is it split because it's 1 vote Envy, 2 votes Ghost, and 1 vote G2?
One doesn't. And to be fair, mine's just a coin flip. So does that really count?
Yeah.
Hey,
wow.
Matt, also on the coin flip as well. It seems like it's going to be a good match. Let's head over to it. The Verizon Skybox is waiting with us or for us. It's elimination time. Ghost and Envy sit on rocky ground. Who's going to take the win? It's Stacks and Debaverin to bring you the action.
Here we go. 2 more matches remain. Daz, that means 2 more teams to eliminate. We start here with Envy and Ghost and a battle of roster changes. Of course, that's what this whole first regional is about, right, Daz?
That's right. That's what it seems like looking at these two teams, right? You have Hoxter in place of Roldiz, and you have Elution, who, decided to take a split off, comes back, and replaces the 4-time. Both of these rosters have so much to prove here, and this is going to be a show.
When you think about the legacy of a player like Turbo Pulsa, it would seem like a no-brainer. Elution's got the bigger shoes to fill here, but is there a case to be made that maybe Hoxter's going to have a more difficult time replacing Roldiz than Alu will have replacing Turbo?
I mean, you can already see the results coming out here from Ghost. I mean, they've looked really solid overall, and I think that this is a team that's going to continue to build here over time. Just a lot of motivation coming in here for this roster when they picked up Hawk. And I think, they're big to show that these early results that we saw day one were no fluke. Right now, though, they got to stop some MV offenses. MV has been kind of setting the pace early.
Yeah, Alu running into the net, going after a demolition. He had 4 of his 15 goals in this main event in that last series against Rogue. Part of a big-time performance in his, re-debut, his return to competitive play. Shock will roll this one out, looking for his new teammate in Hoxer. He's got Lion Blaze in the middle, who has had a phenomenal week, and it only continues. His shot sets up Hoxer to take the lead.
Look at the power behind this shot from Lion Blaze. Hoxer with that pinch pass towards him. You can see he just missed. Wasn't expecting that to come through. Good follow-up from Hoxer to clean things up, but it's really Lion Blaze who puts on that pressure.
Lion Blaze trying to do something that is maybe one of the more difficult things to do in all of the competitive Rocket League space. Have success in both the collegiate and the pro scene in the same week. We've seen Ajax try, we've seen Tristan try. Lion Blaze winning the Level Next Rocket League Spring Showcase with Northwood University not more than a few days ago, and now having to turn around and dedicate his efforts to helping Ghost get off to a strong start here in the Verizon Ultra Cup. There goes Hoxer. Looking for Lion Blaze again, and Drees keen to the play there. He bumped him out of the way as this is skied up for Lucian for Drees and just let him way too far. Drees couldn't dive in. Now he does in the corner, but Lion Blaze will bring this all the way back with Mist waiting patiently on defense and no shot coming out from Ghost.
Yeah, we saw Mist in that early second man spot, had to dip out, and you see just again, Ghost Gaming getting the ball up into that back wall, but still, that being said, Envy is doing a solid job of transitioning. Alu gets beat on that play, and you see Drees coming from across the field to try to challenge Lion Blaze. Hoxter will still put a shot on, and Alu had to get a save on the goal line.
What a save. We've seen players so quick defensively, especially now here in the lower bracket where the stakes are so much higher. Lion Blaze again denied by Elution, and he is not deterred at all by the little break they had in between series here. Elution getting it done on both halves of the field.
Man, this is really solid striking from Ghost Gaming. They are pushing Envy's defense to the brink, and when you think of like the defensive stature of both Elution and Mist, who are normally keen to saving a lot of shots, they're looking really uncomfortable in this game one.
Well, they can play all the defense they want. The problem is they did give up a goal. And it's Lion Blaze and Hoxter that have combined to give Ghost this 1-0 lead that they've come oh so close twice now to improving. Mist will deflect one away. Lion Blaze no longer in the play again. Drees has taken him out twice. And now Hoxter will pop one up with Lion Blaze coming on indirect. And the communication had to be perfect there for Envy, as Ghost is all over them right now, but they do weather the storm. Alu now for Drees. No. Mist off the double commit. Can he get one over Shock? No. And Ghost, despite sending 2 after the same ball, they persevere.
This is a big series here for Ghost Gaming, right? Because they take that loss to G2, and G2, again, on another level. Now it's about how can Ghost bounce back? What does that look like? So far, so good. They're holding on to a 1-goal lead in the final minute, but you can see Envy hunting as they're looking for a chance to break through.
Elution intercepts here as Shock runs ahead. He's been relatively quiet on the scoring front in this main event, but he averaged over a goal per game in the qualifier to get here. Hoxter around Drees. There's Shock. His 6th goal will find the far edge.
6th goal, but second shot this game. As you see again, Hoxer, always the one able to get this ball into the midfield, and Shock with enough speed to get it past the Envy defense. Seems like Ghost doing a good job of bouncing back here as they are in dominant fashion in game 1.
Envy have had only a couple really good chances. They have not cashed in. Drees, a quick turn at midfield, doing all he can, which is not a whole lot with that ball. Hoxer trying to get around Miss. Very few can as he picks up a savior medal, but it's been all Ghost. 2-0 with 20 seconds left. Drees looking for Mist here. Shock is there instead. We've seen at times Shock and Hoxer kind of going after the same ball. That even goes back to the Rogue series. Or rather wow, yeah, they played Rogue. Illusion will bounce one in front. Missed shot's gonna be well high. Shock to clear. Lion Blaze one last shot. Doesn't matter if it goes in. And Ghost Gaming will take it 2-0. They did not let Envy breathe very often.
No, they didn't. It really did just look like, again, Envy played defense for most of that game. Even look at the stat line here, just most of this in favor of Ghost, and it just goes to show you again this new kind of play style that they've started to develop, where it's just kind of constant offense. And for Envy to be a team where they need to generate more opportunities in that offensive front, they just couldn't even get out of their own box for the midfield, let alone putting on a couple of shots. I think it's going to be big to see if Envy can make some adaptations going into this one.
Yeah, they're going to need Illusion to get going. Again, he has 15 goals coming into this series. Tops on the team by far, and he led his team with those 4 against Rogue. Ghost coming off that loss to G2 where they were plagued by double commits. It did not show itself here. I mean, there were a couple times where we saw a couple start going. Communication, though, Daz, seemed significantly better for Ghost Gaming here, and I think a lot of credit kind of has to go to Faker. We don't talk about all the coaches across the scene very often. I have a feeling he has a bigger role to play in Ghost success than most other coaches.
I'd say so. Fakey's definitely, I'm really close with him. He's always, being involved. I remember, I even spoke to him last night, made sure he got up extra early to start looking at replays over on G2, just to make sure, Ghost is in a good mindset coming into today. And they have a lot of respect for Coach Fakey as well. So seeing them kind of step up and listen to things that he has to say when he's calling those timeouts, just like how he did earlier in the G2 series, may make or break. For Envy, it's a completely different story. They're playing with their coach, so.
Yeah, right. Envy getting the boot camp buff, all playing together. We've seen how valuable that can be at all levels. This is 5 cars, all within a car length of each other as they finally break out and disperse. Mist will take this out of the corner, and Hoxer has other plans. Lion Blaze trying to leave one for Shock, who's way too far back. But look at Lion Blaze, 1v2 against Envy, not letting them out of the zone. Hoxer keeps that in play as well. Finally, Mist will breach the center line. His shot sails high, and there's no rebound. Nobody was in position for one either. And again, the Ghost defense has been locked down solid.
Yeah, they've done a great job of being able to kind of control the pace of this ball here. Look at this, free midfield. Alu finally able to get into the play, but now this is brought up field, and here come Ghost on that offensive attack, and this will give them a little bit of space for now, but you still got to be careful. Envy haven't necessarily been successful on offense yet this series.
This is about as close to scoring as Envy has gotten in this whole series. Not many quality shots on, just not many shots in general. Lion Blaze through the corner. Alu's there. Now Shock will take over. And nobody else to continue to play after that demolition on Drees. But look at how slow Illusion was trying to get out of the zone. He couldn't get control. Lion Blaze was able to apply quick pressure. Hoxer can keep it alive as well, but that's a win by Drees, and Shock will get back just in time. Envy almost caught them for their first goal of the series.
Yeah, good thing Shock playing back there, able to get that clear out. Again, you just kind of see things in terms of offense for Ghost haven't necessarily been as aggressive in the first couple of minutes in this game. The Lion Blaze is trying to do something different here. Control, play the ball low, wrap around one, get past Drees. No, Drees denies it at the goal line.
Look, we saw Lion Blaze do that earlier in the week, and it's like, okay, sure, you can do it against, say, Central Florida. Can you do it against a professional team? And he darn near did. Illusion with the save here. Hoxer A little slow off the wall, and now Drees will hit and miss in the outlet. No, he let him too far again. The passing is not there right now for Envy. Not as clean as it needs to be, and Lucian jumps in front of Line Blaze, but still a second touch, throws that deeper into the zone. And it doesn't seem like the left hand always knows what the right is doing right now for Team Envy.
Yeah, I totally agree. But same being said, even for Ghost, even though they have all this offensive pressure, they still can't find the back of the net. And all it takes is one good counterattack from Envy here, and they can have complete control of this game. For Ghost, again, you're seeing players go for demo. Some of the passes are not necessarily connecting too well. And although they have this ball out in front, if they can't finish just like that, chance it goes off the crossbar, it won't matter if Envy get a good drive moving up.
And Mist did an excellent job, too, with kind of that one-on-one marking defense all the way downfield. He's taken off the field now, courtesy of Shock. Lion Blaze trying to hit Shock downfield. Redirect this one home. No, well wide as Mist and Drees will recover. Drees took that corner boost that Mist also wanted, as it's popped up for Lion Blaze to intercept, and Mist got to make a quick turnaround. That boost wasn't there for him anyways. It's a real scramble at midfield. That Mist and Illusion are going to come out on top. Mist shot, got by the defense, and Envy has their first goal and lead.
I love this from Alu. He has 19 boosts, pretends to jump for it. Then when Lion Blaze turns, he says, I'm going to slam this off the corner. Miss with a great read and follow up off of his teammate, and Envy strike first at a clutch timing game.
It took almost 8.5 minutes for Envy to get their first goal in this series, but now they've got it, and they got to hang on for a minute plus. Lion Blaze blocked out by Illusion, and Illusion didn't get the ball there, but he got Hoxer. Might be the next best thing, though the ball's still moving its way into Envy's zone. Shock shot goes wide, and he does not go after that, just off the back wall. It'll be Drees with Illusion to his right. Good challenge out of the corner, but Miss has to race back, and he's going to be looking for boost for a while. Shock has Lion Blaze, took his time, and never got the pass away. Ghost has to reset with 45 to go.
And now you start to really wonder about that Ghost offense. Like we had said, yeah, sure, they have Envy in an uncomfortable spot. This Envy defense wasn't phased at all. As long as that ball didn't go in the back of their net, they knew they still had a chance. And now they set the pace of how these last 30 seconds are going to play. They're going to be looking to play some of these 50s out and waste time, and they are totally okay with having this one play in their back end as long as they can maintain some solid boost control.
Oh, Lion Blaze didn't get the shot away. Shock is denied. Hoxer for the tie. He's got it with 14 to go.
You know what? It's the miss from Lion Blaze that kind of throws everything into a panic. And then, of course, you see Alu jump quickly just to make sure to block Shock's shot, and it goes straight to Hoxer, who finishes the job.
Hey, what Ghost have done as good a job against Mist as any team I've seen in a while. They have kept him scrambling for boost. He's got a full tank now, obviously off the kickoff. This is where he can do his damage, but Lion Blaze skies it up. Hoxer's there to follow. Overtime is looming as Shock dumps this into the corner. Drees will at least try to get this to ground as he doesn't have his teammates up with him. We go to overtime on Aquadome, trying to tie up the series here for Envy.
Even when they finally, show some signs of life here, Ghost kept knocking at the door. And out of so many different shots, about 9 from Ghost Gaming, they finally get their first. Now the question is, how much longer is it going to take for them to get their second? Ball in that midfield, and Hoxer in a tough spot last back, does dodge a demo, but gets taken out just before he can make that touch.
Like a quarterback hanging around in the pocket, you know you're going to get hit. At least get rid of the ball. Here goes Drees, beaten out by Hoxer. Illusion with that pinch as the teams kind of settle in, waiting for one big bump or misplay to open things up. Lion Blaze going to try to do it himself. Drees stops him, but did not get to that corner boost. Let's see how that factors in here as Drees looks for some. Hoxer now. Oh, Shock was going after Mist the whole way. He got off the wall so quick to avoid that, and Lion Blaze stuffed Mist's effort. And Hoxer will have all day to play this, and he played it right at Drees. That's not the right play at all, and Lion Blaze comes in to save the day.
Now Envy have to kind of work with the space that they've gotten. They're trying to make Ghost feel uncomfortable here in that midfield. As you see, again, some aggressive challenges coming out and really good plays where they're looking for each other. Again, no kind of semblance of control here in this overtime. This one, a dangerous ball in the corner.
Lion Blaze doing well to just kind of put it in park and stop Drees' effort. But then the demolition doesn't really open things up. It just slows down Ghost on the offensive end. Here goes Lion Blaze right at Illusion. That hasn't always worked out, but it did this time. Now Hoxer could take this himself against anybody else, but it's missed up there to meet him. So Shock will try and throw this. Waterfall down. No, Drees is there to catch. And Illusion couldn't get the pass cleanly. Lion Blaze has Hoxer waiting for a pass. It's not coming, so Hoxer's got to do it himself, and Drees should have an easy clear. Or he should have an easy clear. Nobody told him Lion Blaze was coming. And now another opportunity for Ghost. This has happened far too often to be sustainable for the Envy defense.
Yeah, they get lucky, though. A little bit of miscommunication there. Shock, I think, was expecting a mid-pass, and the Lions called for the demo a little bit too late, and it's all Shock hesitate. Now they end up giving up that drive, and they got to start over if they want to close out this overtime. 2.5 minutes in.
There have been some close calls here in OT, but nobody has put us into game 3 just yet. Missed, kind of a token effort. Drees coming on. This will kick right out to Shock, who probably wants that touch back as he let it get too far away. Drees with Mist lurking in behind him. He can follow this play, but Lion Blaze got through him. Trying to get around Illusion. He does, but Illusion does a great job to stay with the play and not make it too easy for Hoxer and friends.
Yeah, there was that one dodge where, Illusion tries to flip into the ball. The ball says, no, we are both standing here. Now Drees on the solo, but again, loses control. And we're starting to see just a little bit more mechanical mistakes come out during this overtime, but no one giving up ground just yet.
And it feels like an all-star game going on right now. Just a lot of solo efforts, not really a lot of passing going on here. Once you get down to the offensive end, one player is trying to get the defense to move around, and it's just not happening. There aren't many double commits coming out as Illusion goes up the ladder. Mist should have this. Oh, he doesn't. Drees got it right out in front. Lion Blaze will send a missile to the net, and Envy's defense breaks down. Ghost is up 2-0.
Ghost kept trying, and finally they get that poor clear effort out again. This is how they scored their first goal, and of course it'll be Lion to score the second. Top left corner, Ghost Gaming take game 2.
I wonder, Daz, do you call a timeout here if you're Envy after the way that game ends? Do you kind of need an extra couple of moments to talk it over? It didn't seem like there was anything too egregious there until right at the very end of that game.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because, we have 7 or so minutes of gameplay there just now, maybe 8.5. And Envy, again, they scored first here, which again, great shot you see from Mist, perfect placement. But it's these types of mistakes that happen if you're under pressure an entire game. They did so well and they played so consistently. But I think even for them, they're probably having that expectation of just being more so, hey, we should have just more than a goal in a game against Ghost. And I think maybe they're getting into their own heads here a little bit. A change, a timeout, I'd say would be welcome, but I don't think they're going to take one.
They are not taking one as we move on to the iconic DFH Stadium. Daz, mentally, I'm sure a must-win now for Envy. Important to get off to a quick start, as they did in Game 2 on Aquadome, but it wasn't enough. Ghost Gaming comes all the way back. They tie it up. They win in OT, a long overtime, though, 3.5 minutes, as you saw on the Mobile One high-performance replay. Now we kick it off again to see if Ghost can get on to match point, trying to sweep away Team Envy. Shock against Illusion. And it'll be Lion Blaze, and Illusion locked up in Rule 1, and Lion Blaze jumped out of it. So keep that in mind as Drees waits for a rebound, not coming. Illusion indirect, off the back wall. Drees is there, but so is Hoxer. So is the entirety of Ghost Gaming, and they break out of the zone.
This is a low-scoring affair, and I think it's going to continue to be that way, even though we're seeing a little bit more speed come out of these players. Unless Shock can put something nice on. Oh, well, Alu with a good read. Clear it out in some space. But it seems as though, looking at this game, right, solo efforts are still very present, but there are some signs where we could see some team plays brewing.
Trying to force the opposition into mistakes with these solo efforts. Drees backboard, and Alu was going after Lion Blaze. Had to settle for a boost steal. Now miss. We let this get away a little bit and could not stop Lion. Drees the only one to beat. Lion Blaze got there as Shock knocked Drees out of the play.
Oh man, poor Drees. Drees goes up for this, thinking, okay, all I gotta do is challenge. Oh, Toodaloo, I'm going, I'm about to play. Lion Blaze has a clear runway as Shock makes some space for him.
So Ghost has scored first now in 2 out of 3 games, and they have the 2-0 series lead. Shock takes out Alu, and Mist will read this one well off the ceiling. Drees' shot just a little bit high, and Lion Blaze did a real good job not to just own goal that ball coming off the wall. Hoxer now going to take this himself. He tells Lion Blaze to go get boost. He obliges, and will try to power that through the corner. Instead, he'll need Shock's help as Illusion comes through now. Only Hoxer facing away from him. Got it in front, but Drees just could not make that read. Mist got to get on his horse. He won't get there. Lion Blaze strikes again from downtown.
If he tried to press the issue, and Ghost gave me proof why that was not the right idea. It pitches out towards Lion Blaze. The Lion Blaze says that net's wide open, and he'll send it in. And now we're starting to see Team Envy. You know, it feels like they're starting to run out of ideas here. And they got to think of something quick because Ghost Gaming is a team that can ramp up over time stacks.
Ghost has only trailed for about a minute and a half or so in this series. It has been all GG from the beginning. Illusion against Lion Blaze. Been fun to watch. We'll see if the young superstar Drees can get involved in the action. He can't this time, as Mist will leave it back for Illusion. It's Mist now waiting, but Illusion's not going to be able to pass it to him. So now Lion Blaze right out at Drees. Chance for the youngster to work against Hoxer. And Shock will take over. Once again, Team Envy stifled out of the wing.
Oh man, but you gotta love what you're seeing out here from Shock. He's been able to set up the team really well, whether it's, you know, scoring, getting the bumps that we saw earlier. All of Ghost Gaming has kind of had an impact in one game or another. And this is why this team has had such a good performance. Pass, Shock, shot, it's in! They strike just like that, Stacks.
And this is just a Cerberus style attack. Pick your poison. Who do you want to lose to today? All 3 players from Ghost Gaming have 2 goals. They also have 2 assists, except Lion Blaze, who's only got 1, but you give him a pass. His goals have been loud. As now Illusion against Lion Blaze. Got to get something going here. Missed. Indirect for himself, and he sailed it so high. Drees couldn't get there either. And that's an opportunity that Envy absolutely has to put away if they want to try and mount a massive comeback. Now they've been given a gift, and Mist will bank it in.
Mist taking advantage of opportunities, and Envy, they're going to need to utilize Mist here. Only one been able to get some scoring chances, and oh goodness, oh yeah. If there's a rain game, you skip the replay immediately, but you got to sit through that one, Ghost. That was ugly.
That play did not take it to 11, to say the least. 2:05 to go in this comeback effort from Team Envy. You get a gift like that, you have to capitalize here. Illusion against his momentum, not happening. And then Hoxer bounces that off of Alu all the way downfield. Tough break for Envy. They have to start from square one. Hoxer to try and set it up for Lion Blaze. No hat trick yet, as Shock will just control here, and that's going to be frustrating for Envy as well. They're not just going to give you the ball back now. Envy has to press the issue. Down a couple goals here with the minute 30. It's not quite time to press the panic button, Daz, but we're getting real close.
Yeah, we're a minute 25 away from pressing the panic button if you're Team Envy. Has it looked too solid? Again, yes, they get that goal, but it's really just mainly off of a really uncharacteristic mistake from Ghost Gaming. Ghost pick things right back up and keep the ball in the blue half. As you see Lion Blaze trying with the solo play. Shock, last here. Gonna take things into his own hands. Oh, nope, never mind. He's gone. And Envy, for 30 seconds, just again, stuck into their own zone. They get it past the midfield line, but it just gets bumped right back in.
Alu off the ceiling for Drees. His shot does not yield a very valuable rebound, as Hoxer will keep control from the back wall. Pinch it past Mist. Drees has to play that out of the corner, and Alu's got to turn quick. Oh, what a win by Shock! Are you kidding?
Listen, I didn't know you could low 50 in the air. Look at this. Shock, oh my goodness, just takes that, controls it, forces it in. Ghost Gaming in total control.
This has got to feel great for Ghost after they were battling tooth and nail with G2, and it looked like for a while maybe they had some hope. And then they had that one fateful moment in game 5, I think it was, where they gave up 5 goals in what? It had to have been about a minute 20. Actually, it was game 4 as this is skied away. Shock for Lion Blaze. And still more wins out of Ghost Gaming. They are all smiles now as they run out the final 10 seconds, about to be on match point against Team Envy. Lion Blaze looking for one more. Not gonna get it. Dazarin, this could be one really long 4th game for Team Envy fans as they watch Lion Blaze finish the hat trick.
Oh man, look at this. The control from Lion got the flip reset, first touch, and then just followed it all the way through. Does it mean anything? You think no, but honestly, what it means is the panic button, like I said, should have been pressed for Team Envy a long time ago. As soon as you saw a Shock 50 in the air, you knew, okay, wait a second, this is just simply not right. Again, Shock, really good game. Even though Lion Blaze is the one with the hat trick, Shock had some moments there early on. Again, that bump off Drees to set up, again, a clean goal for Ghost. This is a team where, okay, yeah, sure, the match against G2 didn't look so well. But this is the team that ended up, again, taking down NRG, taking down V1 in a sweep, and they look to add Envy to the next top teams that they end up taking down in the sweep. Get the brooms. Ghosts are coming.
Well, we just saw the Mobile One High Performance Replay, otherwise known as the Lion Blaze highlight reel, as the Northwood University star has Team Envy on the ropes. Ghost Gaming trying to sweep their way into Championship Sunday. And think about all those valuable points coming right out of the starting blocks on the line, trying to get to London at the end of this.
And you got to think, right? Because this is going to be a conversation topic from this point forward. Ghost winning this series, everyone's going to be thinking, okay, is this going to be one of the teams that we see sneak their way into those, top 5 NA placements to go to the major? Certainly looks like they've had the potential for this regional's performance.
One more team to eliminate after all of this as well. Version 1 and Space Station Gaming will do battle. But still, we have some business to conclude here. And still some life for Team Envy. But it is fading fast. Hawks are waiting for the pass, and it's a good one from Shock. But Aleutian saw the play developing. So now it's Drees trying to get this out across the center line. Lion Blaze and team way back, trying to kind of bait Envy in a little bit. And I think they're willing to let Drees have that time and space until he proves he can punish them.
They could. That being said, Drees here with a good shot and miss!
Oh, no way.
Misses saying there's no way you guys are saving it this time. A great dunk on the goal line.
Drees on the board with an assist as his shot sets it all up. It was good placement.
Goodness.
I don't even know if Mist really needed to touch that. I think Drees had kind of picked the perfect spot, but Mist making absolutely certain. No doubt about it. Envy in the lead.
Seen Envy with the lead before, but it did not last long. Even though Ghost Gaming are confident, they do need to remain composed, because this could get away from them if they let Envy start to ramp up.
Lion Blaze, quick read on that high bouncer, got over Alu. Shock is there, but Drees with the save. Shock couldn't steal the boost out of the corner. Hoxer, I think, did, as Aleutian will just wait here, and Lion Blaze is forced to play up. Now Mist, over top of Shock. Hoxer, the initial save. Alu will keep it in. Drees to cycle in behind him, and Shock with a good stop, but now it's Ghost under all the pressure. Mist, good flick. It's Hoxer getting back just to disrupt the play, falling into his own net. And that little touch, I think, saves a goal there. It is not 2-0 just yet, but Ghost still under fire.
Get that dunk through. Yeah, it does look like Ghost are under a lot of fire. That one going straight down. Alu wanted to commit, but we'll end up having to go the other way. And Miss losing that 50 spells danger. Lucian gets bumped. Another pinch in the response. Free ball for Lion Blaze, but just moved a little bit too fast to put that shot on target.
Yeah, but they're still not out of it. Envy not able to clear the zone. Shock got the pump on Alu, but it's Mist and Drees that combine for the defensive effort again. Lion Blaze try to hit Hoxer. Now Shock will try and throw this in Lion's general direction. Hoxer takes over, but there's nobody central for that ball. There's Mist, there's Aleutian, and Shock will clear away again right at Hoxer. Good team defense. There's one demo. They do not get Mist, though. He is so elusive. and maybe one of the best defenders in the world as he gets the shot off, denied by Shock.
Oh, good call off. Drees almost found that top left corner. And now it's going to go the other way. 220. Ghost starting to ramp things up. And it does feel like Envy are playing a little reactionary towards him, except for this pass play. Shock was the one that needed to jump up to stop Miss.
Missed with a full tank of boost. He'll cycle in behind Drees and play this indirect ball. Up to the backboard. Hawkser didn't get there. And he stays his ground. And that's going to go out to the corner. Oh, I think a lot of players would have jumped off the wall late. Hawkser stayed up there, and as a result, I think he altered the efforts of Envy just enough and did not give up a freebie. But now they may have on the other side anyways. Lion Blaze can't get back in time, and Mist makes it 2-0.
This is good read on Miss, right? That initial touch. Sees all the space here, so knows I just got to get this over Hawkser's head. Does a good job of calling things out. And again, Miss, only scorer here for Envy this series, and he's giving him a 2-goal lead.
And not every goal has an assist either. There have only been 2 in the series for Envy. This goes across Hawkser, back for Shock. Great passing play, but then a 10-cent finish at the end. He misses wide, and now Shock will climb up to try and disrupt Illusion. Lion Blaze played it wide, and Alu was not phased at all by it. Easy clear, and Drees finishes the defensive effort. I think that's an opportunity Ghost is going to want back in the tail of this series. Yes, they have the 3-game cushion, but you'd like to put it away here on Utopia and not give them any life. Hawkser's shot here, set away by Drees.
Ooh, demo. Shock's not going to be able to get to the ball, though, so Ghost won't be able to work with it unless Hawkser can do something here. Solid touch off the ceiling. Lion Blaze follow up into the corner. I think looks like Ghost starting to slow down, even though they have some good positioning and good possession. Feels like they kind of hit a wall.
Well, Ghost is trying to do all the right things. The ball is going to the right general area. They're just not getting it exactly where the ball needs to go. This has been given away, though. It looked like a team bump. Gave that ball away, and Ghost was kind of surprised by it. Then Shock nudged from behind by Drees, so he can't play that cleanly. And across it goes with 30 seconds left. Shock will have an effort here, though. Indirect for himself, didn't come up with it. Oh, Lion Blaze demolished right as he was about to pull the trigger. And now Hawkser doing all he can, but he's locked up with Drees. Drees just screened him off the play, and it still almost wasn't enough. Ghost still on the doorstep. Shock denied by Drees again. 8 seconds left. Gotta get one on here, and they don't. And Ghost is about to run out of time here. It was a furious comeback charge in game 4. Envy weathers the storm, and we'll see a 5th game.
We will see a 5th game, so looking at Ghost, they weren't able to close things out in a sweep. Not only that, they get shut out here, which again, you start to be a little concerned because if Ghost are running off of a train full of momentum in terms of like confidence and, you know, high calm energy, this kind of puts a damper in that a little bit. And then, of course, we're going to see how they come out in this next game to respond. Envy, especially missed here, so to speak, just kind of figured out all of those options that, you know, Envy had offensive-wise, and he made the most of them. When it was Drees with the initial shot, it was going to be blocked out. Miss jumps in front of it to push it in. And then, of course, catching out Hawkser on the defensive end. Those are big key plays if Envy can continue to turn things around. Even they don't have an established foothold upfield. So we'll have to see. This is definitely going to be one of these that we look at the first half of this game and kind of dictate the direction.
One thing that's very surprising, we noticed it in the previous series with Space Station and FaZe. No timeouts used here. SSG didn't bother to use one, and Envy didn't call one at any point. Even when they lost the first 3 games, they said, you know what, we have confidence in ourselves. We're going to ride this wave, and eventually we'll come out on top. Drees will score 8 seconds in his first goal. The first Envy goal not scored by Mist in this series. And Envy, the machine, maybe getting back together here.
And remember, I said the first half of this game, we kind of tell where the pace was. We kind of know where the pace is now. I think Envy are slowly starting to figure out Ghost Gaming's style of play, and that could probably lead to some trouble.
Ghost is going to have to change things up on the fly as Hawkser and Lion Blaze go up for the same ball. It only ends up going as far as Shock. Alu, no way. He's cutting that to go. yeah, maybe we are really starting to think about how long it takes to get to Champions Field. Mist will play that off the backboard. Alu got in there as well, though, so it's a double commit out of Envy, and then Mist finishes the play. Drees will try and chase it down, and Hawkster just baited him right in. Shock against Alu. All the way to the corner. Lion Blaze whiffed on it, though. That's happened a few times now over the past game and a half, and it's opened up some windows that Envy have exploited.
And now Envy's starting to get a read on where to go here. Every time Ghosts get a touch on the ball, someone from Envy in a good spot to send this downfield. As now we're seeing Lion Blaze take this from the goal line and gets demoed by Drees. Envy retain possession.
Seeing a lot of players getting stopped in their tracks too, and nobody willing to lock horns just yet. Lion Blaze will catch this with a full tank of boost, though. He got around one, got around two. Only Alu to beat, and he does! Lion Blaze beats the entire Envy defense to tie the game.
Oh, look at Lion. Able to get that first touch. Takes his time and catches Alu out. Execution there, big, to bring Ghost back into this game and in the scoring drought that was going on for him.
Yeah, after that 2-0 shutout, a relief for Ghost and their fans to get one back quickly after conceding that goal just 6 seconds in to Drees. Here's Lion Blaze, stuffed by Alu. Drees, speak of the devil, up the ladder, nothing doing there. Shock has it. And now Lion Blaze back downfield. Shock is waiting, redirect, got a lot on it, and missed with the save. And that kicks out so far. Hawkster has to burn all his boost. Can't get there in time. Missed nearly on target. And Lion Blaze has to contend with Drees in the way as he tries to get the clear.
Envy cannot afford to get comfortable here. Again, tournament life on the line. And it's a tied-up game. You got Hawkster shooting, forcing Alu in an uncomfortable position, but still does make that touch. Ghosts are looking again to see where's the weak point on Envy. How can we finish the job? Game halfway over. And Hawkster gonna send this downfield looking for Shock. Drees and Mist both up to cut that off.
And more importantly, able to drop that down to Alu. So even though it looked like kind of the semblance of a double commit, they at least get out of it unharmed. Lion Blaze will have some time and space to work with, and even more afforded with the demo by Hawkster. So now Shock. Oh, he gave that one away to Mist, and this could be trouble if Envy is able to press forward. But they're not. Alu half flipping on his way back. Shock trying to get around Drees. Second touch will just keep control, and that's a great defensive effort by the young star. And now Alu gave this ball away. There's been a lot of this happening, Daz, and you know, as someone who loves a good defensive grindy battle, I feel like it's only another 30 or 40 seconds before we see the floodgates open with these first touches getting away.
Yeah, I mean, even for Envy, look at this, a double commit there. They're gonna have to again scramble back and just Hawkster, he's looking for Mist, but Mist has to keep things moving. Drees follow up off the touch and will find the back of the net. Envy with the lead with 1:36 to go.
Drees has come alive here in Game 5 when his team needs him most. Got the turnaround there with Lion Blaze. Just a little slow recovering. 36. Envy back on top. And Shock trying to get it right back off the kickoff, and Alu couldn't really shrug him away from the play. Hawkster for Lion Blaze, stuffed by the entire Envy defense.
Now this is where, again, you see Alu on the ball. His comms going to be big impact because, again, it's about managing time and space here. You don't want to give Ghost Gaming the whole offensive front, and you see Mist get that cutoff just to slow things down. It's all about making sure you keep that ball upfield, maybe even set up for another opportunity. As when this final minute comes down, Ghost could potentially still tie this one up, Stacks, but again, though, I don't think Envy, we've seen them go on defensive stints for more than 4 minutes. That one gets over. Hawkster, no, it'll get blocked out by Alu. The wall of Envy holds strong.
Boy, they had no business being able to stop that barrage, and they're still not out of it. Lion Blaze with 40 to Shock. Bouncer, tie game. 40 seconds left, and the defense finally breaks through all that pressure out of Ghost Gaming at the last.
Oh, that's a beautiful pass from Lion Blaze. Everyone is expecting him to go for a flip reset, maybe play it off the backboard. Didn't think that he would go for the pass to Shock, and Shock, very solid shot placement, goes back in the game. And again, Envy, life on the line. Shot doesn't connect. Now Drees last back. Good chance to buy Alu some time.
If they connected, this series is over. You have to imagine 25 seconds remain as Ghost tries to take care of it in regulation. Missed all the boosts in the world. And he was looking for Drees. Could not complete the hat trick. Lion Blaze and Illusion end up locked up for just a moment. And they break apart again. 10 seconds remain for Drees. He gives it away to Lion Blaze. Hoxer up around Alu. Lion Blaze for the win!
Look at this squad. Lion Blaze with the touch up. Hoxer past Alu. And Lion Blaze with the goal to do it. Missed in the right spot. But the backflip comes through. Envy fall apart towards the end of this one. 3 seconds remaining. The ball will roll towards the side wall and Ghost Gaming send Envy home.
Watch at the end again. There is nobody, and I repeat, absolutely nobody, that has had the kind of week that Lion Blaze has had. He just cannot lose. If he is in the lower bracket. We forgive him for one. Moving on to Championship Sunday alongside Hoxer and Shock.
This could be a problem now. Because again, with this Ghost matchup, they're looking to make revenge on G2 if they can get that far. Again, still trying to prove that those earlier wins that they had gotten in this tournament were no small feats. I think we may be seeing a lot more of this Ghost squad no matter how they finish this tournament.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this Ghost squad, and we're going to see a lot more of Lion Blaze on many, many more Mobile One high performance replays as he comes through with yet another clutch goal. But how about the great team effort of Ghost Gaming? Even when Envy got one back and they had the momentum at the start of Game 5, just mentally able to reset, get that answer back quickly, and then they took charge of the entire second half of that game.
And the way Envy, we started to see just how good they could potentially be with Alu. And of course, that conversation is going to happen too. Like, how well do people think this move was from Envy? Well, that's for you to decide. We got more Rocket League coming up next as the lower bracket continues. Don't go anywhere.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. But if I'm But if I'm
welcome back to day 2 of the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup. Stacks alongside Dazarin for our last match of the night. We've got version 1 and Space Station Gaming coming your way, but we just watched Ghost Gaming dispatch Team Envy, and while it wasn't a sweep, Dazarin, it did feel like a very dominant performance out of the new guy, Hoxer, with Ghost Gaming, and particularly Lion Blaze.
I mean, you can make a case for anybody on that Ghost Gaming roster in that series. They played phenomenally well. And again, Team Envy, you saw what they looked like with Illusion there. Again, the whole debate on whether you want Illusion versus Turbo is going to come later from that. But for me, it's just a fact of like knowing that Team Envy was constantly under offensive pressure, constantly on the back end, and still they weren't able to get much going in that game. And Ghost with Hoxer are just showing this new kind of breath of life that's been given to them. It was fun to see.
Yeah, 2 teams that made roster changes coming into this spring split in the lower bracket. Ghost Gaming prevails in 5 games, and now we turn our attention towards 2 teams also in the lower bracket. One will get eliminated, but neither made a change coming in, and they had a great matchup at the YouTube Theater just a month ago. Space Station Gaming, version 1. It is showtime here with 2 rosters that have proved a lot over the last couple of months, and now one will get a massive head start over the other in the race to qualify for London.
You look at version 1 and you look at Space Station Gaming here, both with honestly really good performances leading up to the Winter Major and in the Winter Major as well. I think, version 1, they talked about it. Is this team happy with the top 6 performance? I'd say they were pretty happy with it. They weren't too down on themselves about it. And of course, this is something that they're looking to build off of. So their sights are set on London, but to get to that destination, they have to do well in these spring regional events. So of course, as we get this match set up, you guys have to let us know what you think in the Verizon fan vote. Again, using hashtag V1 if you're a version 1 fan and hashtag SSG if you're a Space Station Gaming fan. Stacks, this is definitely going to be a hype match. I can't lie.
Yeah, and it was surprising to see all the support for Space Station Gaming. I think they won over a lot of fans with their performance at the Winter Major in LA. And I think they've turned some fans that maybe otherwise would have been here, flying the NRG flag or even the G2 flag at this stage in the day going, yeah, we kind of like these guys. It was one-sided voting in their matchup earlier against FaZe. They got out to a great start, did not hold that. I'm curious to see what the fan vote reveals here, as our Verizon fan vote tells us that 76% are still behind Space Station Gaming to get to Championship Sunday. Daz, are you surprised that it was that lopsided?
Actually, yeah, a little bit. I would have at least expected like 30% here going for version 1. It does seem like version 1 are slowly starting to get more and more fans here as we get ready to kick things off. I am impressed with what I've seen from these teams so far this event, but now they have to go head to head to see which one is going to stay alive in the lower bracket.
This is rough for me because if I could, I would send both these teams through and I'd kick somebody else out. I don't know who, but here we go. We eliminate one more team before moving on to Championship Sunday. A cruel, unforgiving format as they all are. Game 1 about to kick off now. The team of Reddles, Arsenal, and Daniel against the young star Beast Mode as well. Calm, Torment. We are underway with our last match of the night.
This is going to be very interesting to watch, especially when you think about the play styles between these two. SSG do a really solid job of adapting. You're going to want to look at Daniel. But of course, on the other side of things, Beast Mode has been the name on either side. But that doesn't mean that these star players as they are, the supporting cast here, it's our superstars within themselves. Common Torment, strong names, Rattles and Arsenal. It speaks for themselves. Like this is a highlight match. I'm so excited.
Yeah, this youth revolution, and we're still seeing them with the big name veterans as that one rings off the crossbar. Beast Mode could not open up a 1-0 lead for V1. This goes all the way back, and now B-Mode's got to make the stop at the other side. And this will bounce through as Calm kind of got stuck to the wall and didn't jump out in time.
Yeah, you talked about it, right? Calm knew Reddles was bearing down and tried to get there in time, but again, a little slow off the wall. It makes a big difference because version 1 give up the first goal.
So it's Reddles who scores first, and you can tell his confidence has been getting back to its kind of peak levels after NRG was knocked out yesterday. He made sure to remind Squishy and NRG exactly what went down, and oh my gosh, Arsenal, are you kidding me?
You can't give this man space. Everyone's worried about Dale on the ceiling. Hello? Someone put a hand up. Arsenal strikes and picks up the second goal.
And version 1's a good defensive team, Daz. They all just got frozen by that solo effort out of Arsenal. 2 unassisted goals to start things off. And then the whiff there from Reddles, so you sing his praises, and then he does that. But then Daniel's shot on the other side has to be dealt with by Calm, and right now SSG just trying to smother version 1. Reddles threatening again in Beast Mode with a powerful clear, but Daniel collects and just dribbles right around him.
And here we go. This one,
that almost got Daniel. He was that close. Could you imagine all 3 members in succession scoring this early? V1 would almost be a candidate for a game 1 timeout.
a chance there. Good touch high. Arsenal will send this over to the side. And just got word, Stacks, if version 1 defeats Space Station here, G2 clinches a spot at Worlds. That's a big deal.
It is, yeah, our last match of the night, and all eyes on G2 coming into this with an opportunity to secure a spot at Dallas at the end of all of this. And they could do it while just casually watching everybody else kind of do their dirty work for them. There's Daniel to set one up for Arsenal, who waited a while. Looks like he didn't know what Beast Mode was going to do with that ball. In fact, this will go with a full tank of boost. Daniel going right back to work in Beast Mode, not letting him get started.
And look at these soft touches from Arsenal. Doesn't want to give that ball up too easily. Reddles tried to get some control there, but look at Beast Mode just trying to spearhead the charge here for version 1. Needs a little bit of help, and Calm is trying to do things off ball. Looking again, he wants to get a demo on Arsenal. Arsenal jumped up, low boost. And still, just to make sure they didn't have to worry about that demo coming out. Now dangerous in front of the goal line. Daniel picks up his third save as SSG clear it away.
That's a good start from Calm. Beast Mode, he has enough. Oh, what a play! Version 1's on the board. Incredible stuff out of Beast Mode.
Oh, the beast has been activated. My God, what an angle off the double. Set up from Calm. Of course, you got to give it to Beast Mode because that's what he can do with it.
Oh, that is absolutely sick. A minute 47 to go. And finally, version 1 introduces themselves into this lower bracket matchup. Daniel over Calm. Beast Mode is right there. He has not missed much. That got around him, though. And Torment wanted that midfield boost, couldn't take it, so Beast Mode takes out Reddles from behind. And the powerful clear right at Daniel. And look at the quick reflex as Daniel goes quickly up. And this will find Reddles as well back into the play and forcing the version 1 defense to do some work. Calm trying to hit Beast Mode. It falls right to Reddles again. Who's got the rebound? It's Beast Mode, but only as far as Daniel.
Right now, SSG prime spot here for control. They have everything set up. Now it's just, all right, how can we work past this version 1 defense? Just like that, Reddles slots it home.
Look, it has not been fancy team plays that have gotten Space Station these 3 goals. Reddles just picking their pocket this time, and a 3-1 lead. The 2-goal deficit again for version 1. They need more plays like they got out of Calm and Beast Mode a moment ago, and they've only got a minute to work with, and a ball rolling perilously close. Arsenal couldn't get it there.
SSG is a perfect team. When you talk about team plays over individual mechanics, yes, they have the mechanics, but they are always looking for each other, just like when we saw with that pitch play. Version 1, same can be said here, but with 40 seconds left, they're going to need to get this ball out of their own end if they want to have a shot in game 1.
And look at how far back they've been pinched in their own zone. Calm will try and dribble around. There's nobody home. What a setup by Arsenal, too, to keep that on target. And Daniel with the steal, Arsenal the finish, and SSG primed to take game one.
Daniel said, I am not waiting for you to get comfortable, Calm. We mean business. It's time to move forward in this tournament. And if you're going to play around, we'll show you what happens.
Arsenal just gonna sit here and wait. I love it. Just take the air right out of the ball. Hey, come get me if you dare. And just more time ticking away as we get ready for game two. Space Station Gaming have not quite made a mockery of this one, but they have certainly flexed their muscles. Daniel get one around. Arsenal is just hanging around. He couldn't get the ball down to him. That's about as one-sided as it gets without being a shutout.
Yeah, you're right. Space Station Gaming with that win. Very strong start here for the SSG boys. Daniel, of course, even though not scoring here, does lead that score leaderboard. Again, lots of saves and being able to set up a couple of those SSG plays. But, I mean, everybody getting involved. Arsenal especially. I mean, he had some really good shots, the solo play, and a decent follow-up for him. So, version 1, you know, yeah, this is the best of 7. There's plenty of time for them to figure things out, but they got a lot to work on here.
Yeah, they do have a lot of time to work with here, and as you mentioned, a lot to work on. That one goal, though, from Beast Mode off the setup by Calm, if there's more of that, Space Station will not find the next few games nearly as smooth sailing as game 1 was. But for what it's worth, game 1 was kind of a laugher. Space Station Gaming was under fire for just a little bit, and then they pulled away and erased any doubt. Now we go to Aquadome and see if they can do it again for an encore, or will version 1 have an answer? Their answer is giving up a goal off the kickoff. Daniel scores 3 seconds in, and V1 are just going to be wondering what in the world is happening here.
Oh, man, you saw the cheat play, and it was a really aggressive one. So aggressive that no time to react to the ball, and Daniel says, okay, patience pays off here. Easy slot for the first goal.
Race to that deep corner boost, won by Beast Mode, thrown in front here for Torment, and Reynolds just got there first. And now Arsenal with 20 in the tank will dump this into the corner with a little help from Beast Mode. And Reynolds couldn't get that cleanly, so Daniel has to play it from his own back line. But look at all the time and space he has. You cannot give him all of this. And very fortunate, I think, V1 that Torment made that stop as well as he did. Look at version 1, though, having to constantly play defense, facing their own net. This will fall towards Arsenal. He keeps it alive against Beast Mode, and version 1 are just stuck on their half of the field for the vast majority of this first 40 seconds, and Arsenal gets there ahead of Calm, and then Calm doesn't even get to see what happens after. Now he can, and when he respawns in, he sees the ball coming towards his half.
It just plays on the demo line. Arsenal being really smart with how he plays his ball, as well as going for some of these off-ball plays, looking for bumps and demos on that back line of version 1. He ends up picking up 1 off Torment, and here comes Daniel. Getting Daniel swapping out from that Fennec that he had earlier, swapped to the Octane. And ever since then, it's been a pretty clean game for the SSG rookie as Arsenal plays it. Daniel, good 50 to the side, and it'll roll on the sidewall while Calm will try to pick it up.
They did a good job of keeping Reynolds off boost, but now he's got plenty to work with as he sets up Arsenal. Indirect waterfall down. Beast Mode had that play read all the way. Daniel now over Arsenal as he'll dump that one back across. And Arsenal may even get to play his own ball. He does. And the double no. Reynolds is waiting, but he has to wait for Calm to relinquish possession as now Reynolds tries to play it through. Got the demolition. There's Daniel with 3:13 to go. SSG picking right up where they left off.
Look at this. Reynolds pushes it through, forces the awkward spot for Beast Mode, takes out the defender, and Daniel with full faith is going to put that one in. Oh boy.
It's another fast start for Space Station Gaming, Daz, and we'll see if they can hang on to it this time. Beast Mode's got other plans. Oh, it's pinned off the post. Daniel credited with the save, and now Arsenal will peel off and let Reynolds take over. Version 1 have not had anything go their way. This one from Calm saved away. Beast Mode rebound. Arsenal saved that too. It just seems like an impossible task to get any leverage against SSG as Daniel will fly through, and he won that challenge as well, but he got turned around.
He's still trying to make plays backwards in the corner.
Gosh.
Won't be able to. Arsenal won't put a shot on. Again, just trying to buy some time. Torment gets demoed here on this play. And SSG still continue to hold on the possession. If this gets more out of hand, if V1 cannot slow down this Space Station squad, you got to expect a timeout coming after this game because these guys are ramping up and they look so confident on the field.
Only one to beat. Daniel up high and swatted away. Beast Mode, a heroic save to keep this one in reach for V1, but they're still left without a lot of boost. Torment had to get up high to swat that ball away as well. And now Reynolds just got ahead of Beast Mode. Arsenal thought about the boost steal. Instead, he'll go for ball, and then he has to turn around. And that could be a huge break for Version 1 as Beast Mode got that boost that Arsenal could have stole.
They're playing it into the corner, but not looking for each other. Wow. Arsenal cleanly gets through the defense. Forces Beast Mode to just play this clear downfield. Now you got to look at the clock. We're 1:35 left here in game 2. And Version 1 have not found the answer. Daniel, though, he found the answer. He's going to keep trying that backboard until something works.
It's a good initial surge out of Version 1 when they head downfield, but they don't have a follow-up there in time. SSG are able to force Version 1 to go one and done through the offensive end. Arsenal will go back, and this one kind of surprises them. But it's Arsenal over top of Calm. Beast Mode on his way back, so it's Torment's time to challenge. And a good challenge that it is, keeping it a 2-goal game. Daniel out of the play, so it's Arsenal and Reynolds that are up. Reynolds for Arsenal, maybe to put it away, and Calm holds his ground. And Beast Mode takes charge, but they're all just kind of scrambling in the corner. Boost will finally start respawning for everybody, and Calm's got to use it to challenge Daniel here, and he does.
And seeing Space Station Gaming just kind of float through the defense of Version 1 in the midfield is concerning if you're a V1 fan. But for SSG, offense is moving, rotations are clean, and this game, as with have 30 seconds left on Aquadome, feels like it's all Space Station right now.
Beast Mode's got 4 out of the 5 shots for Version 1, and a couple of them have been really, really good. There's another good one, though, this time out of Torment, and there's life for V1 with 20 to go.
Hold on, we see Torment getting involved here. Good pass. This is one of the first few ones we've seen from V1, and Torment slot gang top left corner.
That is Torment's first shot of this game. Deadly efficient. Now they need another, and Calm can race after this one. Hard out of the side, and Daniel at least got a piece of it. Torment might have been nudged by Reynolds, so he couldn't play it. Loose in front for Daniel now with 7 seconds. Calm's got to take over, and Arsenal, the better of the two, a decisive victory, forcing V1 to their own back line. No time on the clock. Calm is there. It pinballs around, and Arsenal denies him, slamming the door shut at the end.
Oh, and it's heartbreaking for Version 1 because they had it moving all the way upfield, even down to the final seconds. Calm tried to force it through, but it was just straight up denied. And, well, what do you know? Timeout Version 1.
Yeah, and I don't blame V1 here for taking a timeout at all. You got a very capable, smart coach that can kind of get their mental reset here and get them back on the winning track. And remember, we saw in the upper bracket, Space Station Gaming got off to a similarly quick start. FaZe then turned it around on them, so I don't hate this one bit. I think this is going to serve V1 very well now. They didn't play particularly badly at all. I mean, I think that last minute and a half or so, they looked like the better team. SSG just had that 2-goal cushion, and they held the line long enough.
Yeah, that may be true, but again, going into this one, it's going to be such a long series here. Fireburner needs a little bit more time to talk to the team, because if there is anyone who can get them in the right track of mind, it is going to be Fireburner. Seeing Torment as well, I mean, he's able to get really good I'd say shot placement shooting wise. Of course, he shot 100% that game, but maybe it comes down to maybe we need to change up our approach. Is Beast Mode not getting space with the ball? Then maybe we need to give it more to Torment. Maybe Calm needs to be a little bit more aggressive or more reserved. Again, Space Station Gaming seem to have all of the offensive pressure here in the first 2 games as they've kind of dictated the pace. it's not even just about getting more space to your team here, but it's also about, okay, why is SSG getting through? Who's that player that we need to shut down?
One thing we've constantly seen in the past, and we're not really seeing it today, is one player that steps up and kind of takes charge of a series for a team when they get off and rolling like SSG has done. But what we saw even going back to the Ghost Gaming and Envy series is it's been a well-balanced attack. As we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay and see that early goal from Daniel off the kickoff, the cheat not working out for V1, and then everybody else just getting involved here. 2 goals apiece for everybody from Space Station Gaming, and now version 1 after that timeout has to find a way to stop the bleeding and get things going here.
Yeah, this is going to be a big game 3 for them. They have to swing things around. I don't see them reverse sweeping a Space Station Gaming in this series at all as we get things all loaded up on DFH Stadium. Lower bracket quarterfinal continues on. Space Station Gaming have, again, it just seems like they figured version 1 out. Version 1 took a timeout, and we'll see what comes of it.
Version 1 trying to channel any of that momentum that they had generated at the end of Game 2. Some of that momentum may have also kind of gone by the wayside with the timeout, and that's what makes these timeouts such a tricky thing in such a huge, mentally involved contest. Reddles against Beast Mode. That'll fall right to Arsenal, and his shot forces Calm to strafe back across. He's credited with the epic save, and now Calm beaten out by Daniel. Beast Mode couldn't get there, so Calm will dish to the corner. Reynolds is waiting, and he still made something out of that play despite running into Beast Mode, and there may be a play for Arsenal. There is Daniel's shot denied by B Mode.
Beast Mode's so quick, too. I mean, pre-jumped the shot from Daniel. Gets a little bit of space, but here comes Space Station Gaming once again, forcing V1 into their own back wall to try to break out.
So this first minute goes by without any offense, but plenty of threats. And now Reddles around Calm. Torment and Beast Mode are back. Beast Mode's going to be called on here after that indirect play.
Whoa.
And he missed on it, so Reddles will score. What is happening to version 1?
Oh, man, you can even see it on the cams. Even Beast Mode's trying to figure out what happened there. Uncharacteristic whiff out, and SSG just picked up the first goal. It was gifted to him.
You had to have imagined Arsenal was going to get the touch and then thinking about what he was going to do if that ball popped up and out. And instead it just kept on going, and he flinched. Here's Arsenal. Drop another in. It's on target. Beast Mode stopped this ball. But now Reynolds playing it for himself. Daniel to follow. Boy, Calm not getting any rest whatsoever. He constantly has to be aware of the next attacker from SSG. The next attacker this time is Daniel. Calm's off the field. He spawns in ball side, and Reddles will call off Arsenal to play this. Arsenal waiting for the pass. It'll fall right to him. As Arsenal coming in, Beast Mode got up, and Arsenal goes behind him.
And it just seems like version 1 are getting bullied right now. Arsenal takes his time because you got to buy Reynolds some time to get the bump. Bye-bye Beast Mode as Arsenal puts that one over your head.
Frustration's got to be setting in, and you can see it over there on the top side. Beast Mode just kind of wondering, all right, what else are they going to do to me here? Here goes Torment. He's got Calm racing downfield. Calm couldn't get to this, let him a little too far. Still got the win there, and Reynolds had to at least play this out of harm's way as Beast Mode will try and chase him down, and he can't get the demo. Reynolds knows how that feels. Now Torment for Calm, intercepted by Arsenal, and SSG have the ball going right back towards the V1 half of the field, and version 1 seem like they're in a bit of a scramble every time SSG repels them.
Arsenal looking for the shot, and Calm had to stretch for it. Follow up from Daniel looking for the double.
Oh my gosh.
And Daniel hits the double. Oh my goodness, SSG mopping the floor right now. It's just so clean for him.
It's amazing how often version 1 have to play defense with their back towards the play. They have been facing their own goals so often, trying to catch up with SSG, and they have been punished to the tune of 3 goals in the first half of Game 3. That timeout has not reset anything. Arsenal slows that down for Reddles. SSG doing a good job of centering this ball for version 1, but even doing a better job of clearing the ball out of the mess they made. This will ricochet around, and Reddles got bumped by Beast Mode, and an opportunity now for version 1. Torment can't get this through, and Arsenal just away from Calm before he gets blown up. Chance here for Beast Mode. And still version 1, not giving up here. 2 minutes, a lot of time to work with, but not much going their way. And in fact, if not for bad luck, Daz, I don't think they'd have any luck at all, as that one's high and wide.
You see the frustration that's on the cams from version 1, whether it's calm or beast mode. More so beast mode here, and you gotta think beast mode just feels like he can't get anything going in this series. There's only been one shot for version 1 in this game, and that's from Torment of all people, and he's getting bullied and demoed on the back line currently. It's just
Who isn't?
so tough as Daniel with the musty over. I almost want to call it Stacks because SSG are just running away with things.
If this were a fight, yes, they would stop it. Torment did all he could to avoid the demo and still just cannot slow down Arsenal and Daniel, who have gone off now for 7 goals between the two of them. Rather, yeah, 7. And a 4-0 lead and no signs of stopping. Daniel does then put it in reverse and just challenges Beast Mode to come up. And now it is just a freestyle competition. SSG is in free play right now.
Oh, goodness gracious. But I mean, you gotta love that play. Arsenal straight down to Daniel, lower left corner. A minute left here. And even though version 1 tried to get things composed, it just seems like they're falling apart even more, Stacks, right in front of our eyes.
Arsenal legitimately, the way he's playing right now, it just seems like he's recording a video. This is wild. All the way across, Daniel. Oh, he's just showing off now as well. Everybody just having a laugh at V1's expense. This is in front. Arsenal adds another 6-0 and a hat trick for RC.
Look at how comfortable Space Station Gaming look in this. I mean, they set up the demo plays, it works out. They were able to just out pressure version 1, see how much the defense could bend until it finally has broken down. What a performance from everybody. It's not just Daniel, it's not just Arsenal or Reddles, it's everybody on this SSG squad, and we're saying it as if the series is over. We still got a whole nother game to play. The way it looks right now just doesn't seem like there's a chance here for V1. We'd have to see a complete shift from this team.
The final minute of this third game has resembled the pre-game lobbies. Arsenal almost got that one to go as well through the entire V1 defense. And mercifully, long overdue, the final seconds will tick away here. And Daniel will keep this kind of torture going for as long as he can. Reddles, Arsenal, one more, why not?
Oh my goodness. Daniel, flip reset, uses the dodge, pass calm, Reddles. I mean, that was going in on its own. Arsenal just stole it, so. 7-0 game 3, which has to be, I'd say, probably the most one-sided win we've seen so far this tournament.
They're starting to look at scorigamis. I think they could have got maybe a 9 spot if they wanted to. My gosh. 13, 15 shots to 1. Look, we can say whatever we want here as we look at a very long Mobile 1 high performance replay and see just everything SSG did to version 1 at the end there. But keep this in mind, Daz, with every blowout comes, that 90 seconds at the end of the game where it's a formality and V1 can spend all that time kind of recovering. And while it looked bad, I think it looked a lot worse than it was, and V1 still has plenty of life going into Utopia Game 4.
Yeah, there's still a game to play, and looking at this moving forward here for version 1, if SSG, as confident as they are, we've seen them in the same position version 1 is in right now, where again, players are looking tilted or frustrated, and series are one-sided. SSG has been in the same position V1 has been in that mentality conversation, and if they don't close out this game, they could see themselves slumping in just that particular aspect. So we'll see if they have what it takes to make this one a short series, or maybe version 1 gonna be tired of getting bullied and fight back.
I seem to recall there was a team called NRG with 6 players that looked as dead as you could possibly look back in the winter split. And they managed to come all the way back. SSG has to realize 3 is not enough. They've got to keep the hammer down here, as Reynolds will wait for this one coming all the way across. And he's got all day to play it over Torment, but he got stopped in his tracks. So here goes Calm with Beast Mode to his right, and Arsenal not letting him get the pass away.
The pass is in space here for version 1. A little bit of a pickup there, and Beast Mode will try to get this one past Daniel. Does. Arsenal with the light touch opting to control it. As here we go. We're seeing way more offense here from version 1 than we do normally off the opener, as they're keeping up some solid offensive possession.
That's a good break for SSG, creating their own luck. Reynolds getting the bump on Beast Mode, but he's back in on the play, looking for the double. Daniel didn't stop him, but he at least maybe distracted him a little bit. And then Torment dishes that way off to the side, and here goes Reynolds. After they outshot version 1 15-1 in that game, that 14-shot differential, the largest for SSG this entire season. Also the largest that V1's been on the receiving end of on their side all season, as Beast Mode plays one around Arsenal and has the attack going now. This is a much more renewed look out of version 1 and a lot more confident look from V1 than we saw throughout the entire second half of last game. And there is that kind of mentality from the final 90 seconds, just realizing this one's chalk, and you go on to the next one. They've done a good job keeping SSG at bay.
Yeah. The bleeding has stopped, so to speak, right? First couple of minutes go by and nothing has really been given to SSG. SSG don't even have a shot recorded, as you see Arsenal trying to find that redirect. Meanwhile, it's been 4 shots on the side of version 1. Just kind of goes to show how you can't count V1 out just yet. Is this one midfield? Arsenal pre-jumped it and he scored it! No way, they connect on this beautiful play by SSG.
Arsenal and Daniel have some kind of neural link going. That is absolutely absurd. And for all the praise for version 1 maybe starting to turn things around, that's how SSG gets their scoring started, right near the halfway mark, and the challenge has been laid down. V1's got 2.5 minutes to save their tournament run.
Oh man, that was such a good play. And
we'll see that one tomorrow. Oh my gosh.
Halfway through now, game 4. And a big whiff off the back wall, but demos come out, so no follow-up here for version 1 as Arsenal takes out Calm when Calm could have been in a prime position to get an equalizer.
This game has kind of slowed down a little bit in version 1, trying to play more of a methodic pace. Now Beast Mode, can he turn on the Jets at the end? No, Calm is going to get up there though. Leave it for Torment to tie the game, and Daniel stopped him. The future of Rocket League meets its past, and Daniel comes out on top. Now the flip reset. No way does he have another. Now Reynolds can play this with Calm kind of scrambling. Torment and Beast Mode. B-Mode's back, and he can send this away. He's got a full tank of boost. What can he do with it? 90 seconds left. Gotta have it, and it's denied.
That was the play. Beast Mode tried his best to throw out something different instead of playing it off the ceiling. There could be another chance for Beast Mode, as again, he's playing with a lot more speed here. But version 1 still not on the board just yet. And Arsenal, he's going to make the hill even higher. 2-goal lead for Space Station Gaming.
Make it 8 goals for Arsenal after that ball skipped through in the corner. Beast Mode did all he could, but he could not recover in time. 2 goals, 1:20 to go. And V1 with 1 foot out the door. Daniel ahead of Calm. Only Torment to beat. Good pass across, and Torment intercepted. Now Daniel got ahead of Beast Mode, and that's a great play by the youngster, keeping version 1 from getting those passing plays started. Beast Mode given all day to play this ball, but with a 2-goal lead, you can afford to do that, as Arsenal got the boost so they can't get starved out. The demo is inconsequential. He spawns opposite side, and that rings all the way across. Reynolds ahead of Beast Mode. 50 seconds remain, trying to style on him, and Calm shut the door and at least gave V1 a little bit of hope here in the final 40.
Yeah, they got to get a good drive here going soon, but it's so hard when everyone is getting demoed on the field. Anything that SSG can do to slow down the ball and make version 1 work has been, except for that shot from Calm at a clutch moment in time. 30 seconds left in this game.
31 on the clock as Torment barrels his way through Arsenal. Reynolds couldn't make the adjustment. Calm coming through for, just his first goal. 2-1, 31 seconds. Kickoff does go to Torment. Calm is up. Beast mode waiting for the rebound. Reynolds doesn't put it in an easy spot for him. 20 seconds now. And it is a precious, precious commodity that V1 can't afford. 15 seconds. Reynolds again to the backboard. Torment the clear. They gotta have it here. Beast mode with Calm running forward. Could not take out Daniel, and it didn't matter. Ball didn't get there anyways. Reynolds will pound it back into the zone. Arsenal to spike it, and it still stayed up. Still life for version 1 until Daniel snuffs it out, and SSG sweep V1 out of the Verizon 5G Ultra Cup.
My goodness, not only was it a sweepstakes, it was just a showing of, hey, we are simply the better team here. As Space Station Gaming, with so much of their performance just coming together as a team environment. I mean, you again, Arsenal, big series for him. A lot of people looked at Daniel, and Daniel definitely had his moments, but I really keep eyes on Arsenal moving forward. And both him and Reynolds just kind of picked apart version 1 that series. Look at this goal. Are you kidding me?
That's just goofy.
That was beautiful.
It is insane, the level that Arsenal and Daniel were on in this series. And oh yeah, by the way, Reynolds was okay as we watch him backflip there, trying to stop that shot from Calm. Don't discount Reynolds either. He was incredible. This whole team put together an A1 effort for sure as Space Station Gaming sweeps version 1. And this team, I think, despite being in the lower bracket, Daz, they feel like they're hotter than the sun.
It does. It really does. Now you got to look at them moving forward because, again, you got Ghost Gaming that's going to be waiting on them. Looking just as similar, I'd say, in performance here as well. Both teams have something in common. They both have taken down version 1 in a sweep. So, I mean, looking at that, going head to head, how is that going to look like moving forward? I can't wait to see it.
Well, that's all of our games out of the way, but we still got some gamers to show you. So let's head back to the desk with Leaf for the boys to wrap it all up.
Well, thank you, Stacks. We fast end of the day. I guess the teams were done with day 2. So, let's get these matches over with, and we'll get out of here. We started off with that Ghost Gaming versus Team Envy match, 4-1. Pretty strong showing from Ghost Gaming here. I'd say, Johnny, that maybe was a bit of a surprise. Not for Shogun.
Not for me.
He called G.
No, not for.
I wasn't wrong.
Not for me and Johnny.
Not for me and Gibbs. We told you.
You should really be.
I just tried to bring you guys with that.
We tried to tell you, this Ghost squad, they might have looked pretty bad against G2, but sometimes it's down to the opponents playing really well, making them look bad. And I think Ghost they felt under pressure against G2. They didn't have that same pressure against Envy. They know they're going to have a bit more time on the ball, a bit more time to get their plays set up. And it really did end up going that way. They were the team who were dictating the flow of the game. They were the aggressor for the majority. And wow, what a bounce back from Ghost.
Yeah, we saw Lion Blaze. He was doing a lot throughout that whole series for Ghost Gaming. And Envy, like we said earlier, that Envy Rogue series looked a little weak, and I think we saw it here when they played Ghost.
And then right after that, we had Space Station version 1. We just saw that match. It's still fresh in your minds, but let's break down a little bit there. Shogun, this was a nice quick one. Version 1 just says, I guess we're done for this Verizon Ultra Cup. We're heading out.
The only reason why this didn't last, wasn't quicker, is because Space Station just kept scoring. 7-0 in game number 3. Space Station, against one of the top teams in North America, rolled right past them, rolled over them, and rolling on to our championship Sunday. What a statement performance this was by them, and I can't wait to see what they provide us tomorrow.
Amazing. I love it. I love the regain from SSG. The vibes from this squad clearly so much better than the fall split, where they look like they're really struggling to find their footing, didn't make the major. I'm going to make an early prediction here. I'm backing SSG to go all the way to the final.
It's possible. When Space Station's feeling it, we saw with Arsenal, he'll have those pop-off series, then everyone just plays better on Space, and they ride that momentum so well. I said at the major, if they make crowd days, they have a chance at top 3. They obviously did way better in the early stages to get that top 3 performance, but Space Station, they're feeling it right now.
I guess that kind of answers my question. While I asked to reiterate here from you, Johnny. We'll look at the bracket too, just to see what that journey for Space Station looks like. But do you feel like, yeah, that was Space Station absolutely showing their colors here, or was that version 1 also kind of faltering a bit on the day?
I'd say a bit of both. I think V1 have got a lot to work on if they want to, come in as a top 5 team. Luckily for them, they're not the only team who are struggling, so they're still in a good spot, 5th equal after one event. But for Space Station, I think that shows that they can bounce back from things not going so well, losing 4 straight to FaZe and then winning 4 straight against V1. That's an incredible regain. And given the lack of success from teams dropping down from winter finals to lower final in the winter split, the fact that this last day is the exact same format from the winter split means I think I'm going to give Space Station the benefit of the doubt there. I think they're going to run that lower bracket.
Okay, well, Shogun, looking closer at our top 4 here, we have G2, FaZe, Ghost, and Space Station for Championship Sunday. Do you feel like that might be the story as well? I feel like we do have some strong teams here, or is maybe this bracket looking way different than what you would have predicted before this weekend started?
Obviously, we've seen a lot of fluctuation between yesterday and today regarding how well these teams are playing. I mean, that SSG that we just saw, I don't think loses to FaZe, especially not 4-2. But I think SSG can go and make that. I think they can continue to improve. They can get better. And I think if we do see that one run back, because I am predicting G2 to make that grand finals.
Oh, well,
that's going to be a good run back series if there was one.
You guys are sleeping on FaZe. FaZe, the most consistent team in North America, making all the top 4s all the time. Top 4 at both majors. They need to make a grand finals, though. They haven't been back to the grand finals.
They don't do that.
Usually where it is.
So I want to see that. I want to see FaZe make a grand finals, and I want to see a big time performance from them. I think FaZe has a really good shot to win this whole tournament.
Well, we're going to have to find out if that happens tomorrow. So you guys better keep joining us. Keep twitch.tv/Rocket League Open, or wherever you're watching on the internet. Make sure you're hitting all the follow buttons so you don't miss all of the action. Some final thoughts on day 2 here at the Verizon Ultra Cup. We'll start at the other end as we usually do. Johnny, Shogun, and then Gibbs.
It's just my main takeaway here is great to see Ghost up here with the big boys. I'm excited to see more from them. But I think this is where their tournament finishes, but still great to see them doing so well.
Just sort of hop on that. It's good to see even more names starting to pop up, considering this is the best best position that North America has been in for so long. So to see more teams start to crop up into that spot as well, really the best time to start peaking.
And I'm not going to pull a Johnny Boy and just bring up a team and then tell them that they're going to lose tomorrow. So, Ghost, go ahead and win the whole thing. I would love to see it. It'd be great to get another top 5 team in there. We'll see if they can make a run. It's anyone's tournament. And I love it because it's an open tournament. Anyone can sign up for any of these regionals and participate. We saw teams like our crew and friends make runs as well to even get here. So I can't wait for more action for this weekend, but we still got 2 more to end off our year. It's going to be great.
Again, you're going to have to wait at least a few hours because the action continues tomorrow. Championship Sunday for the Verizon Ultra Cup will continue. As I said, don't close your tabs. Just keep it running. Go play some Rocket League. Don't sleep. Just go sleep. Definitely go sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. But if I'm But if I'm Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure out a way out of trap. I can't I run away with you to see some light when ashes dropping down. We step aside. I run away with you to see some light when ashes dropping down. We step aside.